Truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? The witness, I do. Examination, by M.S. Higgins, Q. All right. Good morning, Detective Pitcher. A good morning, Q. Detective Pitcher. Before you came in this morning, did you have the opportunity to speak with anyone about your deposition today? A. I spoke with the state attorney's office, Christine. Q. Okay. Mr. Doms, excuse me. I wasn't recording when he was sworn in. Do you have to do that over again? M.S. Higgins. No. By M.S. Higgins. Q. So you spoke with Christine Paist? Yes. Q. Anyone from the Monroe County Sheriff's Office? Let me, back when the incident first happened on November 17th, I would have spoken to the other detectives involved with it and with the state attorney's office at that time. Colleen Dunn. Q. No. I meant about your deposition here today. No, just Christine. Q. Okay. Nobody from the sheriff's department? No. Q. How about Colleen Dunn? No. Q. When was the last time you spoke to Colleen Dunn? A. I honestly have no idea. Q. This year? No. Q. 2020. Can I say yes? I believe so, but I am not positive. Q. After she was suspended from the practice of law? Yes, directly after. Q. What did you talk about? Just that she had been suspended. Q. And you think that was your last conversation with her? Yes. Q. Has she tried to contact you about this case? No. Q. How about Penny Phelps? No. Q. So you were administered the oath here today, and you know the oath that you were administered at the Arthur hearing was the same oath that what you are going to testify about today is shall be the truth, the whole truth and nothing but the truth. Yes, ma'am. Document marked as Exhibit 1. Q. These are text messages that we obtained through a public records request. 2 pages. Here is a copy to the court reporter and the state. This number at the top, it says conversation with Colin Dunn, Captain Phelps. Whose number is that? That is my work number. Q. Okay. I thought so. These text messages, there is a reference on page 2, on August 5th, 2019 that says, here are clips of Kara making accusations last Thursday. I have ordered the transcript. Do you see that? Yes, I do. Q. You remember that text message? Vaguely, yes. Q. And that was from Captain Phelps to you, correct? Yes. Q. Okay. Now did you see the transcript that she is referring to in the text message? I did. I don't recall it well. Q. All right. There was a lot said by Captain Phelps about me making some accusations that you did not tell the truth when you were under oath. Is that right? That is correct. I do remember she told me that you said I lied. Q. Okay. And but you don't recall looking at the transcript? No. Speculating, I believe, if I remember it wasn't from the transcript, just from her telling me that I lied. Q. And there was a meeting in major crimes, right, about this? Not that I recall. Q. There was no meeting about my accusations? Not that I recall. I don't remember. Q. You talked about this with Captain Hullwright in an internal affairs investigation. Is that right? Yes, ma'am. Q. And you told Captain Hullwright there was one specific hearing where the defense made allegations that you committed perjury? Yes, ma'am. Q. Was that the hearing that you were talking about? Yes, I believe so. Q. The one that is referenced by Captain Phelps in the text message? Yes, I believe so. Q. Okay. Do you know whether or not that transcript was handed out to other members of the sheriff's department? That I do not know. Q. Did you tell Captain Hullwright this case has become personal for you? I believe at one point I did say that I didn't like. I wasn't having the opportunity to state my case. To say I am not lying. Q. Okay. Great. Because that is what we are here to do today. Absolutely. Document marked as Exhibit 2. Q. Okay. So I have given you, before the deposition started, I gave you a copy of the Arthur hearing transcript. Yes, ma'am. Q. Do you remember testifying at the Arthur hearing back in, it was January 28, 2019. Is that correct? Yes, ma'am. Q. All right. Now with regard to the Arthur hearing, what is an Arthur hearing? I believe it's basically to show that there is enough probable cause that someone should not receive bond and stay in jail due to the nature of the crime. Q. Correct. Someone should stay incarcerated? Correct. Q. Did you lie at the Arthur hearing? No. Q. Did you mislead the court at the Arthur hearing? No. Q. Did anyone ask you to mislead the court? No. Q. Did you leave anything out at the Arthur hearing? Not intentionally. I would say I am sure there are parts of the case that weren't discussed enough and I didn't intentionally leave anything out. Q. Did someone tell you what to say at the Arthur hearing? I wouldn't say what to say. I was prepped with Colleen Dunn ahead of time to the type of questions that would be asked. Q. How did you prep? She would basically say this question. I am going to ask this question or go over what I would tell her what I was going to say to that if I remember. Q. Okay. Do you recall receiving this email from Colleen Dunn on Sunday, January 27th, the night before the Arthur hearing? Give me just 1 second just to review. Q. Sure. And for the record, this is Exhibit 3, document marked as Exhibit 3. Okay. Q. Do you remember this? Yes, vaguely. Q. All right. And the attachment to Colleen Dunn's email to you and to Penny Phelps is labeled Mat 3, correct? I am trying to find it. Q. Mat 3. That is correct. Q. Your first name is Matthew Pitcher? Yes. Q. Mat 3. Were there other versions of this? Not that I recall, but I would assume so just because it says Mat 3, but I do not recall. Q. Okay. So it's not a list of questions, right? No, it is not. Q. All right. It's a list of things to say, right? I would say more along the lines of a breakdown of where her questioning is going to go. Q. Okay. Look, for example, on the 3rd page of the exhibit, Rory's statement. No deal given, not working with MCSO. Statement given with attorney present. Agreed to testify even without a plea agreement. Yeah. So, Q. That is what she wanted you to say, right? Those were synopsis of what had been discussed. So she was going to ask was there anything given to or in exchange, and my answer would be no. Q. But she says in the cover, here is the bulk of what will need to be covered, right? Correct. Q. Okay. All right. But it is your testimony that she didn't tell you what to say. Correct. Q. Do all state attorneys give you outlines like this before you testify? No, I have not received one before. Q. No. This is the first time? Correct. No, I have most times sat down with trial prep to go over the questions and answers in person. Q. Sure, but this is the first time you have ever received a document like this listing what she wanted covered? As far as I can recall, that is correct. Q. Did Christine Post give you a document today before your deposition saying what she wanted you to say? No, she did not. Q. Was Colleen Dunn more engaged in the investigation of this case than other assistant state attorneys that you work with? MS. Post. Objection. Relevance. By MS. Higgins. Q. You can answer. She is one of the few that I work with down here. She was very engaged, and it was my thought anyway that she has to prosecute the case. Of course, she is going to help. Q. Help. So she assisted you with the investigation? Yes. Q. Do you think that is okay that she assisted you in the investigation? Yes. In terms of if she wanted someone interviewed or anything like that, and I would have her on the phone sometimes during an interview so she could listen. Q. Did she direct you to do things? Yes, at times. Q. All right. We are going to give you the opportunity today to correct your statement. Okay. Q. If there is something that you want to take back, then tell us that. Okay. Q. We are going to give you the opportunity to go over all of it. Right. Q. Okay. Which is what you say you want to do. Okay. Yes. Q. All right. Okay. On page 13 of the Arthur hearing transcript, you were asked if Paula Belmonte, the surviving victim, heard anything else. Did she hear anything else after she heard Mr. Bonnet say that? And your answer was no. Q. Starting at line 14. Thank you. Q. That was not true, was it? I don't recall. A couple. I don't recall if she said she did hear something else from Matthew Bonnet or not. Q. But you said no. You didn't say I don't recall. Right now I don't recall. At the time if I said it then, now I don't recall. Q. Don't you recall the interview with Paula Belmonte when she said she heard a voice say, I think he is dead? So and maybe I apologized then because I took the question wrong. When I read the question is did you hear anything else referring to, Q. Did she hear anything? Referring to Matthew Bonnet. Q. Did she hear anything else after she heard Mr. Bonnet say that? And you said no. But you knew at that time that she said she heard a voice that she didn't recognize saying I think he is dead, right? So if you read right before that line 9, 10, 11, 12 I believe from Mr. Bonnet, I thought Ms. Dunn was then asking did Mr. Bonnet say anything else? Q. Okay. Well, do you remember Paula Belmonte right after the incident happened saying she heard a voice that was unfamiliar to her saying, I think he is dead? Do you remember that? I think I vaguely recall that in the interview, but I don't remember for sure. Q. You vaguely recall that? In the interview. Q. Do you think it would be important to know exactly what the surviving victim said before you took the stand and testified in order to keep somebody in jail? You try to remember as much as you can. Yes. Q. But Ty Tucker also told you the night that you were questioning him, ask Paula. She knows my voice. She'll tell you I wasn't there. Is that right? Yes. Q. Okay. You remember that? Yes, I do. Q. Okay, but you didn't deem it important enough to tell the judge that, the day that you were testifying, in order to keep Mr. Tucker incarcerated? I did not recall it at the time. Q. You did not recall it at the time. How about your scripts from Colleen Dunn, Exhibit 3? Anything in there about Ty and the statement that I just asked you about? It is. Q. Right, so that didn't refresh your recollection when Colleen Dunn sent you this Exhibit 3 document? No. Q. Because her script wouldn't have been there because Paula would have recognized his voice. She never told him that Paula said the second guy did not speak. That wasn't true, was it? Were you just parroting what Colleen Dunn told you to say in this script? No. Q. But you knew that Paula said that she heard another man say, I think we killed him, an unidentified voice, right? Again, I don't recall. I would have to go back and listen to the interview. Q. Okay. This is your chance, Detective Pitcher, so please just tell us the truth. That is all we want to know. Yes, ma'am. Q. Would you think that would be something that would be critically important to Mr. Tucker's case? Again, I would have to go back to hear it word for word just because I could be mistaken. I just don't recall. Q. Didn't Paula Belmonte say she knew Rory? He has this voice that you can easily identify. She absolutely knew his voice, right? Right. Q. And she said it was another man and she didn't identify the voice. She couldn't, right? Again, I have to go back and look at the interview. I do not recall that. Q. So when Mr. Tucker told you that, when Mr. Tucker said hey, if I was there Paula would know it. We know each other. She knows my voice. You didn't follow up. I didn't follow up. Q. You didn't investigate that? Did you go back and talk to Paula about it? Not that I recall. Q. No, you didn't. Now with regard to statements that you made further in the Arthur hearing, you informed the court on page 22 that Dr. Steckbauer, in the Arthur hearing you informed the court on page 22, that Dr. Steckbauer, here this is starting at line 6, the medical examiner, stated that blunt end of the knife, or the back end of the knife, was consistent with the blunt trauma on Mr. Bonnet's nose. Didn't the blunt end of the knife test positive for Paula's DNA as well? Yes, I believe so. Q. Okay. How then does the state's theory of the case as you presented it at the Arthur hearing make any sense whatsoever? In terms of her blood being on the, Q. the knife? Okay. It could have happened after the scene. I would be speculating way too much to try to say. I mean it's not impossible at all for her blood to end up on it. There was blood throughout the crime scene. Q. Aren't you speculating when you say that there were two knives involved? Yes. So my answer then would be that it's very possible that it could have happened when people are running out of the scene and all that, and then if they meet up somewhere else or anything else like that, I just don't know. Q. How about page 23? Please tell the court, on Monday, the same day starting on line 19. On Monday, the same day the mask was found, about a conversation your fellow detectives had with a confidential informant about what he learned of this homicide. Your answer was the confidential informant had told other detectives that Anathea Clay, known as April, had planned or had told Rory, otherwise known as Detroit, about April, or about Paula having cocaine and money, crack cocaine and money, and that they should rob her. You were then asked, now, this confidential informant, is this someone that has been working with the sheriff's department? And your answer was, yes. Q. And has he been utilized in other cases? A. Yes, he has. Q. His information has been found to be credible. A. That is correct. Q. And based in terms of, strike that, the confidential informant, did he give you any other information? Yes. Okay. You were referring to William Peoples, correct? That is correct. Q. William Peoples is not a confidential informant with the Monroe County Sheriff's Office, is that correct? You would have to speak with Sergeant Bean. He handles confidential files. Now Lieutenant Dave Smith had told me he was a confidential source of his and that he had used him in the past. Q. So David Smith told you that? Correct. Q. And you just relied on what he told you? Yes. Q. You didn't ask to see the contract? No, I did not. Q. You didn't ask to see the confidential informant file? No, I did not. Q. You did not ask Smith what cases did he work on with you? No, I did not. Q. Did you pay him? No, I did not. Q. You didn't ask any other questions? No. Q. And you were in major crimes at the time? That is correct. Document marked as Exhibit 4, by M.S. Higgins. Q. Are you aware that hearings were conducted as to the release of confidential informant files in this case? A. I believe so, yes. Q. You were aware that the defense requested the confidential informant files for the confidential informants, right? Yes. Q. And you're aware of the criminal rules of procedure? In terms of? Q. In terms of if you use a confidential informant, there are certain disclosures that need to be made to the defense about when that confidential informant has been used in the past, how many times, what his criminal history is, all those things. A discovery, yes. Q. Okay. You're aware of that rule? Yes. Q. Did you provide the state with anything about William Peoples? No, I did not. Q. Why not? A. I believe, maybe I am wrong, but I believe the state reaches out to the sergeant over narcotics who has the confidential informant files, and that would be the one to get with. Obviously we try to limit the number of people that see those files. Q. Okay. So you're aware that Lieutenant Spencer Bryan testified that William Peoples is not a confidential informant? Okay. Q. You don't think it's important for you, as the lead detective in the case, to verify the information before you swear under oath at an Arthur hearing as to whether or not this man was actually a confidential informant? A. I was going by the word of another officer. Q. Okay. Do you not as a matter of practice just take what other officers say to as you gospel? Usually during a case or something like that. Yes. Q. You really made a big deal, you and Colleen, about this confidential informant stuff. You know, reliable, used him in the past, other cases, credible, right? Yes. Q. And that is to bolster what this person told you, right? It's to give credibility to the person, absolutely. Q. But yet this person did not deserve the credibility, correct? A. I can't answer that. That would have to go to Smith because he still may have provided information in other cases. Q. But you use the term confidential informant. Is confidential informant a term of art? No. Q. Okay. It's a specific thing, correct? Correct. Q. It's a specific thing, right? Right. Q. Like President of the United States. It's a specific title, right? Correct. Q. Okay. And there is a difference. You have this thing in major crimes where there is a difference between a confidential informant and a source, right? A source of information versus a confidential source. Q. Right. So a confidential informant has a contract, yes? Yes. Q. Provided information in the past, yes. Yes. Q. Reliable information in the past? Yes. Q. Person can be paid. Favors can be done for that person, right? Yes. Or it could be they are working off charges. There are different reasons. You can be a confidential informant and not even get paid as well. Q. But you get something? Usually, yes. Q. Usually you get something. So, William Peoples, not a confidential informant. You told the court he was. You bolstered his testimony before Judge Jones, who really was a confidential informant in this case. A. I was told by now Lieutenant Dave Smith that he was a confidential informant and he had worked in the past and he had done work for him in cases. Q. But you never verified it? No. I verified it through Lieutenant Smith. Q. Who actually did have the contract with the confidential informant. Nahim Jackson, right? Yes, he did. Q. All right. Page 26. You also told the court, while we had that place under surveillance, one of the units had called in and said they saw a subject fitting the description of Rory Wilson removing clothing and putting them into a bag and sitting them out on the back stoop area. Do you remember saying that? Page 26 starting at line 11. Yes. Q. Didn't you have the same information about April Walker? A. I am sorry. Can you clarify a little bit? Q. Weren't you also told that April Walker was assisting Mr. Wilson in doing this, that she too was putting clothing in bags and she was present with Mr. Wilson the whole time? A. I do not recall. Q. You don't recall that? No. Q. Do you think that would have been important to inform the court or was that intentional so that April Walker could be your sympathetic victim? It was not intentional and I don't necessarily see how it would have made a difference. Q. Why not? Why wasn't April Walker charged with her involvement in this? A. I don't know what involvement April Walker had. Q. You had the surveillance video. You knew she was involved with Mr. Wilson in trying to conceal evidence and putting things in bags. Why wasn't she charged as an accessory? Putting things in bags doesn't necessarily mean she knew what she was putting in a bag. Q. Okay. Page 31. We'll get to Rory's statements later, but Rory at some point had given you names of people that he claimed were planning the robbery and you were asked what the names were and he said Tucker, Tony and Steve, right? Yes. Q. Was it Tony, Steve and Tom? A. I have to go back and review but not that I recall. Q. Did you watch the videos before you testified? Before you took the stand under oath and answered these questions? A. I did. Q. Okay. But your testimony was that he said Tucker, Tony and Steve yet if you watch the video, detective, it says Tony, Steve and Tom. How do you explain your answer? A. I would have to go back and watch the video. Q. Well, you were incorrect about the confidential informant of William Peoples, right? A. I can't answer that because again according to the document you presented me it sounds like he was not an informant but I wouldn't have access to that. From the knowledge I had he was a confidential informant. Q. You're in major crimes. Why wouldn't you have access to someone that you are relying on as a confidential informant's file? The only person who has access to the files are the sergeant and the handler for that particular informant. Q. And could you request it? A. I would have to check. I can't answer that because obviously that is not something that we want to hand out to everybody. Q. But if you identify him as a confidential informant you have an obligation to produce information discussing how and why he is a confidential informant, right? Under the rules we talked about that so why couldn't you get that information? Again I would have to ask, but I can't say if I could have or not. Q. Okay. All right. At the Arthur hearing you were also shown the Cosme Marine videos. You are aware of those videos, right? Yes. Q. And you testified that the videos were consistent with what other witnesses told you, right? Excuse me. Yes. Q. Can you see anyone on those videos? No, you can't make out anyone. Q. And yet you testified that the Cosme video was consistent with what Todd O'Quinn told you and therefore it must be Franklin Tucker, right? Let's start on page 42. Former Assistant State Attorney Colleen Dunn is showing you the video and she says who is that? Is that consistent with based upon what Todd O'Quinn indicated and all the other witnesses indicated? And then she is asking the question about who encountered and she says is that consistent with the individual that Mr. Todd O'Quinn said he saw running away in the direction after he called 911-1 and you said yes, it is. It was consistent with because Todd O'Quinn said there was a subject running in the direction of I forget that other street, away from the treehouse and then the second subject that he met on the stairs. It was consistent with the timing of someone running away. Q. By January of 2019 how many times had Todd O'Quinn told you that it was not Franklin Tucker? How many times? A. I do not know. He said that this person was wearing a mask and he did not get a look at their face because they started to pull the mask because they were running away from him. Q. Didn't he also tell you that he knew it wasn't Ty Tucker because he knew Ty Tucker? He said he didn't think it was Ty. Yes, he did not believe it was Ty Tucker. Q. And he told you that? Yes. Q. So it's consistent with someone running but you didn't inform the court that Todd O'Quinn said it was not Ty Tucker? Was that to mislead the court? No. Q. No. No. Document marked as Exhibit 5. Q. So I am showing you what has been marked as Exhibit 5. These are text messages between you and Colleen Dunn that we received as a result of a public records request for your text messages. Do you recognize these text messages? Yes. Q. Let me ask you this. At the sheriff's department are you the one that gets to redact your text messages before they send them to me? Yes. Q. So you redacted a lot of text messages just in this packet. Is that correct? Nearly every page has a redaction on it. Yes. Q. Did you redact anything that has to do with this case? Not that I recall. Q. Because you redacted all your text messages with regard to other people as well, Captain Phelps, Detective Barrios, all the ones we asked for, right? You get to redact them? Yes. Q. And is it your testimony today under oath that you did not redact any text message that is pertinent to this case? Not that I recall. Not purposely, no. Q. Maybe just accidentally? Again not that I know that I. Q. Okay. All right. So you're having an exchange with Colleen Dunn. The beginning of the text messages you're happy that you don't have to drive all the way to Coral Gables to go to April Walker's deposition. Is that right? Yes. Q. And you thank her for getting you off the hook, right? Yes. Q. Now you talked to April Walker, right, about you not attending her deposition? April Walker, actually, no. Q. Because she said so what did you decide? She good to go without ya? What are you talking about? So hold on. Actually I apologize. I believe this may have been referenced to another case and it should have been redacted. Q. I know she's working most of the day today. You can try her and have her call you back. She may feel better after we talked yesterday. There was a murder case in August with another female victim who witnessed the murder and I believe this is related to that. Q. Okay. All right. So you say, she's good without me so I'm going to go say hi to Todd tomorrow. Colleen says, LOL. Do you know why she was laughing out loud? MS. Paused. Objection. Calls for speculation. You would have to ask her. By MS. Higgins. Q. All right. Hopefully I will get the chance to. And she says, okay, let me know how it goes. And let me know how your chat with Todd went. LOL in caps. Colleen Dunn apparently finds something amusing about you talking to Todd O'Quinn. This is just for the record. March of 2018, right? March 14th of 2018, right? Yes. Q. And so you say good news. Todd may stay locked up for a while so we can find him. His story is the same but did describe Rory's voice. Yes? Yes. Q. Do you remember writing that text message? Yes. Q. So you went to go see Todd at the jail? Yes? Yes. Q. Because you were happy that he was locked up? We had had a hard time getting a hold of him, finding him, so it was good to have him to talk to. Q. Okay. It was good to have him incarcerated. And she still says it was not Tucker, right? He just said he only knows it was a white guy. That was her question. Q. Colleen said still, so prior to March of 2018 he had been saying it is not Ty Tucker, right? Yes. Q. And did you emphasize that at the Arthur hearing? No. Q. No. Did you testify at the grand jury? Yes. Q. Did you tell the grand jurors that Todd O'Quinn said not Ty Tucker? Not that I recall. Q. No. You left that out of your grand jury testimony too, right? It was not intentionally left out or anything of the sort. Q. Were you given a script before the grand jury as well? Not that I recall. Q. By Colleen Dunn. Not that I recall. Q. Is it possible? I don't recall. Q. So you responded, just said only knows it was a white guy. Also made sure he is separated at all times. You don't want him talking to Ty Tucker, right? I don't remember exactly what I was referring to, so I am hesitant to say. Q. Just knows it was a white guy? Yes. Q. Then Colleen says, okay, at least he is not saying it is not Tucker like he tried to before. What does it mean when a witness has to try to tell you that you got the wrong guy? She made that comment. You would have to ask her what she was referring to on that. Q. How did you interpret it? It appeared that Mr. O'Quinn was friends with Tucker and was trying to distance Tucker from them. Q. What evidence did you have of that? Original photo lineup where he said he didn't recognize anybody in the lineup and then later said I recognized Tucker but it wasn't him. Q. But you showed him the lineup to pick out people that were involved in a crime that night, right? To pick out anybody related to the crime or anybody in here also that you may recognize. Q. And he came back to you unprovoked and told you, by the way, I did recognize him but I am telling you that is not the guy, right? Correct. Q. So he actually came back to tell you that he was incorrect? Correct. Q. Right. Yes. Q. Did he say he was trying to shield Ty Tucker? No. Q. Did any of the other witnesses in this case make inconsistent statements? Yes. Q. All of them, right? Yes. Q. Would you agree? Yes. Q. But Todd O'Quinn is the only one you penalized for making an inconsistent statement. Is that right? MS. Paused. Objection. What do you mean by penalized? By MS. Higgins. Q. Well, you thought that there was something going on, right? That you thought that Todd O'Quinn was trying to protect Ty Tucker. Yes. We even received information from Nahim Jackson that Tucker had said something along the lines of how he told me it's going to be okay. Q. But this was before Nahim Jackson? I guess it was. Q. So you don't know anything about Nahim Jackson? Maybe you do, but I don't think you know anything about Nahim Jackson at this point, so let's take Nahim Jackson out of the picture. At that point all you have is a man who looked at a lineup and said nobody there was involved, right? He said he couldn't identify anybody being involved. Q. Right. As being involved, right? Right. Q. He never identified Franklin Tucker as being involved, right? Absolutely, you're correct. He has not. Q. Okay, but you didn't address that in court. No. He said he wouldn't be able to identify anybody because they were running away and had a mask on. All he saw was him lift up the mask enough to be able to tell that they were a white male. Q. Okay, but you did show him another photo lineup, didn't you? Yes. Q. And you showed him a photo lineup with Travis's picture in it, right? Yes. Q. And didn't he say that of all of the people Travis most closely identified as the white guy that he saw, right? That is correct. Q. Younger man. Younger than Ty Tucker, right? Yes. Q. And didn't he say brown curly hair? Yes, I believe so. I am not positive. Q. Short on the side. Brown curly hair, right? Okay. I don't remember that, but I believe it's close to that. Q. Did you tell the court that? No. Q. No. So at this point all you have is Todd O'Quinn telling you I have known Ty Tucker. It was not Ty Tucker. I am positive it was not Ty Tucker. It could have been Travis. In terms of just O'Quinn's testimony or all together? Q. When these text messages are being exchanged between you and Colleen Dunn with the LOLs and all of these comments about how it's nice that he is locked up so you can talk to him again. Did she send you into that jail to try to get him to change his statement? No. She sent me in there to try to clarify to see if he remembered anything more. Q. So she wanted you to be able to testify that it was just a white man, not that he said it is absolutely not Tucker. Can you say it one more time? Q. Maybe my question is not clear. At least he is not saying it is not Tucker like tried to before. Was she trying to get you to get him to say that it was just a white man? No. Q. No. What are these redacted text messages? Your testimony is that they are about other cases? Correct. Q. Do you use your work phone for personal reasons? At that point, no. Q. So when you make some exchanges with Colleen in April of 2018 there is a redacted text message and you say, yeah, but we will keep trying. Maybe he will get locked up like Todd and I can interview him that way. LOL. Do you know what you are referring to? I'm sorry. Let me find it. I do not. Q. Is that the policy of your department to lock up witnesses to crime so that you have access to them to interview them? Todd was locked up for an outstanding warrant is the only reason he was in jail. It worked out for us because we needed to interview him and were unable to find him otherwise. Q. Colleen says to you on November 7th of 2018. Really need Todd O'Quinn to pop up. Can you let Kat know how vital this is? Thanks. The captain she is referring to, is that Phelps? Yes. Q. Former Captain Phelps? Yes. Q. Promise I'm still looking for and will find Todd, right? Yes. Q. Did you find him? A. I believe so. Q. Did he get arrested again? A. I think so. Q. By your department? Yes. Q. Was that intentional? No. Q. At the Arthur hearing you also talk about the statements that Travis Johnson made to you. Page 44 you were asked and did he indicate whether or not, in your presence, did he indicate whether or not it was consistent with what he knew as having happened that night? Answer, yes, he did. You were referencing the Cosme video? Excuse me. Let me get caught up. Okay. Yes, that is correct. Q. Do you want to change your testimony? No. Q. Okay. So Travis in your presence watched the Cosme Marine video. Isn't it true that he said he could not identify the truck? Correct, but it was consistent. He couldn't say for sure it was the same. Q. No, he said it wasn't the truck. Isn't that true? Not that I recall. Q. And then he also said that he couldn't identify the people either? Correct. Q. And you told him to look closer? Correct. Q. And after you told him to look closer he said, well that he guesses that it could be Rory and Ty. That is correct. Q. Did you tell Judge Jones that? Did you tell Judge Jones that he didn't identify the truck? And that at first he wasn't able to identify anybody but then I told him to look closer and he did. Did you tell Judge Jones that? No. Q. Okay. Would you agree with me that is different than the way that you testified? No. Q. No. Okay. What happened to the notebook that Travis was writing in the night that you were questioning him? A. I do not know. Q. Did you put it into evidence? A. I did not. No. Q. Why not? Do you remember him writing in a notebook when you were taking his statement? Vaguely, yes. Q. Vaguely. Yes, I do. Q. You do remember it, so what did you do with the notebook? A. I don't know. Q. Did you take his phone? Yes. Q. He was texting during the questioning, right? A. I believe so, yes. Q. Did you get the phone records? A. I know Danielle Malone was getting phone records. I don't recall if she got that one or not. Q. Do you know who he was texting during the questioning? A. I do not. Q. Did you take that notebook? No, I did not. Q. What happened to it? A. I can't answer that because I don't know. Q. Why didn't you take it? A. I must have overlooked it. Q. You collected my client's underwear as evidence, correct? Yes. Q. But the notebook that Travis was writing in during his questioning as he was texting other people, you didn't deem that to be evidence in the case? That was a mistake. It should have been collected. Q. A lot of evidence mistakes, right? Yes, there were. Q. Hundreds. We'll get into it. Page 62. Please tell the court, who is Nahim Jackson? Answer, Nahim Jackson was in jail at the same time as both Mr. Wilson and Mr. Tucker. Mr. Jackson contacted the sheriff's office reference to having received information about a murder on Stock Island. That is not true, is it? Can you give me the page? Q. Sure. Page 62 starting at line 13. Thank you. That is true. Q. Nahim Jackson contacted the sheriff's office the day after he was arrested with less than 24 hours from when he was arrested. Isn't that true? A. I have to go back and look at when he was in jail. That I don't recall. Q. If I tell you he got arrested on April 14th and he called Von O'Quinn on the 15th. A. I have no knowledge of that at all. Q. None. None. Q. Have you learned about that since the Arthur hearing? Yes. I learned he was an informant for the state it would have been. Q. For your department. I'm sorry. Correct. Yes. Q. Okay. When did you learn that he was an informant? It would have been either November, December, 2019. Q. A year after the Arthur hearing? That was when I was transferred over to HIDTA and was working to make contact with Nahim to see if he was interested in being an informant for another narcotic detective. Q. You know, Detective Pitcher, I really wanted you to try to clear this up and to tell the truth here in your deposition. We really wanted you to give us some truthful information that hopefully could get this case resolved. But if this is your testimony that you learned that he was an informant in November or December of 2019, that is your answer and you are sticking with it. A. I learned of him being an informant right about the time I went to HIDTA. Q. Which is, it would have been around November 2019. Actually I apologize. November 2018. I was in HIDTA starting in 2019. Q. So you learned he was a confidential informant in November of 2018? Yes. Q. Okay. Would you agree with me this is important that we establish this? Yes. Q. When you knew? Yes. Q. Because if you knew at the Arthur hearing you got big problems, right? Absolutely. Q. And I would be correct in saying that you lied? Yes. Q. So you're saying that you did not learn, and let's nail this date down. You did not learn he was a confidential informant until November of 2018? Yes. Q. What is the date of the Arthur hearing? Mr. LeVay, January 28, 2018. By M.S. Higgins. Q. So you knew he was a confidential informant before you took the stand and you lead to Judge Jones and told him that he was not a confidential informant? Then I am mistaken on my dates. I did not know he was a confidential informant when I was on the stand. Q. Which answer am I supposed to believe? Detective Pitcher. A. I did not know he was a confidential informant when I was on the stand. Q. Well, I am going to show you what has been marked as 6, and this is a transcript of a call that you had with Nahim Jackson on August 17th of 2019. Can we agree this is after the Arthur hearing? After the Arthur hearing, document marked as Exhibit 6. Q. And at that point in August of 2019 you make some statements to Nahim Jackson, right? Yes. Q. Okay. Why was this phone call recorded if that is the date and time? One more time. Q. The date is August 17th, 2019. When was Nahim Jackson released from jail? A. I don't remember exactly. June or something like that. I could be wrong. Q. Of what year? He went in a couple of times so I don't recall. Q. So he was an inmate at the Monroe County Sheriff's Department August of 2019. Yes. Q. And you're alleging that is when this conversation took place? August 17th, 2019. Q. Who prepared this? Did someone in your department? A. I don't know who prepared this. Q. You were shown this during the IA investigation. Is that right? Okay. Yes. Q. So someone in your department prepared this transcript? Yes. Q. And it's alleged that Nahim Jackson was in jail in August of 2019, right? Yes. Q. And you talked to him about paying him for information, right? That is correct. Q. So you knew he was a confidential informant by then, right? Yes, that is correct. Q. Tell me again the date that you discovered that Nahim Jackson was a confidential informant with the Monroe County Sheriff's Office? A. I cannot recall the date. I will have to go back and look it up. Q. How did you learn he was a confidential informant? By Detective Blanton. Q. Blanton? Yes. Q. What did he tell you? That he used to work for them. Q. Going back to page 52 of the Arthur hearing, you said that Mr. Jackson contacted the sheriff's office in reference to having received information about a murder on Stock Island. We know now that is actually not true. He contacted the sheriff's office because he was a confidential informant. He called Detective O'Keefe. You were aware of that, right? What I testified, 52 or 62. Q. 62. The phone call that I am referencing and that I thought would be referenced in this is a phone call that was placed or that Bernard Barrios received in reference to him reaching out. Q. Okay. So you knew that he talked to Barrios first, right? That is correct. Barrios and then Sergeant Hernandez. Q. Right. And you knew there was a video of that phone call? A. I believe so. Yes. I am not positive. Q. And Barrios told you that they met, right? Yes. Q. And that he had allegedly had information about the case. That is correct. Q. Right. Yes. Q. So he also told you that Nahim Jackson wanted and expected something in exchange for the information, right? No, that is not correct. Q. Did you watch the video? A. I have not watched that video. No. Q. Why not? A. I missed it. Q. You missed it and it's your testimony today that Barrios never told you that he wanted anything in exchange for his testimony? That is correct. Q. And Hernandez never told you that he wanted something in exchange for his testimony? That is correct. Q. You did a supplemental report, right, with regard to Nahim Jackson to supplement the offense report? Yes. Q. And in the supplement that you did, don't you reference this meeting, this interview, that Barrios and Hernandez had with Nahim Jackson? Yes. Q. But it's your testimony that you didn't watch the interview? With Barrios? No, I did not. Q. And it is your testimony that neither Barrios or Hernandez told you that he wanted something in exchange for his testimony? That is correct. Q. Colleen's script back in Exhibit 3, she was pretty detailed about making sure that you hit upon the fact that nobody was offered anything with regard to their testimony against Mr. Tucker, right? That is correct. Q. How many times did she reference it? A. I think I counted 2 times. Q. Now that you know and have known for some time that William Peoples is not a confidential informant as you testified and that Nahim Jackson was a paid confidential informant with your department, what steps have you taken to correct the record in this case? Nahim Jackson, as it turned out, that relates to this case, was not a confidential informant for this case. In terms of William Peoples, I did not have knowledge that he was not a confidential informant. I haven't done anything to correct it. Q. Are you going to do something to correct it? A. I would have to talk to the state and see what they wanted. Q. Well, do you personally feel like now that you know that this information was wrong that you gave Judge Jones, do you feel a personal obligation to correct it? So at this point I still don't know the situation with William Peoples, so I can't comment on that one way or the other. Q. Well, you saw proof signed by Judge Jones in that order that Lieutenant Spencer Bryan said does not exist. It is also our policy or our agency's policies. After 5 years records are destroyed, so if he was an informant prior to that we would not have the record of it. That is why I would have to talk to Dave Smith. As far as Nahim Jackson, when I testified I had no knowledge of him being a confidential informant when I interviewed him for all questions related to the Treehouse murder. I had no information nor was I using him as a confidential informant or paying him in any sort of way for this. Document marked as Exhibit 7. Q. Would you agree with me that you are either a confidential informant or not? I show you what has been provided as Nahim Jackson's confidential informant contract dated March 22nd of 2018 prior to the Arthur hearing, correct? Yes. Q. Does it list a specific case in a contract that he is going to be an informant on? No. Q. Okay. The contracts don't list specific cases? That is correct. There can be multiple. Q. Right. Once you're a confidential informant, you are a confidential informant, correct? A case specific. Q. It is case specific. How come it doesn't say that in the contract? A. I can't answer that, but it is case specific. If Nahim had been at the treehouse that night and had witnessed the whole thing, he wouldn't be a confidential informant for that case. He would be a witness to that case. If he is in jail and they talk in front of him, he is a witness in the case, not a confidential informant. Q. What was he when you were sending him to certain cells to talk to certain people? What was he then? He was a witness. Q. He was a witness. You sent him in to talk to someone and get specific information about a specific case, and he has got a contract with your department as a paid informant, and you are telling me he is a witness. A. I had no knowledge of him being a confidential informant. Q. Maybe you should have. You are in major crimes, right? Yes. Q. You use confidential informants? A. Major crimes. Q. And you expect us to believe that he never said anything about being an informant or wanting a deal? That is correct. Q. You didn't watch the Barrios interview, right? No, I did not. Q. And Barrios, Bear Barrios, there is a stack of text messages between you and Bear Barrios. You're close, right? Yes. Q. You talk all the time? Yes. Q. And you expect us to believe that he never told you that Nahim wanted to work and that he expected something? That is correct. Q. On page 66, Mr. Jackson told me he wanted to talk to me because it very badly upset him the way Mr. Tucker talked about the murder, that he had zero remorse, feeling or guilt, that it was just part of business. When did he tell you that? I believe it was the first interview. Q. There is a lot of conversation on the video clip. There is no audio. Did you ever talk to him without your body cam? So when you turn it on it takes it a second to warm up, and yet I have had general conversations with him. Q. You had phone calls? Right. Q. He called the sheriff's department a bunch of times, right? Yes. Q. And you went through his victim. Is that right? I'm sorry. Q. His girlfriend, the one that he beat up that got him in jail in the first place. You went through her, right? To get a hold of him? Q. Yes. I believe there was one time. Yes. I don't recall for sure. Maybe there was more than one. Q. Okay. We can get to it. Wasn't there a no contact order? Not that I am aware of, but I would have to look. Q. Isn't there usually a no contact order in domestic violence situations? Yes. Q. With a victim. On page 92 the court actually finds in your testimony, I guess, to be somewhat questionable and asked you a question. He said, this fellow named Nahim, if I'm pronouncing his first name correctly, Jackson, did he indicate that he was willing to cooperate in the prosecution of this case? And you said, yes, he did, Your Honor. And I made it extremely clear to him that I could not offer him any kind of financial. I couldn't even get him out of jail early. And he still asked that he be allowed to talk and testify in this case. Yes. Q. Is that a true statement? Yes. Q. When did you tell him that you couldn't give him money? I can't tell you which time it would have been. Q. Was that one of those not recorded statements, conversations that you had with him? It's not meant to be not recorded if that is the case. Q. A lot of unintentional things happened in this case. Accidents? Yes, there were mistakes. Q. Let me give you just a small snippet of some of your text messages with Bear Barrios, document marked as Exhibit 8, by M.S. Higgins, Q. April 15, 2018. Sorry, I didn't mean to text you, brother. This is Barrios. You personally redacted the text message. Is that right? Yes. Q. I will inquire this week and hopefully hook it up. You are aware that is the same day that Nahim Jackson contacted O'Keefe from the jail, right? No, I am not. Q. You are not? No, I am not aware. Q. Did you learn about him contacting O'Keefe? No. Today is the first time I have heard that. Q. Okay. What did you redact? I am not positive, but I believe it was actually in relation to my upcoming anniversary. He was helping me find a place in Key West. My anniversary was May 8th. Q. Okay. Next page is the 16th. I guess there were text messages redacted unless Bear Barrios is talking to himself. So if they are redacted they are going to be that. Q. Okay. 5 out. You gonna be at the detail? Oops, nothing. Maybe. So murder, is he talking about Nahim Jackson? You would have to talk to him. I can't tell you what he was talking about. Q. He redacted one of his text messages, right at the bottom? It doesn't look like it. It looks like it was a blank one that came through. Q. Okay. Next page, April 23, 2018. Just check messages. The majority are for you, LOL. Most important was James Askins about your Laurel Avenue murder. I have his number unless you spoke to him already. As we sit here today in March of 2021, who is James Askins? I don't remember now. Q. Do you have other murders on Laurel Avenue? No. Q. Did you ever call James Askins? Not that I recall. Q. So you just ignored the information? Barrios said most important was James Askins about your Laurel Avenue murder, and you didn't do anything about that? I don't recall. No. Q. So as we sit here today you do not have a statement from James Askins. You don't have notes about James Askins. You don't have a report. You don't have a video. You have nothing with regard to James Askins. That is correct. Q. Next page. August 5th of 2018. Bear Barrios to you. FYI, your boy called from the jail. I didn't accept his call. He is talking about Nahim Jackson, right? Yes. I would assume so. Q. Take it he's back from work. Detail. If you're free and want punished, will you visit him and tell him they are going to put Tucker back in with him, and I will be by to see him Wednesday or Thursday morning, but unless you're bored. Don't feel like you need to. Do you remember that text message? Yes. Q. So you were acutely aware that Tucker was going to be placed in Nahim Jackson's cell? Yes. Q. You made it happen, right? Captain Phelps made it happen. I don't have the power, but I went to Captain Phelps and told her the situation. Q. Did Captain Phelps put people in cells with other represented defendants a lot? I can't answer that. You would have to ask her. Q. Did you ever do it more than this case? At a later time, I almost put Nahim in another case in with somebody but then did not. Q. Captain Phelps is a training officer, right? That is correct. Q. Did you ever get any training at the Monroe County Sheriff's Department about the Sixth Amendment and defendants' right to counsel? Yes, but I can't say I got it from Monroe County, but I have received training on it. Q. Okay. And you don't see a problem with putting an informant in a jail cell with a represented defendant? At the time I did not know he was an informant. Q. But you were telling him what to do, right? I told him just to listen to what he hears. Q. That is all you said? I don't recall. I may have told him see if you can find this out or something along those lines. Q. Okay. So he was working as your agent, right? You were directing him, right? Yes. Q. And you knew Mr. Tucker had an attorney, right? Yes. Q. Do you feel that was a violation of his Sixth Amendment right to counsel? It was not me questioning Tucker. Q. But it was your agent. You already testified Nahim was working as your agent, right? He was working as a witness, yes. Q. So you want to retract your statement and say that he was not an agent? He was a witness. Yes, he was still a witness. Q. What is the difference? He was not getting paid. He was not a confidential informant in any sort of way. Q. Was he doing what you asked him to do? Yes. Q. Was he under your direction? That is correct. Q. And you did this unbeknownst to his attorney? That is correct. Q. You did it to Mr. Wilson as well, correct? Correct. Q. Colleen Dunn knew you were doing it, right? Yes. Q. She encouraged this. Is that fair to say? You would have to ask her. I don't know. Document marked as Exhibit 9, by M.S. Higgins. Q. Let me. Did you and Colleen engage in texting about Nahim Jackson? I can't recall. I would assume so, but that is just an assumption. Q. We'll go through the text messages later, but Colleen Dunn was totally aware that you were doing this, right? Yes. Q. Exhibit 9 that I just showed you. We obtained this through the internal affairs investigation you were the subject of. Several interviews with regard to this case, right? That is correct. Q. And it shows payments that you made to Nahim Jackson. How many? 10. Q. So 2 months after the Arthur hearing you were paying him, right? That is correct. Q. And you didn't think it prudent to go back and let the judge know he was a confidential informant? Before I started using him I contacted Colleen Dunn at that time and I said, hey, I think he can help me in another case. Is it okay if I use him as a confidential informant in a case? She said as long as everything is separated you should be fine. Q. When was that? It would have been just before this, so probably the beginning of March would be my guess. I paid him pretty quickly after, so sometime in March. Q. So Colleen Dunn knew he was a confidential informant, right? As of when I told her, yes. I don't know if she knew. Q. And you told her before you paid him? Yes. Q. So just a few weeks after the Arthur hearing, right? A couple of months, isn't it? Q. The Arthur hearing was the end of January. You were paying him already by March. March. Q. So when did you tell Colleen Dunn that he was a confidential informant and you were going to start paying him? I believe it would have been March. Q. So a little over a month after the Arthur hearing. Did you hear what Colleen Dunn said at the Arthur hearing with regard to Nahim Jackson? That he didn't have a contract? I believe the payment was 3 months after the Arthur hearing. Q. The Arthur hearing was January 29th. Mr. LeVay, the first payment was a little under 2 months. From me? Mr. LeVay, yes. February is a short month too. By M.S. Higgins. Q. When did you pay him? You pay him after he does something, right? Yes. Q. Okay. So I mean you know he didn't start working for you on March 29th. Mr. LeVay. 27th. By M.S. Higgins. Q. 29th is when you paid him? So before that the only people that paid him were O'Keefe, the guy he called when he got arrested, right? Correct. That is the only person that paid him. Q. So Von O'Keefe paid him on March 27, 2018 and again on April 3, 2018 and less than 2 weeks later he was in jail calling Von O'Keefe, right? Correct. Q. Von O'Keefe knew he was a confidential informant, right? Yes. Q. You were in the same department? You mean Monroe County Sheriff's Office? Q. Yes. Yes. Q. Where did you? Let me just go back for a second and move on from this. Did you hear Colleen Dunn say at the Arthur hearing that none of the witnesses were informants for the Monroe County Sheriff's Office? She may have. I don't recall. Q. Did you hear her tell Judge Jones that none of the witnesses had any identifiable incentive to testify or make the statements that they did? Again, I don't recall for sure. I believe something like that. Q. Did you ever tell Colleen Dunn you might want to go back and correct that statement for Judge Jones? No. Q. You met with Nahim Jackson the first time when he was in Alpha, is that right? I believe so. I don't remember which cell block he was in at the time or however they word it. Q. If he testified at his deposition the first time he met you it was in Alpha, would you disagree? I can't one way or other here without looking. I just don't know. I would have to look it up. Q. Well, you know now what he told Detective Barrios if it's still your testimony that you didn't watch the Barrios interview. Barrios told me that he wanted to talk about the Treehouse murder and that he told him that he should speak to me. And that is when he let me know I needed to get in contact with him. Q. And it's still your testimony that he never told you that Nahim Jackson said of course I want something. Correct. He never told me. Q. Didn't you speak to Nahim Jackson even before Detective Barrios did? No, I am not aware. Not that I recall. Q. Not that you are aware of? Not that I recall, but I can't say on patrol if I ever ran into him or not. I just do not recall. Q. Did you ever speak to him before? Strike that. You testified earlier that not all of your conversations with him were recorded. Is that right? Yes, he would call me from jail sometimes and it might not be recorded. Q. Did you ever meet with him in the jail without recording the meeting? Not that I recall. I could be wrong, but not that I recall. Q. You could be wrong? Yes. Q. So it's possible you met with him at the jail and didn't record the meeting. Or something happened to the recording, correct? Q. Or something happened to the recording. Did you ever tell Jackson things like, get more and don't get made, when you were sending him to talk to Mr. Wilson and Mr. Tucker? I could have made comments like that, yes. Q. Do you remember him saying to you, you keep me in there as long as you can so I can get as much information as I can, and you responding absolutely? Yes. Q. So you were controlling where he was, right, in the jail? I can't say that I have control over any of that. I can talk to Captain Phelps but I don't have the authorization. Q. Would it surprise you to learn that Cecilia Hoverson testified that you actually contacted her about moving Tucker into the cell with Nahim Jackson? No. I think I did ask her if that would be a possibility but I would still have to reach out, if I am not mistaken. I believe Phelps reached out to Captain Sweeney. Q. So did you move Ty Tucker or did Penny Phelps? It would have had to have gone from Penny Phelps. I don't think I have authorization. I could ask but at some point she has to give the authorization. Q. Why? She is a captain. I am a detective. Q is the captain in major crimes. Would Penny Phelps have access to confidential informant files? You would have to ask her that. I don't know. Document marked as Exhibit 10 by M.S. Higgins. Q. I am showing you what has been marked as Exhibit 10. Who is Larry Carey? A reading from this, it's the classification supervisor. Q. Cecilia Hoverson says, hi, darling. Any luck with the move we talked about? I just wanted to check in. I know today was your meeting. I haven't talked to major crimes yet. Just checking in. That would have been in July 2018. Was that when Mr. Tucker was moved? I believe so. I am not positive, but I believe so. Q. Okay. Behind that is some text messages between you and Cecilia Hoverson. Who is she? She works in training. She came from working at the jail. Q. So she is one of Captain Phelps' people? That is correct. Q. Would you classify them as being close? Yes. Q. When they worked there? Yes. Q. So she was a buddy of Captain Phelps? Correct. A personal friend? Yes. Q. Okay. Hoverson on the 12th says, hola. I checked to see if the move had been made yet. It hasn't. I emailed classification to see if it was discussed at their meeting today. I won't be here the rest of the day. I'm at the college, so I should know more tomorrow. Just wanted to give you some info so you don't think it was forgotten. Smiling face with smiling eyes. Do you remember receiving this text from Hoverson? I don't, but it sounds right. Q. Sounds about right. She is doing this for you, right? Yes. Q. Okay. And then in August on the next page you tell her, I am going to see Jackson anyway, right? It's clear in this exchange you're talking about Jackson, right? Yes. Q. So when you told Internal Affairs that Penny Phelps made the move, not you, that was not true? So at some point she would have had to give. Either she gave it to me, which I don't recall, or she called someone and got it, but the move would have to go through her. Q. So you were just following orders? It was. I went to her and said, hey, he has been moved out, and the conversation was basically, can we get him back in, and she said yes. Q. Did you tell Internal Affairs that? No. Q. Or did you just tell them it was Penny Phelps that had him moved? I told them it was Penny Phelps that had him moved. Q. Okay. And you already testified that you did use his child's mother, Ruth Nunez, as a go between you and Nahim Jackson, right? Do you remember her name, Ruth Nunez? Yes. Q. How many interviews did you do with Jackson? I believe there were 6 interviews. Q. And then there were others that were not recorded, correct? Is that your testimony here today? On the phone? I don't recall being at the jail with none of them being recorded, but those are the 6 interviews. I just don't know all of those. I believe they were all recorded, but I am not positive. Q. Do you know how many times you talked to Jackson outside of the taped interviews? On the phone? No. Q. Did Jackson's story remain consistent throughout the interviews, or did the story change with each interview? I believe there were slight changes here and there with each interview. Q. Well, in some interviews he says that Rory is the killer, right? I have to go back to listen to remember. Q. Would you say that would be a slight change? Yes. That would be a change. Q. Slight? No, not slight. Q. You told Internal Affairs that the call that we showed you had nothing to do with the Treehouse murder case, right? You told Internal Affairs it had nothing to do with the Treehouse murder case. Is that right? That is correct. Q. And it's your testimony that it didn't? Correct. Q. So it was just a different case? Yes. If you look on the first page, it talked about meeting with ASA because it is a federal case. Q. Now the policy at your department that any payment over $50 has to be approved by a lieutenant. Is that right? I believe. I am not positive. Q. Who approved those payments that were over $50 to Nahim Jackson? It would be both sergeant and lieutenant, I believe. Q. So they were approved? Yes. Q. Were there any arrests made from any of that information that you paid him for? At this time, no, but all those things are related to cases. Q. Cases. So there are files associated with those payments? Yes. Q. What are they? I would have to. I can't answer that. It's a federal case and an FBI case. Special Agent Matt Ward is the one in charge of the case. Q. Matt Ward. Yes. Q. Do you know where Nahim Jackson is? No. Q. What happened to him? He has a warrant and he is hiding. Q. Like Anathea Clay? I don't know if she has a warrant or not. Q. She is hiding, right? Yes. Q. Did you make an effort to find Nahim Jackson? Yes. Q. What efforts? Gone out and looked for him on the street. Let other people know that he is wanted and has a warrant. Q. What else? That is about it. Q. How about? What is it? TLO. A TLO. Yes. Q. What is TLO? It's like a LexisNexis. It checks people's financials like any addresses that they use to get billings. That kind of thing. Q. Do you have a record of when you allegedly used TLO to find Anathea Clay? I do not. Q. So we have to take your word for that. Yes? Yes. Q. There is no proof? Correct. Q. Do you have any proof of the efforts that you allegedly undertook to find Anathea Clay? I went to an address. Well, there is a subject on Stock Island when I went to see her, and he told me to get off his property, and if I didn't have a search warrant, don't ever come back. He wouldn't give him his name either. Q. When was that? I don't know, recall the exact date. Q. Do you recall the year? It would have been 2018 or 19. Q. Was it before or after we found him? It was before. Q. That was on Stock Island. Yes. I believe it was before. I apologize. I may be wrong about that because I may have gotten the information that you all had found her and I knew where she was at. I also had put into our system, M&I, which at any time any officer gets out with somebody and they run their name through dispatch and it would pop up that I was looking for that person. Please call immediately before you let them go. Q. So would there be proof of that? Yes. Q. Can you provide it? I don't have it with me. Yes, I can provide it. Q. Do you recall receiving a text message from Colleen Dunn March of 2018 saying, I don't know who April has been reaching out to regarding Rory. In court today said he hasn't been wanting to speak to us. So I don't know if we want to reach out to April and tell her that according to him he's not wanting to speak. And unless he has an attorney we can't speak to him, and until he says he wants to speak to us we can't speak to him. Do you recall getting that text message from Colleen Dunn? Yes, I believe so. Q, and you responded, yeah, I'll reach out to her and find out what she's talking about. Okay. Q, did you reach out to April Walker to get a message to Rory Wilson after Colleen Dunn told you that he didn't want to talk to her anymore? I personally would not have reached out to her, but either Rosa DiGiovanni, Captain Phelps, or Lisa Perry would have reached out. Q, why didn't you want to reach out directly for April Walker? I have never had a conversation with April. I didn't have any kind of rapport. Q, so Elisa Perry, who is she? She is the victim advocate. Q, okay. So she sent you a text? Matt, I did call April earlier today. She couldn't talk, so I sent her a text. She has not answered yet. Here is her phone number. If she does text me her address I will forward it to you, and you said thank you, right? Do you remember that? Vaguely. Q, okay. So defendant in a criminal case doesn't want to speak with the state. The prosecutor asked you to call his girlfriend, right? Yes. Q, do you think that that violates his rights? To talk to the girlfriend? Q, well, she says he doesn't want to speak to the state, right? Okay. Q, does it violate his constitutional rights by using his girlfriend as your agent? Can I see the text message real quick? By MS Higgins. Q, sure. Rory Wilson doesn't have an obligation to speak to the state, does he? No, he does not. Q, he has the right not to speak to the state, right? Correct. I believe there was a little more to that. That it was in terms we were getting. Somebody was getting a message from April that he had wanted to speak. I am not positive. Q, in court today said he hasn't been wanting to speak to us, so I don't know if we want to reach out to April and tell her that according to him he doesn't want to speak. I believe April had reached out either to Rosa or Lisa or Captain Phelps. You would have to talk to them to make sure, but it stated that he was wanting to talk to us, and then obviously we were hearing something different from that. Q, okay. Did you think it was odd that Colleen Dunn had you go back to her? If he doesn't want to speak, he doesn't want to speak, right? I guess if we had received information that he did want to speak and in court we received something else, then just to clarify or let her know that hey, no, he doesn't want to talk to us. Q, did you ever use April to get messages to Rory Wilson? Me personally, no. Q, did anybody? I don't know. I can't say. I don't recall for sure whether Elisa or Captain or Rosa did. Q, or Colleen. Q, when you first talked to Nahim Jackson, what did you talk about? The first conversation, what did you talk about? That he was rooming, that he had received information from both Tucker and Wilson regarding the murder. Q, and you're sure that at that point, whenever you first spoke with him, you are sure that he had been in cells with both of those people? At the moment I spoke to him, no. I did go back and look up to make sure. Q, with who? I believe it would have been Cece. Q, Cece Hoverson. Yes. Q, the training deputy that is friends with Penny Phelps? Yes. Q, did she work at the jail at the time? No, but she still had access, I guess, to their database. Q, why didn't you just ask somebody at the jail? I asked her. Q, because she is friends with Penny Phelps, right? I just asked her because I knew her. Q, how did you know her? From training. Q, you trained together? We had done classes together, yes. Q, okay. But it didn't occur to you to go to Major Age, Ann Sweeney, Jonathan Crane, John Liners? No. Q, no. From the major down to the sergeants at the jail, instead of asking them to confirm what happened in their jail, you went to Penny Phelps' training deputy, Cece Hoverson? Correct. Q, so you relied on Cece Hoverson's information when speaking with Nahim Jackson the first time? I think it was actually after the first time. Like I met with him and then checked with her to see if he had been in the same area. Q, and then you asked her to move everybody around? Yes. Q, so that they would be in the same area, right? Correct. Q, so that first conversation that you had with him specifically, what did he tell you? That he had information about the murder. Q, and at this point you have no information whatsoever as to whether or not he was even in the same cells with these people, correct? Yes, correct. Q, and he has a contract with the sheriff's department, but you say you don't know that either? Correct. Q, what information did he give you? That he had talked with both Wilson and Tucker, and, I apologize, those interviews kind of run together. It wasn't supposed to go down that way, and he had to do what he had to do. I can't remember exactly, but just that he confessed to killing him. Q, he didn't give you any information that wasn't already in the newspaper, did he? I don't know what was in the newspaper at that time, so I can't. Q, wouldn't that be something that you would want to know before you speak to somebody who says he has information that is coming from the defendants in this case? You want to know. I just don't know if it was all out or not. Q, okay. So you don't know if he told you anything that he couldn't have picked up just by reading the local newspaper? Correct. That is correct. Q, all right. If everyone wants to take a 10-minute break, that is okay. Recessed at 11 a.m. Resumed at 11:21 a.m. by MS Higgins. Q, we're back on the record. Detective Pitcher, let's talk about the night of the crime. You were at the scene, correct? Yes, ma'am. Q, how long did it take you to get to the scene from where you were called? An hour and a half, 2 hours. Q, so that would have put you there approximately what time? Probably 9:30, 10 o'clock. Q, 9:30 to 10 p.m.? Yeah. Q, was Colleen Dunn there when you got there? Yes. Q, she got there before you did? Yes, that is correct. Q, and anybody else from the state attorney's office? Val Winter was already there. Q, Val was there too, and this was a Friday night, right? Yes. Q, so before you, and you're going to be the lead detective on the case, right? Yes. Q, before you got there you already had 2 people from the state attorney's office there. That is correct. Q. Did they have access to the crime scene? No, they were on the CVS side of the road. Q. So when you got there they were at the CVS side of the road? Yes. Q. Do you know what happened when they got there? Do you know whether or not they had access to the crime scene? I do not. Q. Do you know if they walked around? I do not know. No one told me they did. Q. Do you know if they talked to witnesses? I do not. Q. Do you know if they talked to other officers? I do not. Q. Do you know if they picked up anything on the ground? I do not. Q. What did you talk to Colleen Dunn about when you got to the scene? I had said hello to her when I first got there. I don't recall what our exact conversation was. I only talked to her for a second. I believe Sergeant Kellenberger was already there and I met with him. Q. So who was in charge when you got there? Sergeant Kellenberger or Phelps? I believe it was Kellenberger when I got there. Q. Was Phelps there too when you got there? Yes. Q. Did you see her talk to Colleen Dunn? I don't recall. Q. Are you aware? And again, you were in Major Crimes November 17, 2017 when the crime occurred? That is correct. Q. Are you aware of any narcotics operations that were happening in or around the treehouse on the night of the murder? No. Q. Did Juan Lara have a job going on in that area that night? Not that I know of. Q. Was there a cop car parked in the CVS parking lot at the time of the murder? Yes, I believe so. Q. Whose car was that? I believe I could be wrong. I believe it was Jenna Moeller. Q. What was she doing in the CVS parking lot? I don't recall. You would have to ask her. Q. But you think she was there? I think so. I could be wrong, but I thought I remembered that. Q. Was she handling any sort of narcotics operation that night? Not that I am aware of. Not that I was told. No. Q. Did you ever ask her? No, I did not. Q. Did you ever say, hey, what are you doing hanging out in the CVS parking lot? No. Q. So you just didn't find that strange? I mean I don't know if she just wanted to get a drink or what the situation was. I never thought about it. Q. You didn't ask her? No. Q. The CVS video? Did you look at the video that night from the CVS parking lot? No. Q. Did you have any role whatsoever in obtaining the CVS video? No. Q. Have you ever seen video from CVS? Not that I recall, but I could be wrong. Document marked as Exhibit 12. Q. I am showing you an email from Colleen Dunn, June 25, 2019 that was sent to you from former Captain Penny Phelps, Barney Sajdak and Danielle Malone? Yes. Q. Do you remember seeing this email? Vaguely. Q. Can someone review the CVS recordings and see if there is anything of value? Roosevelt Washington is supposed to be on the recording and possibly Todd when he comes to call 911. We'll need to know the timestamp of when anything of value is found. Thank you. Did you follow up on this after Colleen Dunn made this order or request? I don't recall. I believe Danielle did but I could be wrong. Q. Did you ever edit any of the CVS videos? No. Q. Are you aware if anybody in your department that edited the CVS videos? No. Q. Who picked up the CVS videos? I believe it was Danielle Malone. I am not positive. Q. Danielle Malone has been demoted, hasn't she? Yes. Q. As a result of her conduct in this case, right? I am not sure. I don't know. Q. She is a civilian now, right? Correct. Q. She went from being a detective in major crimes to now she is a civilian working in an office in the sheriff's department, right? Correct. I believe she is in dispatch. Q. Dispatch? Yes. Q. And obviously Penny Phelps is no longer a law enforcement officer either because of her conduct in this case, right? That is correct. Q. So it was Danielle Malone that you think got the CVS videos? Yes. Q. And as you sit here today you have no information as to whether or not she altered or edited those videos? Correct. Q. You don't think she did? As far as I know she did not. Q. Did you ever watch the videos all the way through? I have. Yes, most of. Well, part of it. Q. Part of it. As the lead detective on the case you watched part of the video? Yes. Q. Is it possible that the videos revealed a narcotics operation that was ongoing at the time of the murder? I can't answer that. I would have to go to the narcotics office for it. I do not know. Q. Whose job was it to make sure this crime scene was secure? I believe that falls under me to make sure it was secure. Actually it would fall under Jenna Moeller. Q. And pedestrians walked up to the scene and walked away with things, right? I don't know if they walked away with things. I know that they walked up. Q. Well you know that Paula's boyfriend walked up and got her keys and left, right? Okay. Q. Isn't that on your bodicam? I believe so. They had permission. Q. Did anybody else walk up and take evidence and walk away? I don't think we considered the keys to be evidence at the time, but no, not that I am aware of. Q. But it was a crime scene, right? Yes. Q. Murder homicide, yes? Yes. Q. But yet people are permitted to walk through it and pick things up and take them? We let him have the keys. Q. Did any other victims or witnesses leave the crime scene before they were spoken to by law enforcement? Yes. Q. Who? Todd O'Quinn had left as well as Roger. Q. Brenda Corrales left too, right? Yes. And Roosevelt. Q. And also Michael Alexander, right? Yes. He was in the area. I don't know if he was actually on the property itself. Q. And then you went down to Tom Thumb to meet him, right? Yes. Q. But he was able to leave, right? Didn't he tell you that he was sleeping under a trailer? Next door, yes. Q. And he is dead now, right? I do not know that. Q. So we can't talk to him again, right? Not if he is deceased. Q. So what we have is what we have, right? How many times did you talk to Michael Alexander? Excuse me a second. Q. Was it just that night? Yes, that is correct. Q. So you were made aware that Paula Belmonte immediately implicated Anathea Clay as the person who did this, right? As the person who set it up, yes. Q. Set it up. Excuse me. You knew that night? Yes. Q who found Anthea Clay and made the decision to bring her to the crime scene that night. I don't remember who found her. It may have been Dave Fernandez. I know that is who interviewed her that night. Q and you are aware someone chauffeured her to the crime scene? Yes. Q who was that? I don't remember who it was that chauffeured her. Q and then they took her back, right? I don't remember. Q they let her leave, right? Yes. Q she wasn't arrested? No. Q so the victim had already told you at that point that Anthea Clay set the whole thing up. How many other people told you that Anthea Clay set it up that night? That night? Q yes. I don't recall that night. Q did anybody or was that just Paula? For that night I just recall Paula. Q Todd O'Quinn didn't say anything about it? Not about setting up. I think he talked about them having that they had been in a fight but I don't remember if he directly said she had set it up. Q yet she was allowed to leave the crime scene? Yes. Q did you interview her that night? No, I did not. Q why not? They had me doing other tasks at the time. Q but you're in charge, right? Yes. Q so you didn't think it was important for you to interview Anthea Clay the woman who the victim said set the whole thing up? I was also with the captain on scene. I was given other directions for that night. Q was she left unattended in the area of the crime scene? Anthea Clay? That I do not know. Q you do not know. Who was in charge? You or Phelps? I think I asked you that and I think you said it was you. Who was in charge? I was the case agent but she is still the captain so I take direction from her. Q are captains normally as involved as Penny Phelps was in this case? She was more involved in cases than any other captain I had previously. Q you know why? No, I do not. Q so, she was more involved in this particular case? This specific case? Yes. Q then you would expect the captain? From my previous experience, yes. Q so you didn't talk to Anthea Clay at all before she was allowed to leave? No. Q do you know whether she talked to Captain Phelps before she was allowed to leave? I do not. Q you also spoke to Benjamin Hansen that night and he lived downstairs on the property, right? Yes. Q and did he tell you that the first suspect came out of the gate and kept running and that the second was a large black male with a knife who came down the stairs and attacked Todd O'Quinn? Yes. Q was Hansen the first person to tell you that this guy's name was Detroit? I can't remember the order in which I spoke to people because obviously Paula also said it was Detroit. Q and then after talking to Ben Hansen that is when you talked to Todd O'Quinn, right? Yes. Q and you remember Mr. O'Quinn telling you that this first suspect that he saw run was a white male with average height and brown hair approximately 140 to 150 pounds? That sounds about correct. The only thing he said was he didn't get a good look at him because he was wearing a mask. He didn't see his face. Q do you remember him also describing the other suspect as a large black male with a knife? Yes. Q you noticed blood on Mr. O'Quinn's t-shirt when you interviewed him that night at the scene. Why didn't you collect the t-shirt? I don't know. Q do you know if anybody ever collected that shirt? I do not. Q so after you interviewed Todd O'Quinn then you went to Tom Thumb, right? Yes. Q and that is when you talked to Michael Alexander? Correct. Q okay. Now there was no Tom Thumb surveillance video that you collected at that time, was there? No. Q okay. The only thing I don't know there is in one of the interviews and I had forgotten this until my investigation. On my phone which I believe is a text is a picture of the Tom Thumb video. Q do you have that picture? No. I lost it when my phone reset. Q when your phone reset? Yes. It would have been February or March. My work phone completely reset itself. I took it to IT. They recovered what they could but basically everything was lost. Q well, that was when? In 2018? Yes. Q okay. So you had the picture from 2017, right? Yes. Q why wasn't it turned into evidence immediately? It should have been. I did not. Q do you remember what the picture was? I do not. Q do you remember where you got the picture? I believe it came to me through a text message while I was interviewing. Q okay. So it was on someone else's phone? Yes. Q who sent you the text message? I don't recall. Q why were you never able to get? Let me ask you this. Did you ever get surveillance video from Tom Thumb? No. Q why not? We got the wrong date. Q you got the wrong date? Yes, the wrong video altogether. Q did you put that into evidence? I did not. No. Q did somebody else? I don't recall that. I don't think so. I don't know what happened to it. Q do you have any proof that you got video from the wrong date? No, I do not. Q no. So, did you collect the wrong date video? No. I went back to Tom Thumb to try to get the proper video but it was too late at that point. It was lost. Q who got the wrong date video? I believe it was Danielle Malone but I do not know for sure. Q demoted Danielle Malone? Yes. Q do you know what she did with it? I do not. Q did she just throw it away? I do not know. Q didn't you state in an email, I believe you were asked about this numerous times. Didn't you state in an email that there was no video taken off the surveillance footage from Tom Thumb by officers using their cell phones? I believe so, yes. Q that is not true. No, I had forgotten about it. Q did somebody remind you of that email so that you could? No, not until you just said it now. I had forgotten about that email. Q because you were asked several times and you were actually ordered, right? Wasn't it Lieutenant Brian that ordered any videos that you people have with regard to that night on your cell phones must be immediately turned over? Right. Q okay. I didn't have anything. If I had it I would have turned it in. Q and you just didn't tell them that Danielle Malone had something? I wouldn't have known if she turned it into him or not. Q but you didn't tell him someone that night sent me something so somebody has a picture? When he sent that I hadn't had my IA interview yet and I had totally forgotten about that picture until my IA interview when they brought it up. Q what's to forget about? You were asked about it at the Arthur hearing, weren't you? I would have to go back and look. Q okay, it's in the video with Travis, right? Yes, I believe it is, yes. Q did you ever watch any of these videos? I did. Q did you show him a picture on your cell phone and tell him this is the Tom Thumb video that I am showing you? So I had forgotten about it. When I watched it again I remembered. Q so this whole time you were saying it didn't exist but it did exist. You just forgot until you were called by IA to talk about it. Is that your testimony? I was talking about other stuff and that was one of the things we talked about. Yes. Q and that helped refresh your recollection? Yes. Q and you don't remember what that picture was of? No. Q Tom Thumb. Have any crimes occurred at Tom Thumb on Stock Island? Probably. I would assume so. Q never heard of any other ones? No, I don't normally work that area. Q do you know whether or not the sheriff's department has ever gotten video from that Tom Thumb before? I honestly do not know. Q did you tell every one of the defendants that you had them on video at Tom Thumb? I think so. Q so that was a lie? Yes. Q you reviewed all of the, let me strike that. As a detective you're responsible for the evidence, right? That is correct. Q so you would be responsible for the videos and making sure that all the video evidence that you and your fellow officers take and create that night of the crime that are held and kept in accordance with your policies, right? That is correct. Q so that would be your responsibility? Yes. Q do you know why there are empty folders with regard to the CVS videos? I do not know. Q when I say empty folders I mean empty computer file folders that are labeled CVS videos but they are empty. Do you know anything about that? No, I don't know why that is. Q are you aware that the time sequences in the CVS videos, don't match up? Yes. Q why don't they match up? I believe some of the downloaded videos was wrong. Q what do you mean wrong? A wrong date and time. Q so you removed it? I did not. Q who did? I do not know. Q isn't it your job to know? Yes, I should have looked at it. Q so some of the videos that were downloaded to where? The server at the sheriff's department? Correct. Q some of them were downloaded and then deleted? No, I don't believe so. I don't believe they were. I can't say. I don't know how it was. You would have to ask Danielle Malone. QY was only 8 minutes of the Florida Keys electric video collected. I believe it was just collected when they saw the people. Q so you don't know? I don't know. Q I mean it would make sense that the video would run all night, right? Right. Q and you would see people coming and going if they used that street to go back and forth to Tom Thumb, right? Right. Q and didn't all of the defendants and the witnesses everybody who lives in the warehouse, didn't they tell you that they went back and forth to Tom Thumb repeatedly that day and night? Yes. Q so you know Michael Alexander went there, right? Yes. Q you know Todd O'Quinn went there, right? Yes. Q you know Travis went there. You know Rory went there, yes? Yes. Q you know Ty Tucker went there, right? Yes. Q and the report that Scott Perrine went there, right? Yes. Q all these people went to Tom Thumb that night so why only 8 minutes of the Florida Keys electric video? I don't know. Q was it just that you decided that that was the only thing that fit your narrative of the case so that is the only thing that you collected? No, I can't answer that. Q who collected it? I believe that was Danielle Malone also. Q didn't Penny Phelps repeatedly refer to the Florida Keys electric video as Ty and Rory walking? I believe so, yes. Q she even says it in text messages after the investigation, right? I believe so, yes. Q why was she so hell-bent on trying to make Ty Tucker appear in a video that he clearly did not appear in? I can't answer that. You have to ask her. Q she never gave you any indication? No. Q she didn't like Ty Tucker. I can't answer that. Q in your presence she didn't say anything bad about Ty Tucker? I am sure she said bad things. I can't remember word for word. Q give me an idea. What do you remember? I think in one of the interviews she referred to him as a bad man. Along those lines as a bad guy. Q did you ever ask her why do you think he is a bad guy? No, I did not. Q why not? I just did not. I don't have an answer. Q Ty Tucker's video of when, there is 2 nights when you talked to him, right? You detained him and you told him he wasn't arrested but he was cuffed and not free to leave, right? You are talking about the night of the search warrant? Q yes. Okay. Q he was handcuffed. Correct. Q and he was handcuffed and held in the back of a police car while Rory Wilson talked to you too, right? At that point I don't know. Q did you ever read him his Miranda rights that night? I believe so. I could be wrong. Q okay. Do you normally handcuff people that are just being brought in for questioning? If we're executing a search warrant I believe it's special operations that anybody that is in there is handcuffed temporarily. Q handcuffed even when you're questioning them back at the station? No, that is not always done. Q why wasn't it done with Mr. Tucker? I don't know. Q is he really free to leave if he is handcuffed? I believe he was advised he was free to leave. Q so the video is when he spoke to you. Why are they all chopped up? With the recording, I can't answer that. I don't know. Q you are the lead detective and you don't know the recording device in your own station well enough? It was CIU's equipment. Criminal Investigation Unit on Stock Island. It's their video machine. Q it's your department, right? It's not like you went to Key West. It's your department. Right. Q and you are not familiar enough with the equipment? No, I had not used this before. Q okay. So Ty Tucker, how many pieces of video was his interview chopped up into? I don't recall now how many. Q and you're aware that there is some time missing in between each segment? Yes. Q what happened during those missing seconds, minutes? That I don't recall or I don't know I should say. Q and how about Rory Wilson? There's 3 minutes missing. And I don't know that as well. Q. Did you ever look for it? A like with a download. I don't know how to. Q. Did you ever ask for help? A. I believe that IT was asked to see if they could come up with it. Q. Did they find it? A. No. Q. Who asked IT? Did you? A. No, it was not me. I believe it was Captain Phelps. Q. In some of the videos you have your bodycam and you also have your phone. And you have a separate recording device, right? A. Yes, that is correct. Q. As we sit here today you have 2 cell phones in front of you. A. Yes. Q. Are you recording anything? A. No. Q. Is that your recording device or the state's? A. State attorneys. Q. You always carry 2 cell phones? A. Yes. Sometimes 3. Q. Sometimes 3? A. Yes. Q. Are they all for work? A. 2 are for work. 1 is personal. Q. And one of them is designated to be the phone to use to talk to confidential informants? A. No. Q. Why do you have 2 phones for work? A. 1 is an FBI phone and 1 is a Monroe County phone. Q. Did you have 2 phones? A. I only had 2 at that time. I didn't have 3. Q. Okay. So at the sheriff's department you had 2? A. Yes, 1 personal and 1 for work. Q. And it's your testimony that the Tom Thumb video was on the work phone which reset itself? A. Correct. Q. And there were times when you had trouble with all electronic devices, right? A. Yes. Q. So the video camera in this room that is taking the video and your bodycam both malfunctioned? A. I forget what the issue was with the bodycam. Q. You had numerous exchanges with Colleen Dunn about your bodycam videos, right? A. Yes. Q. What was the problem? A. We did have one issue where someone could not download for whatever reason. I had to go down to IT. Q. They would not download? A. Yes. Q. And what did IT do? A. They attempted to get them. I don't believe they were ever successful. Q. And you're aware of the document from Monroe County Sheriff's Office saying that was filed with the court back in October 2019, saying that many of the videos were missing and had not been logged into evidence, right? A. Yes. Q. How did the sheriff's department get copies of the videos? The missing videos? Some of the videos were given apparently directly to the state and they retrieved them from the state. Q. So the state attorney's office would have had some videos that were not in the possession of the sheriff's department? That is correct. Q. Is it possible that the state attorney's office altered your videos? A. I can't answer that. Not that I know of. Q. Not that you know of. Do you know whether or not Colleen Dunn deleted any videos? Not that I know of. Q. Do you know whether or not Colleen Dunn altered any videos? Not that I know of. Q. Do you know whether or not Colleen Dunn concealed any videos? Not that I know of. Q. Did Colleen Dunn have any say in the videos that you collected? A. I don't quite understand the whole thing. Q. Did she tell you to get specific videos? A. I believe so but I am not recalling a specific incident. Q. So IA sustained the complaint against you for mishandling 143 audio and video recordings in this case, right? That is correct. Q. You just didn't turn them into evidence, right? Correct. I or somebody else didn't because as I said earlier as case agent it's my responsibility. Q. There was also a problem with property receipts, right? Yes. Q. That certain people signed off as if they collected that evidence, but they actually didn't, right? A. I believe so, yes. Q. You remember going through and in your IA interview you remember going through all the property receipts? Yes. Q. And pointing out there were numerous issues with the names and dates that were on the property receipts? Yes. Q. How did that happen? Obviously that is why the complaint was sustained and it was a mess up. Q. Whose mess up? Mine. Q. Did Penny Phelps tell you it was okay to keep physical evidence from this case in your office? For longer than normal period of time? Yes. It's still my responsibility. I should have done it sooner. Q. Penny Phelps is the captain, right? Yes. Q. Did you find evidence in your office that someone had placed there without your knowledge? Yes. Q. What? It was the victim's clothes from the Lower Keys Hospital. Q. When you sent evidence to the lab to be tested did you send it all at one time? If I remember correctly I believe it was 5 items. Q. I show you a copy of the letter. Is it okay if I use the bathroom real quick? Q. Of course. Document marked as Exhibit 13, by M.S. Higgins. Q. So I put in what has been marked as Exhibit 13, the FDLE lab report. Okay. Q. On your chair when you stepped out. When did you send this swab from Paula Belmonte to FDLE? A. I know they were later. I don't remember the exact date. Q. Why were they later? Somehow they did not get them that night. Q. So you got fingernail clippings from Paula Belmonte that night, but you didn't get the buccal swab? That is correct. Q. Why not? It was a mistake. Q. Would you say it was traumatic when you had to put her in a car and take a buccal swab from her? Was it traumatic for her? Somewhat, yes. Q. It should have been done the night of the crime. Yes. Q. Do you remember the video where on July 25, 2018 you take the swabs from Paula? Yes. Q. How did you realize at that date and time that you hadn't taken the swabs from Paula? By receiving lab reports back with an unknown and I believe it was actually Colleen Dunn who caught it that we didn't have hers. Q. So Colleen directed you to go get the swabs? Yes. Q. Who played a bigger role in the investigation of this case, Penny Phelps or Colleen Dunn? You would have to ask them. Q. No, I am asking you as the lead detective. A. I would say it was about equal. Q. About equal. All right. Can you play the video please? And this is obviously the July 25, 2018 video that Detective Pitcher just testified about. Video will be marked as 14, playing video, by M.S. Higgins. Q. Why are you asking the victim about whether or not she was on drugs that night? To try to verify some of the stories about Anathea Clay. Q. So in the video that we have marked as Exhibit 14 Paula said to you, I still can't figure out that this was Tyrone? Right. Q. How many times had she told you that she didn't think it was Tyrone Tucker at that point in July of 2018? A. I don't know the exact number but she never thought it was Tyrone. Q. She never thought it was Tyrone. Is that correct? And she told you multiple times? Yes. Q. Okay. And you're aware that we took her deposition recently. We took a statement from her recently that will be used in trial in the event that we go to trial in this case, right? Yes. Q. And you know that she testified that she told you at least a dozen times that she did not believe that it was Tyrone? Yes. Q. Did you say that at the Arthur hearing? No. Q. And you didn't tell the grand jury that? No. Her reasoning for her not being able to believe that was Tucker was not from the night of the incident but from a couple of days later or a day later. 1 or 2 days later that she met him at Burger King or somewhere in there he was just so nice to her. Q. But she knew him prior to Burger King, right? Yes. Q. They were friends, right? Acquaintances. I don't know if they were friends. Q. They were acquaintances, right? Yes. Q. And he told you the night that you questioned him go ask Paula. She'll know it wasn't me, right? Yes. She knows my voice or something along those lines. Q. She knows my voice. Yes. Q. So she heard the voice, the other voice and she said it was not Tyrone's voice, right? She told you that, right? I believe so, yes. I don't know for sure but I think so, yes. Q. It ended the video pretty quickly when she started talking about the fact that she didn't think it was Ty and asking questions about the case. As she was going into the premeditated. It wasn't premeditated. Q. So instead of answering her questions you just ended the video? Yes, and I did. It was towards it wasn't premeditated and we couldn't prove it was a planned murder. Q. So you didn't want to talk about that on the video so you ended it? Yes. Q. Because you don't want to say anything that is going to mess up your case, right? No, that was not the intent at all. Q. What was the intent? There wasn't an intent one way or the other. Q. Did you ever do that in other videos with Paula when she says it wasn't Ty? Stop the video. I would have to go back and look. Q. Oh, we can look. Okay. Q. Did you tell Colleen Dunn she is still questioning me as to why it's Ty? Yes. Q. How many times did you tell Colleen Dunn that? I don't know. Q. More than once? Probably, yes. Q. More than twice? I would think so, yes. Q. More than 3 times? That I don't know. Q. This is before the Arthur hearing, right? Yes. Q. You didn't tell Judge Jones that either that Paula was questioning whether or not it was Ty? No. Q. That Paula had doubts, right? Yes. You're right. I did not tell Judge Jones. Q. You did not tell Judge Jones that? Correct. Q. Did you tell Colleen Dunn in preparation for your testimony at the Arthur hearing did you ask her how we were supposed to handle Paula? I have to go back and look. I am sure I would have just in prep asked her. Q. Because at that point you had told her multiple times that Paula said it wasn't Ty, right? I am not sure what you are asking. I am sorry. Q. Before the Arthur hearing you had told Colleen Dunn that Paula didn't think it was Ty. Right. Q. She told you repeatedly not Ty? Right. Q. Did you and Colleen Dunn have a discussion about how you were going to handle that at the Arthur hearing? I am sure we did. I don't remember the particulars. Q. Did she tell you not to say that? Not that I know of. Q. Did she tell you to say it? Not that I recall. Q. Are you aware that Paula recently testified that she was afraid of retaliation by the state if she didn't go along with your narrative? I saw that in her depo. Yes. Q. So you read her transcript? Yes. Q. You read the transcript of the statement? Yes. Q. Did Todd O'Quinn say the same thing? He was in fear of retaliation because he would not name Franklin Tucker? I don't recall the particulars. Something along those lines, yes. Q. So you're aware of that? Yes. Q. You're aware that the 2 victims that you have in this case both told you repeatedly that it was not Ty Tucker and that they were afraid that you and or other members of the state would retaliate against them unless they went along with your narrative? Paula never. Obviously I didn't know that until the depo when I saw it in there. I had never seen it before then. Paula used to call me pretty regularly just to check in. When she found out she was really sick and before she was going to die she wanted me to be the one to call her mom if something happened to talk to her mom so it doesn't seem like she was in fear in any sort of way. Q. As long as she was going along with what you said, right? She never went with what I said. She never changed that it was Tucker. She always kept that she didn't believe it was Tucker. Q. But it was just a fact that you did not tell Judge Jones when you were on the stand testifying. When I am on the stand I answer the questions that are given to both the prosecutor and the defense and I don't recall asking or somebody asking me that particular question. Q. Did you ever tell Paula Belmonte that you knew things that she didn't know? Yes, I think I said that. Q. Did you tell her that Ty was evil? I may have, yes. Q. Okay. Why was he evil? Because I believe he committed a murder. He killed someone. Q. You do? Yes. Q. Why? Why? Q. Yes. From the witnesses. Q. What witnesses? From Travis Johnson. Q. Travis. Okay. From my interview with Tucker where he originally told me he wouldn't be able to remember anything from the weekend because of the fireball so where we got it down to where he remembered bits and pieces all except for that one block that kind of went blank and he would get into that block. Q. Did anything that he said to you in those interviews turn out to be false? I can't answer that. I don't know. Some yes. Some no. Some things definitely look to be true. Q. What was false? I believe he was going to be found at that murder that he killed him. Q. You believe that he was going to be found? That he did kill him. Q. Found by who? A jury. Q. A jury. Based on what? Travis. What else? And then Rory's statement down the road later. Q Rory's statement down the road later. So Rory and Travis. And also I apologize. Also Nahim. Q and also Nahim. Are Rory and Travis planning on testifying against Ty Tucker? I don't believe so at this time. No. Q does Rory have a deal? Not that I know of. No. Q did you ever hear any conversations with Colleen Dunn and any of the defendants about making deals? No. Q you never heard any conversation between Colleen Dunn and a defendant and his attorney about taking a deal in exchange for testimony? Not that I recall. I remember when we were interviewing one time it was said right now there is no deal or anything like that. Q did Travis have a deal? Not that I recall. I don't think so. Q okay. You didn't participate in conversations, lengthy conversations, about Travis having a deal? I believe it was talked about. I don't think there was ever. I am not positive. I don't know if one ever came to conclusion or not. Q and Rory, you never heard any conversations about him taking a deal? Again they talked about it and when his statement was taken I believe at the time it was that he did not have a deal. Q you don't know where Jackson is? No, I do not. Q so this jury you're going to find Jackson before the jury, before the case goes to trial? I don't know. Q so right now as we sit here today you don't have Jackson, do you? That is correct. Q and you got Rory Wilson and Travis who don't have deals and you have no information as to whether or not they will testify? That is correct. Q so as we sit here today what do you have to convict Ty Tucker? If we try this case tomorrow what do you have? We have Travis's statement from that night, and Nahim's statements recorded from jail. Q and you think they come in without deals? I don't know. I can't answer that. Q if I tell you they don't what do you have? All we have is Nahim's statement. Q Nahim is not here and you can't find him. The federal government can't find him. What do you have? As we sit here today, what evidence do you have against Franklin Tucker? We don't. Q you have nothing, right? Correct. Q and you didn't have anything at the Arthur hearing either because there still was no deal, right? We still had the statements from Nahim at that time. He was not. Q how about April Walker? You made a big deal about April Walker at the Arthur hearing. Where's she? I do not know. Q you have been having trouble finding her too, right? I believe they have. Yes. Q did you read her deposition transcript? Yes, I did. Q did you read that she said that Rory was home all night making spaghetti and watching a movie with her? Yes. Q she lied, right? Yes. Q you have the video showing them walking to the store and clearly left at some point, right? Right. Q she lied? Yes. Q the FDLE report. You got them back right before the Arthur hearing. Do you remember that? Yes. Q that changed things for that Arthur hearing, didn't it? In terms of, like we talked about the document marked as Exhibit 15 by MS Higgins. Q there were numerous text messages between you and Colleen Dunn. For the public records request these are supposed to be all the messages between you and Colleen Dunn November 14, 2017 and March 20, 2020 when we made a request. Okay. Q the pages are not numbered when I got them from your department, correct? Christine, you have these text messages, right? My understanding is that you were on the order that everything that I got went to the state attorney's office as well. MS, Post, when did you make this request? MS, Higgins, I have no idea. MS, Post, if it's 320-20 I have never myself when I took over the case in January of last year. End of December I have not personally I have only gotten the stuff from you in the depos. MS, Higgins, we'll make sure you have it. There was a memo that was widely circulated Penny Phelps ordering Brittany Brown the records clerk at the sheriff's department to immediately notify the state attorney's office whenever I made a public records request. It wasn't even particular to this case. Whenever Kara Higgins makes a public records request the state attorney's office is supposed to be notified. MS, Post, I will speak to Mr. Winter to see if somehow he is getting notified. MS, Higgins, we'll make sure you have everything. I just assume you got it because of Penny Phelps' memo. I'll send the memo to Mr. Ballarado. We'll give it to everybody. By MS, Higgins. Q go to the second to last page, please. December 14, 2018. So this is now about 6 weeks before the Arthur hearing, right? Okay. Q the Arthur hearing is at the end of January. December 14th you got Christmas coming up. Then we're into January for the Arthur hearing, right? Yes. Q this is from Colleen to you. Todd O'Quinn was found by defense attorney in prison in Swanee Correctional Facility, and defense also said they debrief him and want him to testify at the Arthur hearing. If you have time this afternoon call me about the crappy FDLE report I just got back on that case too. Sad face. What is crappy about this FDLE report? I mean I don't want to put words in her mouth. I don't know what she. Q did you think it was crappy? No. It's just an FDLE report. Q no. It's just an FDLE report. But didn't it sort of torpedo the state's theory of this whole case? I am not going to say torpedo. Obviously there is no DNA from Tucker whatsoever. Q none, right? Correct. Q okay. And it really doesn't make sense in the context of the theory of the case that Penny Phelps and Colleen Dunn and you yourself came up with, right? Can you clarify? I am not sure. Q isn't it true as a result of receiving this crappy, to use Ms. Dunn's words, FDLE report you had to scramble and take more interviews with Rory and Travis? Yes, I believe so. Q and you had to do that before that Arthur hearing, right? I believe they were conducted before that. Yes. Q because why? Rory Wilson said he wasn't wearing a mask, right? That is correct. Q his DNA was found on the inside of the mask, right? Yes. Q both victims are found on the outside of the mask, right? Correct. Q both victims are on the knife? Correct. Q only Rory Wilson is on the knife? Correct. Q right? Yes. Q so you then decide you're going to make a deal with the killer, the one who you can show has the knife? has the mask, the one that they identified as the one who did the crime. You then decide to make a deal with him? So him being the killer also doesn't fit. There was a second person there, obviously, as Paula and everybody else. When Matthew Bonnet is killed, Rory Wilson is still with Paula even as O'Quinn comes back up the stairs. The way he described it, he met Rory Wilson on the stairs and Rory Wilson is above where Bonnet is already. Q. How did both victims get on the knife? That I can't answer. Q. Well, I mean, but isn't that what you are here for? When you are going to take the stand and testify and present evidence to this jury that you think is going to convict my client, isn't it your job to have these answers? To get the answers that I can, but there are answers you are not going to have. Q. Okay. Well, Paula told you more than once the second guy had what appeared to be to her to be a billy club, right? Yes. Q. Did Roger Roget have any knife wounds? No. Q. Did he have any injuries consistent with a knife? No. Q. Did you find another knife? No. Q. So you had the victim telling you it was a billy club. You have the information that both victims are on the same knife, and when armed with this information you decide to go back to Rory Wilson to get him to change his story, right? That is where this whole thing about playing darts at the warehouse comes up, right? Yes. Q. Do you believe that? Detective, as you sit here today, do you believe that? It's plausible. Q. It's plausible. Travis couldn't even collaborate that, right? Correct. Q. And what did Penny Phelps say to him? Well, is it possible you were playing with the knives? They were playing with the knives when you weren't there? Oh, yes. Right? Right. That is correct. Q. Have you been hearing any of this? Yes. Q. And do you think some of it, most of it, all of it, is outrageous? That it's impossible? I am not going to say it's impossible. Q. You're not going to say it's impossible. Do you think that some of these statements from the people lack credibility? When you say people, Q. The witnesses that you say are going to convict my client, they all lied to you at some point, didn't they? Yes. Q. They all made inconsistent statements time and time again, right? They made inconsistent statements, yes. Q. Numerous times each? More than once, yes. Q. More than once each? Yes. Q. And that is enough for you to take the stand and testify that this person who you have no evidence other than these statements of people who lied to you and changed their stories, that is enough to convict him on felony murder charges? There were, if we have those witnesses available with the jury. I can't decide that. That is a jury's decision, not mine. Q. But I didn't ask you about the jury. I asked you if you're comfortable you think that is a great case. Do I think it's a great case? No. Q. Do you think you have sufficient evidence for felony murder? I can't answer that. It's up to a jury. Q. No. It would be up to you before you get on that stand, right? I believe there is probable cause. Q. You do? Yes. Q. Who is Kilo? Somebody Rory lied to you about, right? That is correct. Q. Because he said he was scared of my client. Yes. Q. My client was incarcerated at the time, right? Correct. Q. What threat would he have been to him at the jail? I believe he was worried. Well, I am not comfortable putting words in his mouth. Q. Did he tell you he was worried about his baby's mama, April Walker, the other liar? Yes. Q. How is Ty Tucker a threat to her when he is in jail? MS. Paused. Objection. Calls for speculation. By MS. Higgins. Q. Wasn't he in jail? He was. Q. But you found that credible? That was a good reason for Rory to make up yet another person and send you on a wild goose chase, right? That is also a possibility that he could have reached out to somebody on the outside. Q. Ty Tucker could have? Yes. Q. His phone calls are recorded, right? Yes. Q. People are going through them? Yes. Q. I mean even Michelle Maxwell is watching videos and listening to recordings, right? You and Penny Phelps were texting about that, right? Yes. Q. So everybody is watching, right? Colleen is watching. It's not completely uncommon in jail too that if there is a message that they don't want tied back to them, they will use other people in jail to get their message out. Q. Where is this coming from? You're just manufacturing this narrative? I can't come up with a specific case at the moment, but if you like I could definitely do some research and have multiple cases for you where that has happened. Q. But not in this case? Again, no, that is why it's speculation to say one way or the other, but if you're saying it's impossible for him to get word out, that is not true. Q. Did you think that was credible that Rory Wilson made up this person because he was afraid that Ty Tucker was going to somehow be able to get somebody on the outside to go murder April Walker who you couldn't even find? You thought there was credibility to that? It's possible, yes. Q. Possible, yes. How about this stuff with the left hand? Rory Wilson is left-handed, right? I believe so, yes. Yes, he is. Q. And there's this story that Ty Tucker told Nahim Jackson that he switched hands. He is right-handed, right? Yes. Q. And that he switched hands when he was stabbing Matthew Bonnet so that he could frame Rory for this stabbing? Yes. Q. Okay. Have you had weapons training? Yes. Q. How difficult would it be for a right-handed person to switch hands and kill someone with their left hand? Unless they're ambidextrous. I mean, it's difficult, not impossible, but difficult, but they could be ambidextrous. Q. It could happen, right? Yes. Q. Could be lights on Mars. Could be, right? Could be. Q. I mean seriously, when you are listening to this, do you believe that? I also believe that Tucker could have told him that, trying to boost himself and make himself sound cool. Q. Do you believe that Franklin Tucker told Nahim Jackson I switched hands and killed him with my left hand to frame Rory Wilson? Do you believe that Ty Tucker said that? Yes. I don't have a reason not to. Q. And do you believe that is true? A. I don't think so. I don't. I have no clue. Q. You're a trained professional. So it would be the medical examiner who would make the determination whether somebody was stabbed right or left-handed. Q. Okay. So if the medical examiner says this is left hand, change your theory of the case. Then what happens? You go back to Rory Wilson. You go back to Nahim Jackson, have them change their stories again. No. Q. But you did with the lab report, right? Nothing was done to get somebody to change their story. Q. It was just to come up with some maybe plausible explanation for how the state's theory of the case could now even be possible with the fact that Rory Wilson is on the inside of the mask. Both victims are on the outside of the mask. Rory Wilson is on the knife and both victims are on the knife, right? That is correct. Q. Because we were going with 2 stabbers, right? 2 knives, right? Yes. Q. And Rory Wilson wasn't wearing a mask. He was wearing a face covering, not a mask. Q. Didn't he tell you at first he wasn't wearing a mask? Right. Q. He lied, right? Yes. Q. On November 20th, actually let me go back. On the 18th, the morning after the crime occurred, you went back to the treehouse, right? That is correct. Q. Did you see an altercation between Anafia Clay and Paula Belmonte at the treehouse that day? A. I did not, but it would have actually been. I saw her depo and she confused Tom Hill and Q. So Tom Hill did. Yes. Q. Was that in his report? A. I don't think so. No. Q. Did Tom Hill ever tell you, lead detective on the case, that Anafia Clay the suspect showed up at the crime scene the morning after the incident and had a physical altercation with the victim? He did tell me they were yelling at each other. Q. Did you put it in your report? No, I did not. Q. So we had to learn about that information from Paula Belmonte, right? Yes. Q. So Anafia Clay is the suspect that is alleged to have set the whole thing up. Did you ever talk to Anafia Clay on the 18th and say, why are you here? No, I did not. Q. Did you interview her? No, I did not. Q. When Tom Hill told you, hey, the suspect showed up and started picking on the victim, did you go arrest her? No, he didn't say it that way. He made it sound like they went at each other. They weren't getting along. Q. Mutual fighting, but she is a suspect in setting up a murder. Mutual fighting is okay between a suspect in a murder case with a victim the day after the crime? They were yelling at each other when he walked up. Q. And there is no report? No. Q. There is no video? No. Q. There is no questioning of Anafia Clay about this? No. Q. No arrest? No. Q. No arrest warrant? No. There was no physical altercation. Q. You sure? From what Tom told me there was no physical. Q. But you didn't investigate it? No. Q. If one of the other defendants in this case had gone and showed up at the treehouse, if Rory Wilson had showed up at the treehouse the morning after and in an altercation, would he have been arrested? Would there have been charges? A. I can't speculate. Q. Who else was there when this altercation occurred? Again, I was in the car, so as far as I know it was just Paula and Tom. They went to get Paula some clothes. Q. And Anafia Clay was there? Correct. Q. And you're aware that Matthew Bonnet had evicted Anafia Clay from the property, right? Yes. Q. How come she wasn't charged with trespassing? In order to be charged you have to be warned once to leave by the police. We can't just show up and charge her on the spot. We have to tell her to leave, and if she refused to leave we can charge her with trespassing. Q. Who told her to leave? Anybody? Not that I know. Q. So on the 18th you were in the car the whole time? While that altercation took place, yes. We picked Paula up for her to get her clothes and then we were going to take her back. Q. Was it still a crime scene? Yes. I may have the dates. Q. I will show you some pictures. You're aware that Anafia Clay wrote messages on a wall? Yes. Q. In the trailer of the treehouse, right? Yes. Q. Where is your report detailing that? A. I don't have one. Q. I saw you there, right? Yes. Q. You were taking pictures? Yes. Q. Where are the pictures? A. I believe they are in our case management. Q. Were they ever turned over to the state attorney's office? Yes. Q. Really? Would it surprise you to learn we have never received any photographs of the writing on the wall from the state attorney's office? You would have to ask Colleen about that. Q. So your testimony is that these are on case management, right? Yes. Q. Okay, because we went to the sheriff's department and we reviewed every piece of evidence. There were no pictures. A. I will have to go back and look. When I looked the other day I am positive I saw them there. Q. Was there a property receipt? No. When I say case management I mean in the computer system, not the physical evidence. Q. But you're pretty positive that you entered these pictures in? A. I will have to go back and look. Yes. Q. When did Anafia Clay write these statements on the wall? A. I don't know. Pictures marked as Exhibit 16, by M.S. Higgins. Q. Was it the day after? A. I don't know. Q. Who told you about those? Paula Belmonte told me. Q. When? A. I don't recall exactly when it was. Q. Before the Arthur hearing? Yes, I believe so. Q. Right after the incident occurred, right? Relatively soon, yes. Q. Didn't she tell you that Anafia Clay did that while she was there fighting with her the day after? If she did I don't recall, but it was in that time frame, yes. Q. Did you go out and investigate? No, I did not. Q. Why? Why not? A. I don't have an answer. Q. Paula also told Colleen about these, right? About these statements written by Anafia Clay, right? A. I would have to review. Q. You didn't have any discussions with Colleen Dunn about it? Yes, I did. Q. When? A. I know we had one when I went with you to take the pictures. Q. After I got involved in the case? Yes. Q. In 2019? Yes. Q. So from 17, the end of 17 and all through 2018 you were aware that Anafia Clay wrote statements on a crime scene wall that you never investigated it? Correct. I never got pictures. Q. And you never interviewed Anafia Clay about it? No, I did not. Q. You never interviewed Paula Belmonte about it, right? Was that something you turned the camera off for too? No. Q. Well, where is the video of her telling you about this? A. I don't recall if it was in person or if she called me and told me about it. Q. And you didn't make a report? No. Q. You're a detective, right? You could send someone under you to go do this, right? Yes. Q. So maybe it wouldn't mess up your social calendar. You could have sent someone to do it, right? Yes. Q. You didn't. A. I don't recall if I sent somebody or not. It wasn't done. Q. It wasn't done. So these statements that are on the wall say, Dearest Matthew, I so wish yesterday wasn't your last day in tears, right? Did you see that? Yes. Q. You read that? Yes. Q. I so wish yesterday wasn't your last day in tears. Does that give you an indication as to when Anathea Clay wrote the statement on the wall? Yes. Q. The next day. Yes. Q. When she was there fighting with Paula Belmonte. Possibly, yes. Q. She also says, I struggle to understand what happened, how I feel, and what is the respectful appropriate words to choose to say. It's unfortunate first to my mind come to this. When I woke today, double murder on my mind. Do you see that? A. I know what you're referring to. I am looking for it now. Q. So you know what it says. That is what it says. Double murder on my mind. I will find peace knowing I should. Matthew, you stubborn hard-headed son of a bitch, and I begged you not to let it, right? Yes. Q. And you see in the picture that part of the statement has been painted over. Is that right? Yes. Q. Do you know who painted over it? A. I do not. Q. So that had to occur sometime after November 18, 2017, and when we were there in 2019? We being me and you, right? Yes. Q. No harm. Your innocence and your trust in those who cared not for you took your life. My tears don't explain why you. It should have been her, not you, right? Yes. Q. And Paula Belmonte was concerned about this, right? Yes. She was concerned about April, right? Q. And Anathea Clay, right? Yes. Q. I told you she set it up. I told you she threatened me before. Now she is writing statements. It should have been her, not you, right? Yes. Q. Did Paula Belmonte tell you that Anathea Clay had tried to get Crystal Dinkloker to attack her prior to Rory Wilson attacking her? Yes, something along those lines. Q. Did you investigate that? No. Q. Did you go out and talk to Crystal Dinkloker and say, hey, did Anathea Clay tell you to attack Paula Belmonte? No. Q. Where is Crystal Dinkloker now? A. I don't know. Q. You know where she is, right? Is she in jail or is she dead? Q. She is dead. Do you know when she died? You had discussions with Paula about her death. Do you know when she died? No, I don't. Q. How about Melinda Damas? Did you ever go talk to her? That is another woman that Paula said that Anathea Clay wanted her to attack Paula. Did you ever go talk to her? A. I did not. No. Q. Did anybody? A. I thought somebody did, but I may be wrong. Q. Well, if I tell you she is not on the state's witness list, would that surprise you? No. Q. So, would you agree with me that that evidence was tampered with in the delay between her writing and us seeing it? MS. Paused. I am going to object to the characterization tampered with by MS. Higgins. Q. Painted over, right? Yes. Q. And you don't know who did that? No. Q. So there could be more statements underneath that paint, right? Correct. Q. Did the sheriff's department ever send somebody out, an expert out there to try to remove the paint to see what else Anathea Clay wrote? No. Q. Why not? A. I don't have an answer. Q. You were made aware of this. You saw this physically at the treehouse in 2019, right? Yes. Q. Did you bring Anathea Clay in for an interview? At some point. Yes, we did. Q. We did? A. I did not. I was not there at the time. It was Captain Phelps. Q. But as a result of that, did you go out and find Anathea Clay? When I say that, I mean the graffiti on the wall. And not as a result of the graffiti. We had been looking for her and they found her. Q. Who found her? A. I believe it was. I believe a deputy found her and Captain Phelps interviewed her. Q. Did you ever use Facebook in your investigation? Yes. Q. Did you try to find people through Facebook? Yes. Q. Did you ever look up Anathea Clay's Facebook page? A. I do not think I did. Q. Would it surprise you to learn her phone number was on the Facebook page? That would. Q. Would it surprise you to learn that she was involved in a feral cat rescue operation with members of your department? A. I believe that is how she was found. Q. How? How was she found? From one of the people that does the cats. Q. An officer in your department? Correct. Q. So when you are telling Judge Jones that you exhausted your resources to try to find this woman and she is feeding feral cats on Stock Island in the exact same place that they left her the night of the murder with members of the Monroe County Sheriff's Office. It was one member. That member had never gone into M&I and ran her name to see that we were looking for her. She had no clue. Q. You do realize that Anathea Clay was at the same place on Stock Island the whole time, right? A. I had gone by the place and talked to one gentleman who told me to get off his property and not come back. He would give me no information. Q. You can't set up a surveillance unit? Not very easily. No. Q. Okay. And again, you never looked at Facebook? No, I did not look at Facebook. Q. Why not? A. I forgot. I did not think of that. Q. Okay. So if the only thing you did was run a search in your computer, go out and some guy didn't give you any information on Stock Island and you put a note in the system that if anybody finds her please let me know. Immediately with my phone number, which being that our patrols are normally out there and obviously with her past experience the police, usually it would happen quite frequently and would also indicate that she may have been hiding. I also went to 2 addresses in Marathon where she had listed as possible where it came up in the TLO as possible addresses. One of the searches in TLO at one time showed that in August of 2018 she had a criminal summons or arrest of some sort up in North Carolina and that she was not even down here at that time. Q. So that is the exhaustive search for Anathea Clay? Yes. Q. And why did you want to talk to her? What were you going to talk to her about? To get her side of the story. I had talked with Colleen and it was not believed that we had enough to arrest her to get a warrant. Q. Why? Colleen thought there wasn't enough. Q. So Colleen made the decision? Yes. Q. Is it Colleen's job to make that decision? Since it's attached to the murder that she was prosecuting. Yes. It felt like she should have a great deal of say in it. Yes. Q. She had a great deal to say in a lot of things about this murder case, right? Yes. Q. So Colleen Dunn told you not to arrest Anathea Clay? Correct. Q. Is that why you didn't interview her? No. When she was interviewed I wasn't around at the time. Q. Was she interviewed about anything substantive about this case? She was asked if she could have had any involvement or she from what I saw stated that she had no involvement in the murder or anything like that. Just a bunch of people talking and that she had written stuff on the wall. She was angry that he died. Q. Ty Tucker said he didn't have anything to do with it either, right? That is correct. Q. He was arrested, right? Yes. Q. Just based on what other people said, right? Correct. Q. But Anathea Clay got a pass because of Colleen Dunn? I discussed the case with Colleen Dunn and it was believed that there was not enough to arrest Anathea Clay. Q. And after this extensive search for her she is found by my private investigator at Tom Thumb on Stock Island right where she always is. They then go out, Phelps and I guess Corey. Yes, I believe so. Q. And they pull her in and they ask her about whether or not she knows you, right? Yes. Q. And they ask her about whether or not she knows Colleen Dunn, right? Correct. Q. Because at that point they're more concerned with covering for themselves than investigating this suspect in a murder case, right? You would have to ask them. I can't answer that. Q. Did you watch the video? Yes. Q. Were you appalled? They also asked questions about the murder case. Q. Did they ask about Melissa Damas? No. Q. Did they ask about Crystal Dinkloker? No. Q. Who is dead? Right. Q. Right. They were more concerned about pulling pictures up on their phones. Those pictures that they showed her, where are they? Are they in evidence? No, I don't believe so. Q. No. They are just more pictures, more evidence, exhibits that are shown to witnesses that are just discarded. I can't tell you what they did with the pictures. Q. Why? You are the lead detective on the case. Where are the pictures? They were not turned into evidence. Q. Did you ever ask them about it? No, I did not. Q. Why? You see it on the video. Why didn't you ask them about it? I did not. Q. There is a notebook. She is writing stuff. Where's that? I believe she kept it. Q. So a murder suspect was allowed to take her notebook and walk out as soon as she said that she didn't know you, right? I was not there for that. Q. Did Paula tell you that Anathea Clay was the person who brought Detroit to the treehouse? Yes. Q. But Detroit denied knowing her, right? That is correct. Q. Did Paula also tell you there was something going on between the two of them? Yes, she did. Q. But Rory never told you that, right? Correct. Q. Rory said he didn't know, right? That is correct. Q. So after the 18th did you do anything as far as investigation on November 19th? No, not that I recall. Q. The 20th. Oh, we know that you were back at the sheriff's office working with Captain Phelps on this case, right? Yes. Q. And you understand that some of the video that was turned over is conversations between you and Captain Phelps, right? Yes. Q. As of November 20th, is that the day that you got the information about William Peoples? Yes. Q. So at that point on November 20th you know that Anathea Clay is alleged to have set the whole thing up, right? Yes. Q. You know that there is a large black man, Detroit, that the victim says she can identify that was absolutely there and cut Paula Belmonte, right? Yes. Q. You know that there is a white man that also ran from, alleged to have run from the scene, right? Correct. Q. So as of November 20th what information do you have about Ty Tucker? At that time nothing. Q. Nothing. The only thing that you have is that Rory Wilson was walking to Metro PCS with a white man who was then later identified as Ty Tucker who paid his Metro PCS bill at the store, right? Correct. Q. So did you go to Metro PCS? I did not. No. Q. Who brought you the information from Metro PCS? I believe that was Dave Fernandez and Lieutenant Smith. Q. And was Danielle Malone involved? Yes, she was. Q. What was she doing? I believe she was obtaining videos from them. Q. And did she show you a picture of Ty Tucker in makeup holding a toy knife? Yes. Q. Okay. So November 20th she showed you that picture, right? Yes, I believe so. Q. She pulled it off his Facebook page, yes? Yes. Q. And it was a recent picture from Fantasy Fest, right? Yes. Q. Fantasy Fest in the Keys is at the end of October? Yeah. Q. And what did the picture show? Just his face and him holding a knife. Q. A fake knife? Right. Q. A plastic knife? As far as I could tell, yes. Q. And he had makeup on his face, right? Yes. Q. It wasn't a mask? No. Q. Are you aware that Danielle Malone testified under oath that she had not seen that picture nor showed it to anyone? She wasn't made aware of it until months after Ty was arrested? I did not know that. Q. Because that is a lie, isn't it? She showed me a picture. Q. Yeah, and it was Danielle Malone and Penny Phelps who relied on that picture to come up with this theory that Ty Tucker was the other guy, right? You would have to ask them that. Q. Did you hear them have discussions about it? I remember discussions about Ty Tucker. I can't remember, Q. Because of the Facebook page, right? Yes, I believe. I don't remember what the exact, Q. Okay, because it's the 20th so the only thing you know is that he walked to the Metro PCS store and paid his phone bill. Correct. Q. With Rory Wilson. There is no witnesses that identified him, right? That is correct. Q. There is no statements. There is nothing, right? That is correct. Q. So you have now, Danielle Malone and Penny Phelps are close, right? That is correct. Q. Have you ever heard rumors that they were sexually involved? MS. Paused. I object to relevance. By MS. Higgins. Q. Have you heard that rumor? No, I can't. I have heard rumors, but you hear rumors about everybody. Q. But you did hear that rumor that they were physically involved? Yes, there was a rumor. Q. Okay. And they are friends, right? Yes. Q. They are friends outside of work, right? Yes. Q. So Danielle Malone and Penny Phelps make a big to-do over this Facebook post, don't they? I can't recall if it was a big to-do, but definitely they were excited about it. Q. They were excited because he wore a costume on Halloween, right? Yes. Q. Okay. So based on that information they determined that he is a suspect, right? I believe that played into it. Yes. Q. Played into what? You didn't have anything else? Correct. Q. Are you okay with that? Are you okay with them developing him as a suspect because of a picture on a Facebook page from Halloween? I wouldn't say suspect. A person of interest because of the fact that he had also been walking with Rory the next day. Q. But it wasn't the next day. You're right. Correct. Q. Days later, right? Correct. MS. Higgins. You want to break for lunch? MS. Paused. Yes. Recessed at 1 p.m. Resumed at 1:23 p.m. by MS. Higgins. Q. Okay. All right. Detective Pitcher. Before we took a break we were talking about Penny Phelps and Danielle Malone. Using the picture of Ty Tucker that they pulled from his Facebook page where he was wearing a Halloween costume where you then had reason to claim he was a suspect. Yes. Q. You're a detective. Is it difficult doing your investigation when you have a captain there that is also doing her own investigation? Yes, it can be difficult. Q. Was Penny Phelps a bully? She has been described that way. Q. Would you describe her that way? She is very persistent to make sure she gets her way. Q. And she is your superior, right? Yes. Q. So let's say you wanted to go in a different direction. Would you have felt free to do that with her being there? I could give my opinion of what about might be good, but the ultimate decision comes down to her. Q. Even though she is a captain and you're the lead detective? Right. Q. Are you attempting to protect Penny Phelps? No. Q. How about Colleen Dunn? No. Q. Do you think Penny Phelps acted properly throughout this investigation? No. Obviously she was released for one thing. Q. And that is directly insubordinate to act like a neo-Nazi white supremacist. Correct. Yes. Q. And you heard her make those statements? Yes. Q. I asked you about it, right? Yes. Q. And you said that you had never heard her act like that before? Right. Yes. Q. And she made those statements to Lee Malone, right? I believe so. Yes. Q. Danielle Malone's husband? Yes. Q. So in this conversation that you're having on the 20th and the 19th you didn't do anything. The 20th you received information that Ty Tucker walked to Metro PCS with Rory Wilson and paid Ty Tucker's cell phone bill. Correct. Q. And you have Malone and Phelps all excited about this Facebook picture from Halloween, right? Correct. Q. Did Captain Phelps in these conversations that you're having at headquarters on the 20th, do you remember her saying that Franklin Tucker is the white guy? I can't remember verbatim, but yes. Q. And again, you had no evidence, right? Correct. Q. Nothing? Correct. Q. Did you ever say why do you think that? No, I did not. Q. So he was guilty by association? He was. He became a person of interest or suspect because of the association. Q. But Penny Phelps is telling you that is the guy. That is the white guy. The brain trust of Penny Phelps and Danielle Malone are telling you that is the white guy, right? Correct. Some comment like that was made, right? Q. And you don't think to say why? I don't recall asking why. No. Q. So you never. So am I missing something here? I don't recall. Q. Did you ever speak with William Peoples? Yes, I did. Q. And did William Peoples ever identify Tyrone Tucker as a suspect? No, he did not. Q. He did not. He gave you information about Detroit, right? Yes. Q. But he never said anything about Ty Tucker being involved in this? No, he did not. Q. Do you remember Captain Phelps saying that day we need to think about what we're going to go after Franklin with? Again, not verbatim but something along those lines. Q. And at that point she had proof that he paid his cell phone and walked with Rory. Correct. Q. Do you remember saying in response the only thing that worries me with Franklin is he the one that actually killed him? Yeah, I think I remember that. Yeah. Q. Because you weren't convinced that this white guy, whoever that white guy was that played a role in this. You weren't convinced that this white guy did the stabbing, were you? Correct. Q. Why not? At that time we didn't have anything to point to that. Q. Nothing. Tim, would you bring up the 911 call, please? So you did have a 911 call. Did you ever listen to it? Yes. Q. From the night of the crime? Yes. Q. Okay. And there was a girl by the name of Gabby, a student at FKCC, right? Yes. Q. And she was talking to 911 and made some observations, right? Yes. Q. And she is also simultaneously talking to 911 and talking to Todd O'Quinn. Right. Q. Okay. Video playing, by MS. Higgins. Q. Can you pause it? Tim. Okay. So the 911 call that you did have at the time said some dude just killed two guys? Correct. Q. Right? Yes. Q. There was no indication from Todd O'Quinn at that point anyway that there were two people, right? Correct. From that phone call. Q. That did the stabbing. Correct. Q. Okay. Video playing, by MS. Higgins. Q. Todd O'Quinn is running around the parking lot telling people to be careful because he is coming up, right? Not they, he. Yes. Q. Okay. Video playing, by MS. Higgins. Q. Okay. She is seeing this real time. She is seeing the vehicle, right? Right. Q. So a vehicle, not a truck, right? Correct. Q. And that the guy is getting into it, right? I think it was a guy. Q. She said the guy. No, that's fine. The guy. Q. Okay. Continue playing. Video is played, by MS. Higgins. Q. So getting into a black sedan, pulling out real fast, going back to the direction of the warehouse, correct? Black sedan, not a truck, right? Right. Q. Where did the truck come into play? A. I don't remember the truck coming into play until the Cosme video. Q. But you knew about this the night of the crime, right? Yes. Q. What efforts did you utilize to locate the black sedan? A. I know there was a bolo put out for it. Q. Okay. But outside of that I don't know. Q. Did you ever see if Anathea Clay had a black sedan? No. Q. Did you see if her live-in boyfriend had a black sedan? No. Q. Did you ever investigate any of these other people that were at the treehouse that night to see if they had a black sedan? No. Q. Or access to a black sedan? No. Q. But this witness is watching this happen, right? Yes. Q. Do you remember saying that the 911 call is really the best evidence as far as this investigation? Do you remember saying that? Vaguely, not verbatim. Q. Okay. So we have a black sedan, a bolo put out for it that night. Any results? No. Q. On the 18th anybody looked for a black sedan? Not that I am aware of. Q. On the 19th you didn't do anything? Right. Q. And on the 20th you were looking at Facebook pages. Are we looking for a black sedan? Not that I am aware of. Q. All right. Continue. Playing video, by MS, Higgins. Q. Black guy with a mask killed 2 people and now he is running, right? Correct. Q. So no mention of a white guy? No. Q. No. But yet you're convinced, or Penny Phelps is convinced, the white guy did the killing? When did that theory develop? That I am not positive. You would have to ask her. Q. What about for you? Q. Todd O'Quinn said he saw somebody run, right? A white guy run, right? Yes. Q. Brown curly hair, mask. A lot of people were at the treehouse that night, right? Right. Q. We went through a list of all the people that left the scene before you even got there, right? Yes. Q. Belinda Corrales, Roosevelt Washington, Roger Roggett, Todd O'Quinn, Michael Alexander. Roger Roggett is white, right? Yes. Q. Michael Alexander is white, right? Yes. Q. Do you know if there were any other people there? Not that I know of. Q. Do you know that Belinda Corrales testified at her deposition and she said there were tons of people there that night? I think I vaguely recall that. Q. You talked to Belinda Corrales, right? Yes. Q. And somehow her video got lost as well, right? Yes. I believe that was one of the ones that was malfunctioning. Q. So we can't recover that? That is correct. Q. Okay. Continue. Video playing. 911 call marked as Exhibit 17, by MS, Higgins. Q. So then there is a statement that the black guy killed the white dude, right? Yes. Q. Todd O'Quinn talked to you the night of the crime, right? Yes. Q. And then the next day he changed his story, right? Yes. Q. What did he tell you on the 18th? I had him walk through the whole thing with me on the 18th. If I remember correctly, let me make sure I don't get it wrong, that he and Matthew were together in the trailer. They heard the screams. Matthew went upstairs to check to make sure everybody was okay. Todd started heading toward CVS, came back. When he started back is when he saw the one person run away that took off the mask because they were running away, and then he went towards the stairs is when he met the other subject and the other subject made a comment. I don't exactly remember what he said. And then he said there was a wound on his pinky. At that time he was in the middle section and then the subject kept going. Q. So who is the one that was supposedly who cut his pinky? The white suspect or the black suspect? The black suspect. Q. Did you take a swab from Todd O'Quinn? I did not. Q. So Todd O'Quinn said the knife was involved. You noticed some blood on a t-shirt that he was wearing the night of the incident, but nothing pertaining to Todd O'Quinn was ever sent to the lab? No. Q. Why not? I did not send it to the lab. Q. Todd O'Quinn's version of the events has changed a few times, right? Correct. Q. Has his description of the white suspect ever changed? It has not. Q. Has he ever wavered on Ty Tucker being involved? He has not. Q. He has maintained consistently that he was not involved, right? That is correct. Q. And he has also never changed the description of the white suspect? Q. That is correct. Q. So when you are talking with Penny Phelps on the 20th and you're discussing possible suspects and what happened, do you remember talking about Todd O'Quinn's second interview? I don't remember any specifics, but I know we talked about it then. Q. Do you remember saying he saw Matthew get stabbed in the chest like this several times, but we know that is not true? The fight may have gone on from there, but he doesn't know it, and the white boy who took off his mask may have fled, and now he is still fighting, but now he's got the big guy to deal with and the big guy finishes him off. Stabs him in the back, and that is the problem with Todd's story. Do you remember saying that? Vaguely. Q. Do you remember Captain Phelps saying I am wondering if skinny guy doesn't go down the stairs first, kept going, and Detroit comes down the stairs and stabs Matt in the back? I vaguely recall it. Q. Okay. So that was a possibility at the time, right? Yes. Q. That Detroit came down the stairs and stabbed Matthew Bonnet in the back, right? Yes, that was talked about at that time. Q. Do you recall responding to her? Yeah, that is what I was worried about. We think it's over when white man leaves, and that's not the case. I vaguely remember saying something like that. Q. Do you remember discussing that there must be 2 separate knives because some witnesses reported a straight blade and some reported it being serrated? Yes. Q. Do you remember Captain Phelps saying it could have been skinny guy punching Matt and Matt trying to hold on to him, and he comes down and stabs Matt in the back 3 times to get Matt off Franklin? Also explains why Franklin takes off his mask if he already punched Roger 3 times. Now he punched Matt. I hope Todd can ID him, otherwise, Jesus Christ, we are all in trouble. That was what Penny Phelps was saying, correct? Q. Yes. Do you remember that? Vaguely, yes. Q. Why would you all be in trouble? You would have to ask her. Q because she has already come up with an entire theory of the case without any evidence whatsoever to justify that as far as Franklin Tucker goes. You have to ask her. Q she says to you as her captain we are trying to, figure out what happened here. She says to you as your captain, Jesus Christ, we're all in trouble if Todd can't ID this guy. That doesn't concern you? It means we have more work to do. Q more statements to take, right? Correct. Q Todd never ID'd him. No, he did not. Q so maybe Jesus Christ we're all in trouble. What do you think she meant by that? Do you know? I don't. You would have to ask her. Q well when you heard it how did that make you feel? MS. Paused. Objection. Relevance. I don't recall how that made me feel. By MS. Higgins. Q what was your reaction? I don't recall what my reaction was at the time. Q the captain is telling you if we can't get Todd to identify Franklin Tucker we're all in trouble and you know he hasn't identified Tucker, right? Correct. Q were you fearful that there would be trouble? I was not at this time. I was not. There was not even enough to. This was the 20th I believe, correct? Q yes. At that time we didn't even have Tucker under arrest. Q at this time all you have is that he paid his phone bill? Correct. Q do you remember Captain Phelps saying, so the smooth knife was the skinny guy? The doc will be able to tell us if it was a serrated edge or a skinny edge and that tells us who did the stabbing and then the other one you can go to prison for murder too. I remember. Q do you remember responding exactly, it doesn't matter to me? Not in those words. Yes, not exactly verbatim, but yes. Q so it didn't matter to you? They can both go to jail. It doesn't matter to you. If they both were involved in this murder, in this robbery, and nobody wants to be honest then I believe the statute says that if somebody dies in the course of a robbery, even if you are not the one who stabbed the person it can still be murder. Q and you're telling Penny Phelps it doesn't matter to me when the only piece of evidence that you have, I am not even going to say evidence. The only thing that you have at this point when you make that statement about Franklin Tucker. I don't believe unless I misrepresented I did not mean that towards Franklin Tucker. Q she keeps throwing his name in there, right? Jesus Christ if he doesn't identify him we're all in trouble. When I said if I recall correctly it was about Rory Wilson, that if Rory Wilson doesn't talk and we don't have evidence on Franklin Tucker or Wilson, that kind of thing if I am recalling correctly. Q do you remember Captain Phelps then saying we just want to close this out? That I don't recall. Q no. I think she didn't say that. Q was that the attitude during this investigation? It doesn't matter? We don't care. We just want to close this out. No. Q no. No. Q so, don't listen to her words or your words. If it was said it would have been said out of frustration at times. Q do you often get frustrated and say it doesn't matter, they can all go to prison? No, not. And again I don't think I said they can all go to prison. I did not mean it in that sense. Q does the knife that was recovered, the one knife in this case, have a serrated edge and a straight blade? Yes. Q so, it's both, right? That is correct. Q so unlike what Captain Phelps said, right, about the knife? Correct. Q it has both, right? Yes. Q so that fits into the one knife theory, right? Yes, it could. Q and that is a discarded theory by the state, right? The state's position is that it was still two knives, right? I believe so, yes. Q because otherwise everybody is lying, right? Rory Wilson would be lying. Nahim Jackson would be lying. Travis would be lying, right? Correct. Q so it has to be two knives, right? Correct. Q in order for the state's theory to make any sense at all there has to be two knives, right? Yes, correct that there were two knives, yes. Q but we never found two knives? No, we did not. Q and Roger Roget didn't have any wounds that were consistent with a knife attack? No. Q when you were having this conversation with Captain Phelps which lasted over an hour did you see Danielle Malone using Photoshop on Franklin Tucker's lineup photo? I believe so, but I can't say I recall for positive. Q was it documented? No, I don't think so. Q are there rules when detectives like Danielle Malone Photoshop pictures of suspects to be used in photo lineups? Yes, they have to all be consistent. Q did you check to make sure it was consistent? I did not. No. Q and as far as you're aware there is no documentation? Correct. Q well then that would be a violation of your policy, right? Yes, I believe so. Q do you remember saying Gabby's 911 call, the caller, she is our best person that was parked at CVS and the suspect's car was parked right there? Do you remember saying that? Yes. Q so the suspect's car is a black sedan, right? Yes. Q and so Penny Phelps decided it was a truck, right? Correct. Q isn't there a problem with the Cosme video timestamp? I believe it's off, yes. Q you acknowledge that, right? Yes. Q timestamp is off? Yes. Q and you have already testified that you can't see anybody in those pictures, right? That is correct. You can't make anybody out. Q even though you used it at the Arthur hearing to keep my client in jail for another year you can't make anybody out, correct? Correct. Q and you knew the suspect's car was a black sedan? If you listen to the 911 tape and from what I remember part of what you hear them talking about even in the 911 call the subject running at that time and that was after she brought up the black sedan. Q where is the truck? The truck was already gone at that point. Q so you're basing this information on a video that you can't make out where the timestamp is messed up. Part of the videos are missing, right? The truck component you can make out a truck in the video. Q but Gabby, she is our best person? At that time, yes. Q at that time she is not our best person anymore because she doesn't say what Penny Phelps' theory of the case is. Once the video, you can see in the video it is a truck. Q but the timestamp is messed up, right? Yes. Q and there's pieces of the video missing, right? Why is the video in two sections? I don't have an answer to that. However it was downloaded. Q and who downloaded it? It would have been the people at Cosme. Q are you sure? You would have to ask Danielle Malone. Q Danielle Malone again. Dispatch Danielle Malone, right? That is correct. Q so instead of relying on what you heard on that 911 call you want to rely on a video with an incorrect timestamp where you can't make out anybody and that is chopped up in pieces? I wouldn't say it's in pieces. Q it's in 2 pieces, isn't it? Correct, yes. Q that is more reliable to you than the 911 caller who was telling you what is happening in real time? I wouldn't say it's more but I would say it's equal at that point. Q equal? Correct. Q were there other witnesses that were identified that have possible information about the crime? Yes, I believe so. Q okay. Who? I am not recalling the names off the top of my head. Q okay. On November 21st, at 6 o'clock in the morning did you receive an email from Deputy Chibanowski about a potential witness in the case? Yes. Q and he told you a man by the name of Ali approached him, right? Correct. Q and he said that he had information about the murder, right? Correct. Q and he told Deputy Chibanowski that he was aware of 2 witnesses who said that Anafia Clay said that she set this whole thing up with Detroit, right? Correct. I believe so. Q and they were identified, right? Yes. Q it was a friend named Michael whose real name was Lonnie Artige or Michelle whose name is Lonnie Artige, right, and a nephew, right? Yes. Q did you talk to Ali? I did not. Q did you talk to Lonnie Artige? I did not. No. Q did you talk to the nephew? I did not. No. Q did you identify the nephew? No. Q okay. So those were 3 people that had information about the crime linking Anafia Clay to it and also linking Detroit to it yet you didn't follow up? That is correct. Q you are aware that Lonnie Artige was incarcerated a good bit of time after it occurred, right? Did you ever look for Lonnie Artige? No, I did not. Q you just didn't care, right? No, that is not true. Q okay. Well then what did you do? Did you direct somebody else to go interview these people that were so compelled to provide the information that they stopped the deputy or he stopped the deputy at 6 o'clock in the morning to let him know? Gave him a written statement that he signed his name to? What did you do with that information? The statement was obviously taken in by Chibanowski and then I don't recall. There was supposed to be a Spanish speaker to go interview him. It did not happen. Q why did it not happen? I don't know. Q wouldn't that be something important? It's only November 21st. You don't have anything at this point. Were you covering up for Anafia Clay? No. Q who was? Nobody that I know of. Q no. So it just so happens that Anafia Clay shows up at the crime scene the day after, writes the statement on the wall saying she woke up with double murder on her mind. Everybody in the neighborhood is trying to tell the Monroe County Sheriff's Office that Anafia Clay was absolutely involved in setting this up. She is not being protected. No. Q Penny Phelps protecting her? Not that I know. You would have to ask her. Q Danielle Malone protecting her? Not that I know. You would have to ask her. Q well Penny Phelps is involved with this investigation. Is she saying anything to you about Anafia Clay? No. Q she is not saying go out and talk to her, bring her in here? No. Q who the hell is driving the sedan? That didn't come up? No. Q Anafia Clay was right there that night. Your deputies brought her to the crime scene, right? I guess. Q where did they get her? I don't recall off the top. Q who had her phone number in their cell phones? I believe either Fernandez or Smith. I can't tell. Q did you ever ask? No, I don't recall asking. Q hey Fernandez why do you have Anafia Clay's phone number in your cell phone? You never asked that question? No. Q does it concern you that Fernandez has Anafia Clay's number programmed into his cell phone? I don't recall at the time knowing that. Q how do they make contact? You would have to ask him. Q what if he doesn't remember? I don't know. Q did you ever ask at your department I want everybody's cell phone information? I want to know who has Anafia Clay's number in their cell phone? No, I did not. Q no. Did you ever get back with Fernandez or whoever and ask them where did you take her when you chauffeured her back to the crime scene? I did not. No. Q no. But you couldn't find her, right? Correct. Q did you ever say to any of these detectives that were obviously very familiar with her, they had her number, they knew where she lived, they picked her up, they drove her back, did you ever ask them in your extensive search for Anafia Clay, hey did you see her lately? I did talk to detectives. I don't remember which one I talked to. Someone in patrol. Q I am talking about specific men that picked Anafia Clay up the night of the crime and chauffeured her around. Let her leave. Let her walk around. Did you talk to them? I don't recall if I did or not. Q so now we have identified the man that called and left a message for you per Barrios with information about the murder cases, right? Yes. Q we have identified Ali. We have identified Lonnie Artige. We have identified the nephew, right? Yes. Q is all having information about the murder that you never contacted? That is correct. Q Belinda Corrales. Yes. Q she was able to run off that night, right? Yes. Q she admits to being down in the trailer, right? Yes. Q and Belinda Corrales had an active warrant for her arrest, right, at the time of the crime? I believe so. I am not positive. Q and you wanted to talk to her? Yes. Q and she didn't show up to your meeting? No. Q and she called the 911 operator, right? Correct. Yes. Q and she said I was supposed to meet him but I didn't want to. Have him call me. Yes. Q did you ever end up talking to her? I ended up tracking her down. Q but that was after Colleen Dunn told Judge Jones that she was missing, right? Again I don't recall. I would have to go back and look. Q because Belinda Corrales was arrested almost immediately after the crime took place, right? Within days, right? I believe. I am not positive on that. Q. Okay. And Colleen Dunn represented to Judge Jones that she was missing, right? That you couldn't locate her? A. I don't recall. Q. Do you ever remember Colleen Dunn coming to you and saying, hey, can you find this woman? Yes. I believe that we found her in jail if I am not mistaken. Q. After Colleen Dunn had already lied to Judge Jones, we can't find her. MS. Paused. Object to the characterization, we can't find her. By MS. Higgins. Q. To the best of your knowledge, was she ever missing? At the time we did not know she was in jail. Q. She was there the whole time though, right? Yes, I believe so. Q. Right. I am going to ask you to look at Exhibit 15, which is the composite exhibit text messages between you and Colleen Dunn. Okay. Q. March 7, 2018. Colleen Dunn sent you a text message. Belinda Corrales. Is she somehow a witness in the Treehouse case? Was she someone that was there and seen and said she heard anything? This is almost 6 months after the murder occurred, right? Yes. Q. And Colleen Dunn doesn't know who Belinda Corrales is? A. I don't know. Q. What did you do in response to this text? A. I believe I called her to look up her number to see who she was. Q. And was that the point that you looked for Belinda Corrales when she was in jail? A. I would have to go back and look to see when we interviewed her. Q. Would you do that and let me know? Yes. Q. Because the video is missing. Right. Q. Right. That is correct. Q. And you are aware that we deposed Belinda Corrales? Yes. Q. And Belinda Corrales said there was lots of people there that night, right? Yes. Q. She said that it was getting so loud with the partying that she was afraid to stay any longer because she had an active warrant and she didn't want the neighbors calling the police. Did you review her deposition transcript? Her depo? No, I did not. Q. Did you ask her if any other people were there that night? A. I believe so, and I believe she mentioned Roosevelt. She was with Matt Bonnet. She was with Todd O'Quinn, who was there, and I believe Paula as well. Q. Anybody else? Not that I recall. Q. Okay. What did she tell you when you interviewed her? A. I recall she was in a trailer with Matthew, Roosevelt and Todd, and when the commotion started she took off and ran. Q. You don't remember her saying anything about there was a party going on there that night? No, I do not. Q. How did the video get lost? When you use MVWC and when you download the video it would not download to the IT and they were unable to get it. Q. With regard to the search warrant, were you present for the search warrant execution on November 21st? Yes. Q. Were you involved in the planning discussion to get the search warrant? Yes, to a small degree. Q. Did that plan involve taking Mr. Tucker into custody? A. I believe so. I don't recall for sure. Q. Okay. At that point when you are executing a search warrant the only information that you have about Ty Tucker is that he walked to the store with Rory Wilson to pay his own cell phone bill and that he dressed up on Halloween. That is correct. Q. But the plan for the search warrant was to grab him, right? Yes. I shouldn't say put him in custody but to grab him and try to interview him. Q. Try to get to interview him? Yes. Q. Okay. Was it you that decided to take Ty into custody? No. Q. Who was? Whose decision was that? That would have been Captain Phelps. Q. Captain Phelps. So the search warrant is executed. You know that Mr. Tucker told you that he feared he was going to get shot, right? Yes. Q. And you know that he was handcuffed, right? Yes. Q. And you know that he was taken down to the station? Correct. Q. And he was asked questions. Yes. Q. And he was placed in the back of a patrol car. He was handcuffed, right? A. I believe. I don't think I got to actually see him in the car. Q. And at this point he paid his own cell phone bill and walked with Rory Wilson. Yes. Q. What was your probable cause to detain him at that point? At that time I was dealing with Rory Wilson. You would have to talk to Captain Phelps. Q. Was anybody other than Rory Wilson and Ty Tucker detained for questioning that night? No, I don't believe so. The people were spoken to at the warehouse. Q. Why wasn't April Walker taken as a possible suspect? She was not considered a suspect at that time. Q. You did have surveillance showing that she was destroying evidence possibly, right? Yes, there was a video of her with a bag. Q. Did you watch the video of Captain Phelps and April Walker? A. I did, yes. Some of it was a while ago, but I did watch it. Q. Because Captain Phelps took it upon herself to pull April Walker off to the side and talk with her, right? Yes. Q. And based on your observations of the video did it appear that Captain Phelps was asking questions or telling April Walker what to say? You would have to ask her. I would be speculating. Q. I am asking you based on your observations watching the video of Captain Phelps confronting April Walker. Was Captain Phelps asking her questions or was Captain Phelps telling her what to say? In my opinion telling her what to say. Q. Telling her what to say. Did you tell Judge Jones that at the Arthur hearing? No. Q. No. And to be clear, at this point there is no evidence, right? There is nothing against Ty Tucker? Correct. Q. So now they have Penny Phelps according to your testimony telling April Walker what to say. Does that alarm you? You would have to ask her. Q. I am asking for your opinion if you are alarmed by that as the lead detective in this case. Are you personally alarmed by that behavior? Yes. It is very concerning. Q. Did you find it strange that April Walker now comes up with a story that Franklin Tucker is in the warehouse changing his clothes 4 hours after the murder occurred? A. I wouldn't say I found it strange. Q. Penny Phelps told her to say it, right? A. I would assume Penny Phelps told her that she needed to be honest if she wanted to help. Q. You would assume. You watched the video. You already said Penny Phelps told her what to say. That was Penny Phelps' story, not April Walker's, right? It would be April Walker's story. Q. Once she gets it from Penny Phelps and makes it her own, right? When she realizes she has to be honest, I believe. Q. When she realizes she has to be honest or when she realizes she has to parrot back what Penny Phelps tells her to say. You have to address that with her. Q. That was your observations, correct, detective? My observation was the video was concerning. Q. Okay. Any forensics done in this room where he is supposed to be changing out of these bloody clothes? No. Q. No. Any forensics done in the warehouse at all? No. Q. Well, did Captain Phelps then take this a step further and tell you that April Walker called her and told her that Ty threatened her? Yes. Q. Did you have any proof of that? No. Q. Did you do any sort of investigation? I did not. No. Q. So you already admitted that what you saw Captain Phelps do was concerning, and yet you continued to allow her to make these statements and accusations without so much as an investigation by you? Correct. Q. Why? I trusted her that she was doing the right thing and that the statements were true and accurate. Q. But you already saw her do this to April Walker, right? Right. I don't. Q. Did anybody else hear Ty Tucker threaten April Walker? No. Q. No. And there was no investigation done with regard to that, right? Correct. Q. And this is all Penny Phelps talking to April Walker on a telephone, right? Correct. Q. So there is no recording of any of this, right? Everything is after the fact? Correct. Q. When you did arrest Ty Tucker you told him it was for witness tampering, right? Yes, I believe so. Q. Was he thoroughly confused about what you were talking about? If I recall correctly, yes. Q. All right. Because he believed that you were upset with him for talking to Paula Belmonte at McDonald's, right? Yes, I believe that is correct. Q. And you say no, that is the conversation you had with April Walker, and he said I never had a conversation with April Walker, right? I believe that is correct, yes. Q. Did Penny Phelps and Danielle Malone interview a witness named Austin Odom in September of 2019? Yes. Q. Nearly 2 years after the incident? Yes. Q. Why 2 years later? Do you know? No. Q. Is the lead detective you don't know? I do not. Q. Danielle Malone recorded it on her bodycam, right? Yes. Q. Where is the video? I do not know. Q. What happened to it? You would have to ask her. Q. You have no idea why it was never turned over? No. Q. Did you ever see it? No. Q. Never watched the video? No. Q. Were you concerned that Danielle Malone were going out and interviewing witnesses 2 years after the crime allegedly occurred and then oops, lost the video? I was concerned we had a lost video. Another lost video. Q. They did write a supplemental report, right? Yes. Q. And Austin Odom talked to April Walker the day that April Walker was allegedly threatened and her unborn baby was allegedly threatened by Ty Tucker, right? Yes. Q. And Austin Odom said the only thing she was concerned about is a place to stay and money, right? Yes. Q. Because she can't stay in the warehouse anymore, right? No. Q. The search warrant was executed. The landlord is kicking everybody out, right? That is correct, yes. Q. She wanted a place to stay and some money. He didn't say anything about her indicating that she was threatened, right? No. Q. And didn't say anything about her appearing scared and frightened, right? Not that I recall, no. Q. Watching Penny Phelps. Penny Phelps is adamant that Franklin Tyrone Tucker will kill April Walker and her unborn baby based on what he allegedly said to her, right? Yes. Q. That only Penny Phelps and April Walker heard, right? Correct. Q. Well, only allegedly April Walker. Penny Phelps didn't hear anything, right? Are you talking about the threat itself? Q. Yes. Yes. Q. She just told April Walker what to say, right? You have to address that with her. Q. Do you believe she told April Walker what to say? I believe she coached her son, but it was still April Walker's state of mind. Q. When you talked to Rory Wilson he said April didn't see Ty change his clothes in the warehouse at midnight, right? Correct. Q. He was adamant about that, right? That is correct. Q. And you said well why would she make that up and what did he say? Because she hates Ty. Q. Because she hates Ty. Can we take one more break? Q. Sure. Brief recess took place by MS Higgins. Q. Okay. Back on the record. When you brought Rory Wilson in for questioning you began his interview, right? That is correct. Yes. Q. Okay. And what was it? Well over an hour, right, or at least an hour and a half that you were talking to him? Yeah, right around there. Q. And he was adamant that he walked with Travis that night, right? Correct. Q. And he wasn't with Ty, correct? Isn't that what he told you? Correct. Q. And he also said what we just talked about, that April hates Ty, so of course she is going to say that he was changing clothes and that he didn't believe that, right? That is correct. Yes. Q. Okay. So then Captain Phelps comes into the room around 20 minutes to 1 in the morning, right? Yes. Q. Okay. Prior to Captain Phelps coming into the room did Rory Wilson make any incriminating statements about Ty Tucker? No. Q. No. So Captain Phelps comes in and she tells him what to say too, doesn't she? She gives him a path to go down, right? Q. She says now this is what happened, quote. Now this is what happened, right? Yes. Q. Right? Yes. Q. And she tells him what to say, right? Yes. Q. And Rory for a little bit continues to deny that April ever said that, right? Correct. Q. Phelps tells him we know you were with Tyrone that night and Rory adamantly says no, I was with Travis, right? That is correct. Q. But Captain Phelps repeatedly tells Rory that she knows he didn't kill anybody but that Ty did, right? That is correct. Q. Now it's 1 o'clock in the morning, right? Yes. Q. He has been there how long? A couple of hours? Search warrant? Yes. Q. And then at 1:18 in the morning he says if I say Ty did it can I go home, if I say Ty did it, can I go home, right? Yes, he said that. Q. The video ends. Tell me if you agree with me or not or we'll play it. The video cuts off and there is 3 minutes missing, right? Correct. Q. The video immediately stops after he says if I say Ty done it I can go home. Video stopped. Who stopped the video? I do not know. Nobody should have stopped it. I believe it was a mechanical error. Q. A mechanical error. What happened in those 3 minutes? A. I do not recall. Q. You were there? A. Yes. Q. Was it more than Phelps telling Rory what to say? A. She would have. I can't say for sure she was saying this is what happened. Q. And we have the quote from her like that is what she said. She said this is what happened. A. Absolutely. Yes. Q. So in that 3 minutes where there is conveniently no video, did she continue with telling Rory what he is supposed to say to go home? A. I don't remember what was said. She would have continued saying along the same thing as you are not the bad guy. Q. You got to tell me Ty did it, right? A. Right. Q. So after the video returns 3 minutes later, does Rory tell you a story about Ty helped to plan the robbery? A. Yes. Q. Okay. So he denies it up until Penny Phelps comes in the room, gives him what did you call it, a roadmap of what to say. A. I forget. Something along those lines. Q. Okay. And you have already said she was telling April Walker what to say. Did you find it troubling that she was telling Rory Wilson what to say? A. I felt her method was much different than I would use being direct like that. Q. Were you concerned that she was feeding Rory Wilson a story? A. Yes. I did not care for the interview. Q. Okay. And were you concerned that Rory Wilson was merely parroting back what she told him to say? A. I wasn't worried that he was parroting back. I thought that could lead down a road that would cause. Q. It raised some concern for you? A. Yes. Q. Is Danielle Malone in the control room by the way when this video has gone on? A. I think she is there. Q. She is on the right and we're looking up at the screen. There is just a still of the interview with Rory Wilson because she is in the room? A. Correct. Q. Who is in the control room? A. I don't remember for sure. Hernandez. I don't remember. Q. Can someone in the control room stop the video? A. I believe so. Q. Did you ever see Danielle Malone get up and stop the video? A. Not that I recall. Q. So the story that Rory comes back with is that Tucker planned the robbery with people named Tony, Steve and Tom, right? A. Correct. Q. Did you ever find Tony, Steve or Tom? A. No. Q. Do you believe that Tony, Steve and Tom exists? A. No, I do not. Q. Did you read Franklin Tucker his rights and have him sign a Miranda warning prior to his second interview? I'm sorry. Q. Prior to his second interview because you had him detained where you guys claim that he was free to leave, right? A. Right. Q. And then you brought him in again, right? A. Yes. Q. Did you read him his Miranda rights? A. Not that I recall. I believe it was read outside but I do not recall. Q. Did you have him sign a waiver to search his belongings at the upstairs apartment at the warehouse? A. No, not that I recall. Q. Has Franklin Tucker ever done anything other than categorically deny any involvement in this? A. No, he has not. Q. And you're aware that he was incarcerated for over 700 days, right? A. Yes. Q. And you're aware that he made lots and lots of phone calls, right? A. Yes. Q. Did you ever hear anything on those phone calls where he says he was involved? A. No. Q. Categorically denied it, right? A. Yes. Q. But yet you believe that he talked to Nahim Jackson? A. Yes. Q. You confronted him with a bloody sneaker, right? A. That is correct. Q. And he told you they weren't his and they probably belonged to David Gross the White Detroit, right? A. Yes, correct. Q. By the way Travis had David Gross's phone, right? A. Yes. Q. Travis was in possession with David Gross's phone, right? Did you get the phone records? A. I did not. Q. So David Gross is white, right? A. Yes. Q. And Ty tells you they are probably David Gross's sneakers. A. Yes. Q. And you sent them to the lab. A. Yes. Q. Did Ty come back as a match on the sneakers? A. No, he did not. Q. So that was true what he told you. They weren't his, correct? A. Correct. Q. And you confronted him at that interview and you confronted him with a mask and knife possibly having his DNA and latent fingerprints is what you said, right? A. Yes, that is correct. Q. What did he tell you? A. It won't be his. Q. I don't care because I didn't have anything to do with it. Run whatever test you want, right? A. Correct. Yes. Q. Was his DNA on the mask? A. No, it was not. Q. Was his DNA on the knife? A. No. Q. Any fingerprints? A. No. Q. So what he told you was true? A. Yes. Q. Mr. Tucker denied April's story about him changing in the storeroom, right? A. Correct. Q. Is there? Strike that. You believed Penny Phelps concocted that, right? A. No, I believe it happened. Q. You do believe it happened? A. Yes. Q. Didn't you just tell us that you believed Penny Phelps told April Walker what to say? A. I believe she helped her say the right thing and not lie. Don't over-embellish or anything like that. Q. So you believe that April Walker saw Ty Tucker changing his clothes in the warehouse? A. Yes. Q. But yet there is no evidence whatsoever to suggest that it actually happened, right? A. Correct. Q. There is no forensics. A. Correct. Q. There was no investigation. A. Correct. Q. No one else saw this? A. Correct. Q. April Walker hates Ty Tucker. A. Correct. Q. Penny Phelps was telling her what to say the second that she met her, correct? A. Yes. She was coaching her. Q. Okay. Mr. Tucker told you he had been drinking heavily that day. A. Yes. Q. Was anyone concerned that Tucker was asleep in the warehouse when he was questioned? A. Yes, I believe so. Q. And Ty told you that, right? I was sleeping. A. Yes. Q. Does there appear to be a pattern of truth to what Mr. Tucker told you? A. No. Big Scott when I interviewed him later on he also said that he didn't know what happened or anything like that but he thought that Travis, Rory and Tucker had been up to something. Q. Okay, but he did tell you that he remembered drinking Fireball with Ty Tucker that night? A. Yes. Q. And remembers him sleeping in the warehouse, right? A. Yes. Q. And he thought that Travis had woke him up that night, right? A. Yes. Q. And he also told you I know him, he is not a murderer, right? A. Yes. Yes he did. Q. He does not implicate Tucker? A. Correct. Q. He told you to talk to him, right? A. Yes. Q. When Penny Phelps started interviewing Travis and I'll let Travis's attorney go into this, but did he show signs of physical distress? A. Yes. Q. Did he tell you he was having a mental episode? A. I believe so, yes. Q. He has PTSD, right? Yes. Q. Is it proper to continue with an interrogation with a subject who is having a mental episode? Is that normal police procedure? MS. Paused. I am going to object. What do you mean by mental episode? By MS. Higgins. Q. Well, if he is telling you that he has PTSD and that he is suffering from an episode right now, is it proper police procedure to continue to interrogate? We have people with different things that will say they are having stress, and if they don't need medical attention and they are willing to continue, then they will continue. Q. Did you ever get the phone records for Travis's phone? A. I believe we got them. I did not get to see them. Q. You did not get to see them. Were they turned over as evidence? A. I do not recall. Danielle Malone. Q. Danielle Malone. Did you like working with Danielle Malone? MS. Paused. Objection. Relevance. There were some things that were tough. By MS. Higgins. Q. What? Personality conflicts. Q. Why? In terms of the way things are done. Q. Would you characterize her as a good detective? MS. Paused. Objection. Relevance. No. By MS. Higgins. Q. She is in dispatch now, right? Yes. Q. I get the feeling that you are holding back about Danielle. Did you find her to be incompetent during the course of this investigation? A. I found out that a lot of things that I thought had been taken care of, I found out later that they had not. Q. So she didn't tell you the truth? Correct. Q. Same thing with Penny Phelps, right? She didn't tell you the truth either, did she? Not at times. No. Q. Not at times. She went off and did her own thing and then came back to you and told you that things were done in a certain way, right? Yes. Q. But you believe she manufactured some of this evidence, right? She is not an officer anymore. She is not your captain anymore. Danielle Malone is not a law enforcement officer anymore. Penny Phelps is not a law enforcement officer anymore. You are. You have to tell us the truth. Absolutely. Q. Do you believe that Penny Phelps manufactured evidence in this case? Yes, I believe she led some of the witnesses down a road. Q. She interviewed Travis. Did Travis come up with this story or did she lead him to it? There are parts of Travis's story that he said very early on that were him. Again, I believe the questioning was relatively direct that she could lead him down. Q. She said it again. Exact same thing. She said, let me tell you what happened, right? Yes, she did. Q. And after that Travis's story changes, right? That is correct. Q. And again we don't have the notebook, right? Right. Q. Was his vehicle searched? Yes, I believe so. Q. Anything found in the vehicle that supports Penny Phelps' theory of this case? No. Q. No. Now you were found to have. The finding was sustained by internal affairs of mishandling 178 pieces of evidence, right? That is correct. Q. Danielle Malone was also found guilty of mishandling 40 pieces of evidence, right? A. I don't know about hers. Q. You don't know about it? No. I am not allowed to. No. Q. They don't tell other people. Okay. Did you hear that? Actually I knew something was sustained. I did not know what. Q. Do you know whether or not the charges against Penny Phelps were sustained? No, that I don't know. Q. Were you aware that the allegations were that she mishandled 208 pieces of evidence? A. I was not aware of that. Q. She was terminated because of this case, right? Yes. Q. She mishandled evidence. At least 178 pieces that you are aware of. That included physical evidence, DNA evidence and audio recordings from the case, right? That is right. Q. Did you admit to internal affairs that most of the physical evidence that was mishandled was kept in your office? Yes. Q. Do members of the IT office or the janitorial staff have access to your office? Not that I am aware of. Q. Nobody comes in and vacuums? No. Q. Takes out the trash? A. I take out the trash. The trash. Either they come when I am at the office or I have to put my trash can outside my office. Q. Did you ever leave the office to your door open when you weren't present? No. Q. Even when you go to the restroom? No. Q. So the state attorney's office was aware of all these problems that you had, right? Yes. Q. Colleen Dunn was aware of it, right? Yes. Q. What did she tell you to do? Because I know she told you to do something. That I don't recall. Q. You don't recall? No. Q. Did she ask you questions about how this happened? A. I think there were two different parts. She would ask what happened with the bodycam. Q. What happened to your bodycam? Yes. Q. What happened to that recording device? Right. Yes. Q. What happened to your phone? Yes. Q. And you texted her about it? Probably, yes. Q. Sergeant Walker, in doing an internal affairs investigation, said there appears to be a great concern of potential violations regarding the seizure of items for potential evidence, the dates the items were submitted to the property division, documentation of the times and the evidentiary value and supplemental reports and the appropriate handling of audio and video recordings in the Bonnet homicide investigation. Do you agree with that statement? Yes. Q. In 2018, specifically in April right before Nahim Jackson is arrested, you did an interview with a gentleman named Robert Nevius, right? Yes. Q. He had information about a verbal altercation that occurred between Rory and Travis, right? That is correct. Q. Did you investigate Mr. Nevius's allegations? A. I took his statement. I didn't go beyond that. Q. So you didn't talk to any of the other prisoners or any of the guards that were on duty at the time? No. Q. Did you get a list of the guards that were on duty at that time? No, I did not. Q. So you just took that story? Yes. Q. From Mr. Nevius? Yes. Q. And he says that he heard Rory Wilson say I don't leave witnesses behind. I wasn't trained like that, right? Yes. Q. Did you send Mr. Nevius in to get more information like you did with Nahim Jackson? No. Q. Why not? Because he wasn't a confidential informant under contract with your department. No, I did not know Nahim Jackson was a confidential informant. Q. Okay, but you didn't send Nevius back in. No, I did not. Q. You didn't say to him go get me some more? A. I believe Nevius overheard a conversation whereas with Nahim Jackson was talking directly to him. Q. You believe that? Yes. Q. Are you sure about that? In terms of what Nahim told me they were talking directly to him. Yes. Q he didn't just hear things? From what he told me they were talking directly to him. Q and again you can't establish that anything he told you the first time you spoke to him wasn't already in the newspaper, right? Correct. Q Robert Nevius is not a confidential informant. A paid witness like Nahim Jackson was, right? I don't know if he was or not. Q did Robert Nevius ever implicate Tyrone Tucker in the crime? No. Q did you talk to him about Crystal Dinkloker? Yes, I believe so. Q and Crystal Dinkloker is the same woman that Paula claimed asked or NFE asked to attack Paula. Yes, that is correct. Q did you work on her case? Crystal Dinkloker? She died of an overdose, right? Heroin overdose? I believe so. Q did you work on her case? I have to go back and look. I don't believe I did. When did she pass? 2018 or 19? Correct. Q I don't know. You asked earlier if she was in jail so now you recall that she died? Well you told me that she died then. Q okay, but you don't remember working on investigating the cause of her death? No. Q so the interview that you had talked about a few minutes ago with Big Scott Perriam? Yes. Q you did that with him again almost 2 years after the incident, right? That is correct. Q and you picked him up off the side of the road and put him in your car, right? Yes, by the golf course. Q and Colleen Dunn was on the speakerphone, right? That is correct. Q why was Colleen Dunn involved in you taking a statement from him? She wanted to be part of the interview. Q do you think he would have felt uncomfortable or intimidated getting picked up on the side of the road and asked to give an interview? I had talked to him on the phone. I believe he was okay with it. He did not tell me in any way he was uncomfortable. Q and you remember him saying I know in my heart who did it and I know in my heart it wasn't Tyrone. Tyrone isn't like that. I know him well enough to know that he wouldn't kill anybody. Yes. Q and Colleen Dunn said so who do you think did it and he said Rory, the black dude, right? Yes, that is correct. Q and he confirmed that he hadn't spoken to Ty, right? That is correct. Q for 2 years? Yes. Q and again he collaborated that yet. He remembers drinking with him. Yes, correct. Q okay. We talked at the beginning of your deposition and I know it was hours ago. Beginning of your deposition. We talked about the fact that statements were made in your department about me personally accusing you of lying at the Arthur hearing, right? Yes. Q and you said you didn't recall any meetings about it? Correct. Q did you ever hear Penny Phelps say to you or anyone else that she was going to show me who is boss? She was going to what? Q show me, Kara Higgins, who is boss. Did you ever hear Penny Phelps say that? No, I do not recall that. Q on October 3rd you attended a status hearing in this case, right? October 3rd, 2019. Yes, I believe so. I am trying to recall. I may not have been able to be at that hearing. I can't recall for sure. My mom was in the hospital during that time so I was coming and going a lot. Q if I say that we have video of you attending, then I would say yes. Q with maybe 20 of your closest friends from work. Okay. Q do you remember that hearing, that status hearing? I do know the hearing you are talking about. Yes. Q you were there. Yes, I was. Q why were you there? I was directed to be there by. I was directed by Colleen Dunn, I believe. Q Colleen Dunn gets to direct you around. Huh? Is Colleen Dunn one of your supervisors? No. Q so she can just tell you to be there? When it's for a case I feel like she could. Q did she tell you that you were going to be testifying? She thought I might be getting up on the stand. Q for a status hearing? I did not know it was a status conference. Q did you find it odd when you walked in the court and Colleen Dunn was not in there? I don't recall her being there. Once I realized it wasn't a motion or a hearing or anything like that I thought it was odd. Q she wasn't in the courtroom at any time, right? I don't recall for sure but probably, correct. Q well did you see her when you walked out of the courthouse standing outside? Yes, I believe she was. Q did you see her come up and embrace Captain Phelps? Yes. Q now who else was there on October 3rd? I believe everyone from the narcotics unit and my partner in HIDTA. Q how about Jami from FDLE? That is my partner. Q that is your partner in HIDTA. Is that why? Jami is female? Yes, she is. Q okay. JMI, I didn't know if that was a male or female. She was there. Yes. Q why? To show support for me. I told her that I probably was going to be testifying or getting on the stand. Q so what is the support? What is she going to do? Just be there. Q just be there for you? Yes. Q did you need 20 people to be there for you? No. Q who directed all of those people to go to the courthouse? That was under Captain Phelps. Q Captain Phelps. And they were there to support you. They were there to support you? That is how she had put it out. Q how did she put it out? I believe it did not go to me so I am not positive but I believe it was in an email, but I could be wrong. Q and what did it say? Do you know? I have no idea. I don't recall. Q did you ever hear her say that if you mess with one of us, you mess with all of us? I don't recall verbatim but I do remember her saying something along those lines. Q this was a mob, right? You mess with one of us you mess with all of us, right? I don't know if I would classify it as a mob just that we stand behind one another. Q no matter what, right? Right. Q all those other officers, did they know exactly what happened in this case? No. Q did they know if you lied or not? No. Q they just show up because Captain Phelps says you mess with one of us, you mess with all of us, right? They showed up because Captain Phelps said to show up. Q is that why you're reluctant to talk about Captain Phelps' misconduct in this case? No. Q so you have never gone to any other status hearing, right where you weren't required to be there to testify? Right. Q this was the only one? Yes. Q and you said, how many other law enforcement officers do you think were there? Do you know the number? I do not. I would be guessing. Q. You were interviewed by A, right? Yes, I believe so. Q. Let's say approximately 20. A. I would say that was fair. Yes. Q. Is it fair to say that the entire side of the courtroom was packed? Yes. Q. What were some of the names of the people that were there? It would have been the narcotics unit, detectives, I believe the traffic unit and possibly major crimes as well. Q. So you said you were with your partner from HIDTA? Yes. Q. If the courthouse video shows that you showed up with 3 people that day, 3 other people, do you remember who it was? No, I don't. Q. But it's your testimony that the only person that you personally invited was your partner in HIDTA. Correct. I did not invite anybody. Q. So if 2 other people were there, they weren't there because you asked them to be there. That is correct. Q. Even though you walked in together? That is correct. Q. According to the security footage, you left with Penny Phelps, Danielle Malone, Lee Malone, Cece Hoverson, Joe Madham and Johnny Norland. Does that sound correct? That sounds correct. Q. Now Joe Madham works at the state attorney's office, right? That's correct. Q. Juan Lira's wife? Yes. Q. Did you used to work with Juan Lira before he left? No, I did not. Q. And did you ask Colleen why she was waiting outside of the courtroom for you to come out? No, I did not. Q. Do you remember engaging in a conversation with Colleen, Penny, Josh Brady, Danielle Malone and Johnny Norland? A. I do not recall. Q. So you don't know what you talked to them about? No. Q. Were you aware that the security camera footage cuts out after you begin this conversation? A. I am not. Q. Did you ever see the security footage? No, I have not. Q. IA didn't show it to you? No. Q. Do you remember telling IA, I was told there was going to be other people there to support me? I was just going as an observer. Yes, I recall. Yes, I thought I was going to be getting on the stand. Q. So which is it? Were you going to be there as an observer or were you going to be there as a witness? I guess my question is, why do you need support there if you are just going to observe? A. I don't know why I would need support if I was just going to observe. Q. Was it to support you or was it to intimidate me? If it was to intimidate you, I had no knowledge of that. Q. Are you aware that Spencer Bryan testified? Lieutenant Bryan testified that he believed it was to intimidate me? A. I did not know that. Q. Did you ever have any discussions with anybody about why she did this? A. I did, in a sense that I apologized to people afterwards. Q. People got questioned about this, right? Yes. I apologized before any of that. Q. You didn't want them to think that you were the one that did this? Correct. Q. Again, Captain Phelps. Is she a bully? She is very aggressive in her tactics a lot of times. Q. Her tactics being she wanted to show me who is boss, right? Again, I don't remember her saying those things, but that could be accurate. Q. So she wanted to send a message to an officer of the court performing her duties as an officer of the court, right? MS. Paused. Objection. Calls for speculation. By MS. Higgins. Q. Right. Do you think she was trying to send a message? Yes. Q. You question us about this investigation, you are going to have to take on her whole department, right? Yes. Q. Did you ever see her do this in another case? Not that I know of. Q. Did she ever bring 20 narcotic officers to a status hearing to send a message? Not that I know of. Q. Do you think she had something to be worried about with regard to this case? A. I would be speculating. I don't know. Q. Well, A. Obviously yes, in terms that she was fired. Q. Lieutenant Sprinkle was there and she made a statement to the effect, if she screws with one of us, she screws with all of us. Do you know who she meant in that statement? No, I do not. Q. Was it me? That would be an assumption. Q. Did anyone else tell you that they believed that that was a tactic by Penny Phelps? Not that I recall. Q. Nobody else? A. I know other people talked about it right afterwards, that it was ridiculous. Q. It was wrong, right? Yes. Q. Did you tell Internal Affairs that Colleen Dunn is the person who told you to be there? Yes. Q. Did you ever have a conversation with Colleen Dunn or Penny Phelps about our motion to disqualify Colleen Dunn from this case? A. I am sure I did. I don't recall. Q. Were they upset about that? Yes. Q. Why? Obviously I didn't talk to them directly, but I know they were not happy about it. Q. And you're aware that Colleen Dunn sent a text message to Penny Phelps saying, FYI, when we have that motion to disqualify, we really need to fill the courtroom? A. I think I remember that text. Q. You were included on that text message, right? Yes. Q. So Colleen wanted to fill that courtroom, right? Yes. Q. That had nothing to do with you? No. Q. That had to do with her, right? Correct. Q. So Colleen Dunn was using the Monroe County Sheriff's Office to support her in a motion to disqualify her from the case? MS. Paused. Objection. Calls for speculation. By MS. Higgins. Q. Right. A. I believe so. Yes. I don't think it ever happened or anything. Q. Did you ever work for Colleen Dunn? Yes. This case. Q. Did Colleen Dunn sign your paycheck? No. Q. Did Colleen Dunn wield that much power that she could tell you and Captain Phelps, when Kara messes with me on that motion, you need to come and fill the courtroom? Fill the courtroom, not appear. Right. Q. Fill the courtroom, right? Right. Q. Did Colleen have that much power to make it happen? No. Q. What was Captain Phelps' response? A. I think Captain Phelps' response was she was going to do it. Q. Absolutely I will, right? Yes. Q. Absolutely. We will use the resources of the Monroe County Sheriff's Department to fill a courtroom in your defense, Colleen. What is that? Q. In Colleen's defense. Yes. Q. Did Captain Phelps ever try to talk to you about your internal affairs investigation? No. Q. All right. I am going to ask you to look back at Exhibit 15, speaking of Colleen Dunn. Okay. Q. Let's go. First message at the top. I am going to be in court from 10 to 11:30. A. Got you. Q. At the very top. Okay. All right. So August 28th she is telling you, I am going to be in court. I want to talk to you about Tucker. Also curious if you've heard anything else from Jackson, right? Yes. Q okay. You said, I haven't heard from Jackson. Was going to check on him, right? Yes. Q what do you think of the letters? What letters? What is she talking about? Do you remember? No, I do not. Q were there letters filed in this case? The hearing. The motion. Q you don't recall. You don't recall? I don't recall. Q okay. Then she says to you, might want to check in to see what's up with Jackson. I think he will be getting out soon and on probation, right? Yes. Q so Colleen Dunn was aware that Nahim Jackson was getting exactly what he wanted, to be released and go home, right? It sounds that way, yes. Q she knew he was getting probation? Yes. Q so Nahim Jackson was on probation when he attacked his girlfriend, right, which is why he was arrested in April? Yes. Q and he was rearrested in jail for a violation of probation, right? Correct. Q but magically by August he has got prior felony convictions, correct? Correct. Q but by August he is back out on probation again, right? Yes. Q and that is because he worked for you as an informant, right? No. Q Colleen Dunn was fully aware that he was working for you, right? Yes. Q and the state attorney's office makes the decision to put him back on probation and release him, right? Did you ever talk to Colleen Dunn about what sentence Nahim Jackson was going to get for attacking his girlfriend and once again violating his probation? No, I did not. Q nothing. No. Q okay, but she told you? Yes. Q so he got probation again, right? Yes. Q so he told Barrios what he wanted, yes? Again I haven't listened to his, Q get out and go home, right? I got you. Q would you agree he got what he wanted? That is what he said was his end game was to get out and go home? Yes, he did get to get out and go home. That was 5 months later. Q okay. After he finished working for you, right? What is that? Q after he finished working for you, right? No, it had nothing to do with him getting out as far as I know. Q Nahim Jackson didn't continue to add details to the story, did he? No. Q so you were done with him, right? Yes, I believe so. Q and then he is released? I did meet with him one time after he was released I believe. Q but he was released? Yes. Q when you were done working with him he was released? Yes. Q state attorney's office made that happen, right? Him being released? Q yes. Yes, I guess they would have to. Q right. Okay. And then you say, wow, sometimes I think we are of the same mind. Literally just checked and he is out. If you don't have a problem with it I'm going to visit him just to check in with him. She says, go for it. He's on probation so they can give you address, right? Yes. Q and then you ask her, perfect. I'll let you know how it goes. What's the latest with Franklin and his lawyerish? What is lawyerish? That I don't know. Q and she says, fighting this case. Not sure we will get him to talk. Claims he was asleep when this all happened. One thing we need to check. If that's Franklin in the video walking to Tom Thumb would that have been after the incident and if so would those be same clothes April says she sees him take off. Defense attorney is focusing on the Tom Thumb video and the timeline. Why would he be walking around in bloody clothes right? Right. Q so she is under the impression that the Tom Thumb video, I am assuming she means the Keys Electric video? Yes. Q she is under the impression that it's Ty. Who told her that? That I don't know because I said it right after that it was not him. Q I will double check the video but when I viewed the video before I was very confident it was not him, right? Yes. Q but Penny Phelps kept saying it was? Correct. Q she said, I thought so too, right? Yes. Q and then she starts talking about the bond, $500,000, and you're okay with that, right? Yes. Q okay. And you say, my only concern would be when he finds out about Jackson he may try and run at that point. I don't know, right? Right. Q and you say that your guess is his crazy phone friend will be able to pay it. Correct. Q pay the bond? Yes. Q you think his phone friend was crazy? Some of their conversations I listened to them in jail calls seemed a little disturbing. Q all those conversations that you listened to, he never said he did it though, right? No. Q adamantly denied that he had any involvement in this. Correct. Q so, at the end of August allegedly he starts talking to Nahim Jackson. Barrios talked to him on June 22nd, right? Right. Q and you may have talked to him earlier than that, right? Is that what you testified to earlier? No. I'm sorry. Who? Q Nahim Jackson. Nahim Jackson. I did not talk to him prior to that. Barrios talked to him. Q okay. You don't know if that was the first time Barrios talked to Nahim Jackson, do you? You would have to ask him. Q so this is at the end of August. So at this point none of the information about Nahim Jackson has been turned over to the defense because you say when Tyrone finds out about Nahim Jackson he will take off, right? I would think. Yes. Q okay. So do you know why this information wasn't turned over? No, that I don't know. Q Colleen then says to you on August 30th, any luck finding Jackson? I have to respond to defense attorney by tomorrow about bond amount and we are also going to have to disclose Jackson's interviews by Tuesday latest, right? Okay. Q so you guys are keeping this information from the defense at this point? Yes. Q why? I would imagine for Jackson's well-being while he was in jail with him. Q okay. Because he was working for you, right? Yes, he was obtaining information. Q so you say that you are going to go out and talk to him and she says did he clarify anything? Add anything good? And you say, brought up Hollywood O'Quinn and him saying he left Franklin out of it when he talked with us and he clarified the mask, knife and book bag were all at different locations because before he thought the book bag and knife were together but Franklin meant we would never find any of them, right? Yes. Q did Colleen like that? I believe so. Q yeah, right. Then, Rory's cell phone. Do we have it? Did we get a search warrant for it? A yes. Q. And what did you tell her? You are going to have to find out. A yes. Q. Did you obtain a search warrant? A yes. Q. And you checked the phone records? A Colleen checked the phone records. Q. Were the phone records turned over? A yes, I believe so. Q. So then she says, I think you can be brief with your reports regarding Jackson. That was on August 31st. Just say he requested to speak. No deals were asked for or extended and all interviews were recorded and to see recordings for his statements. A yes. Q. So she told you how to write your supplemental report? A yes. Q. Okay, but you testified here today that all of your interviews with him were not recorded, right? Like over the phone, but they wouldn't have been interviews if he would have called over the phone. Q. So that wasn't recorded? No. Q. And she knew you talked to him on the phone, right? A. I am sure. I would have thought so. Q. She is always checking the phone logs, right? A yes. Q. She was listening to the calls? A yes. Q. Was she listening to Nahim Jackson's calls? A. I am sure. I am making assumptions. I can't say for sure, but I know she was listening to his calls. The only thing is I don't know when they started listening to his calls. Q. But if she pulled up the call she would see all the calls, right? A yes. Q. So even if she logged on for the first time in June to listen to the calls, all the calls that were made from the time of his arrest in April would pop up, right? As long as she did the time frame right, yes. Q. Okay. So did she tell you why she wanted you to be brief about what you put in your report that would be turned over to the defense? She told me in a different case she had issues where someone wrote something different than what was on their bodicum, so in order to make sure that doesn't happen basically refer to the bodicum. Q. And she wanted it done by Tuesday because she has court on Thursday and she would love to give it to them before then. That is correct. Q. So she is telling you when to do this report? That is correct. Q. Did you do this report per Colleen Dunn's specifications? Yes. Q. Next page, November 2nd. Any luck with Paula helping to find Todd? Have you tried his old cell? This was after Todd was released? Tell me the day on that one again. Q. November 2nd. Mr. LeVay. 12:49 p.m. A. Got you. By M.S. Higgins. Q. Any luck with Paula helping find Todd? A. Okay. Q. Okay. Were you talking to Paula about helping you locate Todd? A. I believe I asked her if she knew where he was at one time. Yes. Q. How were you communicating with her? A phone? Q. On the phone? Yes. Q. Here is another one the following page. You promise her that you are trying to find Todd, right? Yup. Q. And at this point, and I am turning to the next page. At this point it appears that you are also having difficulty finding April Walker, right? Yes. Q. Now on November 16th, which I believe is your next page, it starts with Rory willing to talk. A. Yes. Q. November 15th. Rory willing to talk. We need to set it up before 12:05. Maybe we can try for Monday after Thanksgiving, right? Okay. Q. Okay. And you go ahead and set that up for December 2nd, right? Yes. I believe so. Yes. Q. And his attorney was present? Yes, I believe so. Q. But that was before the FDLE results were in, right? Yes. Q. And that is why you had to set up another interview with Rory Wilson before the Arthur hearing, right? A. I know Colleen Dunn had to set up a second one then afterwards. Yes. Q. Next page, bottom of the page 1119. Do you see that? Maybe it's the one after that. FYI, I am in the office tomorrow, she says. Need to figure out chain of custody between Malone and Kellenberger to clean up the mess when we can. And any luck with Todd O'Quinn, right? Yes. Q. So, she deemed the property receipts to be a mess? Yes. Q. Did she also ask you at one point? I can mark this. I don't know where. Did she ask you at one point to unrestrict the Treehouse murder case so that she could get into it and Jill could get into it? Yes. Document marked as Exhibit 18, by M.S. Higgins. Q. What does that mean, unrestrict the Treehouse case? Only certain people have access. Q. Why would she need access to it? If she wanted to read any news supplements, print out things. Q. Can you alter things once you unrestrict it? A. I would have to talk to IT. I don't know if they have different access level for different people. I don't know. Q. Did you want to restrict her? A. I unrestricted her. I either added her or unrestricted. I think I added her so she could have access. Q. Do you know what she was doing when she was in there? A. I do not. Q. So it's not a matter of course for the state attorney's office to have access to these records, right? A. I am honestly not sure. Q. She also asked you if you did a supplemental report, met and talked to Todd O'Quinn at the jail, right? Yes, I believe so. Q. And she said I don't see one, right? Yes. Q. And she says not that you need to do one for him, right? Yes, I believe that is correct. Q. How would defense ever know that you spoke to Todd O'Quinn again at the jail if you didn't do a report? It would be a bodicum on me. Q. If the bodicum got turned over? Correct. Q. Aren't you supposed to do a supplemental report after you speak with any witnesses? Yes, you are. Q. But she tells you that you don't need to do that, right? That is correct. Q. Because she doesn't like the fact that he was still trying to say it wasn't Tucker, right? MS. Paused. Objection. Calls for speculation. You would have to ask her. I am not sure. By MS. Higgins. Q. That was in the text message though, right? Yes. Q. She wanted him to say something different, right? That is why you went and talked to him again, right? Yes. I believe she wanted him to be clearer. Q. Clearer. That it wasn't Ty, or she wanted him to change his statement to that it was Ty? A. I am sure she would have wanted him to change it to Ty. Q. There was never a discrepancy about Ty though? No, there was not. Q. So did you find it odd that she was saying he is still trying to say it wasn't him? How does a witness try to say it's not somebody? A. I don't know. Q. Okay. Were you aware that Jake Brady is it Jake? A. Yes. Q. And Matt Dowling? A. Yes. Q. Matt Dowling was involved in a dispute at the warehouse involving Rory and April Walker? A. Yes. Q. They went out and investigated a domestic between April and Rory? A. Yes. Q. And were you aware that Pacifico knocked on the door of the apartment the night of the crime just as Jake Brady called off the search of the warehouse as a dead one? A. Yes. I believe I was told that. Q. Were you aware that Travis was interviewed by Brady, Pacifico the night of the crime at the warehouse while he was loading up his truck and getting ready to leave the area? A. Yes. Q. Were you aware? You're obviously aware Scott Perrine was at the interview, right? A. Yes. Q. Were there any written reports of any of those interviews? A. Not that I am aware of. Q. Why not? A. I don't have an answer for that. Q. Were you aware that Travis told Pacifico that there was a black guy named Detroit that lived in the downstairs apartment that was bringing girls in and he was not sure if they were home or not? A. I believe I learned about that later. Yes. Q. So at least a few including Phelps and a few members of your department had information that Rory a black guy lived there his pregnant girlfriend, right? A. Yes. Q. And that he went by Detroit, right? A. Yes. Q. He had been in contact with the police, right? A. Yes. Q. But no one investigated that fact this night? A. No, that did not get asked. Q. Do you know why Travis wasn't considered a person of interest at that point considering the fact that he matched the description that Todd O'Quinn gave? A. I do not. Q. Hair. A. I do not. Q. Did Phelps interview the owner of the warehouse? A. Yes. Q. Why? A. I don't know. Something that she wanted to do. Q. Do you know whether or not any member of the Monroe County Sheriff's Department added, deleted or ignored videos from CVS, Tom Thumb, Florida Keys Electric, any bodycams or videos? A. I do not. Q. What involvement did Dave Smith have in collecting or handling videos? A. I believe it was either he or now Sergeant Hernandez. Q. How about Kellenberger? A. Kellenberger, are you talking just video evidence? Q. Yes. A. I believe he looked at the CVS video. I don't know. I don't think he collected it. No. Q. Was Anathea Clay's phone records ever collected? A. I do not recall. Q. Are you aware that Anathea Clay called someone at the Monroe County Sheriff's Office shortly after the crime? A. I am not. Q. Were you aware that Anathea Clay and Crystal Dinkloker made numerous calls to each other the night of the crime and the next morning? A. I am not. Q. Was there video from Florida Keys Electric that showed the truck? A. Not that I know of or not that I recall. Q. Was there any video of other people walking or video of any other people walking to and from the warehouse or Tom Thumb? A. Not that I recall. Q. And again, I may have asked you this, but who decided that just that 9-minute clip was a log that should be retained for evidentiary value in this case? A. Captain Phelps or Danielle Malone? Q. Okay. Were you aware of any reason that Phelps wanted to implicate Ty Tucker? A. No. Q. Did she ever make a statement about disliking him? A. She did talk about disliking him, yes. Q. Why? A. That I don't know. Q. Had she met him before? A. No. Q. Did she dislike him because he maintained his innocence? A. I don't think so. I don't know. Q. She just didn't like him. A. Yes. Q. And do you think that is why she implicated him? A. I can't say whether the dislike came before or after some of the statements and interviews. Q. Do you have any information about Todd O'Quinn being involved in controlled narcotic buys that night? A. No. Q. The video of Fernandez talking to Anathea Clay the night of the incident. Are you aware that it's only a portion that was put into evidence? A. Yes. Q. Did you ever question where the rest of the interview was? A. I don't recall exactly. I was told it was not there. Q. Did they say what happened to it? A. No. Q. It's gone? A. Yes. Q. Did you ever try to locate it? A. No. Q. Who would have controlled the video? A. IT. Q. IT. A. Yes. Q. Did you ever ask Fernandez if he turned off his bodycam? A. I don't recall. Q. And again Fernandez was the one that picked her up? A. Yes, I believe so. Q. And brought her back? A. Yes. Q. Did you ever have discussions with the state attorney's office about the strength of the state's case? MS. Paused. Objection. Relevance. By MS. Higgins. Q. You can answer. A. Yes. Q. And what was that conversation? Who did you have it with? A. Colleen. Q. And what did she say? A. We had several conversations about it both prior and post-arrest. Q. And what was the substance of those conversations? A. When she and I talked prior to Tucker's arrest, we talked about whether we had enough to arrest and whether we should go ahead and arrest or wait and see if we can get more. At that time I did lean towards waiting. I know she and Captain Phelps did have a conversation and the decision was made to go ahead and arrest. Q. You told Internal Affairs that Phelps and Dunn had a lengthy conversation and that was the only reason you arrested Ty Tucker. A. Yes. Q. Because if it was your decision at that point you wouldn't have arrested him? A. That is correct. Q. And so after that happens you have a continuing conversation with Colleen Dunn about the strength of this case? We talked a couple other times about things that needed to be cleared up and that, obviously regarding the DNA it's not favorable to the case. Q. Okay. And it's because of the strength or the weakness of the state's case that is why she wanted Jackson to talk, right? MS. Paused. Objection. Calls for speculation. Yeah, I can't answer what she wanted. I know that it obviously helps the case if he talks. By MS. Higgins. Q. Have you known Colleen Dunn to do that in other cases? The only other case that I worked 2 other cases that I can think of with Colleen and nothing like that happened with either one of those. Q. Just those 2 cases? Yes. I am trying to decide if I ever worked any sexual battery cases but there were 2 others that I recall. Just 2 other homicides. Q. Did any of the other detectives say that is what she does? I never had that type of conversation with another detective. Q. Would it have concerned you to know that in other cases she also relied heavily on jailhouse snitches? Possibly. Q. Do you know that Colleen Dunn and Penny Phelps had conversations without you involved? I imagine so. Q. They had numerous conversations, right? Yes. Q they were close too, right? Absolutely. Q friends socially outside of work? Yes. Q shared details of their personal lives, right? Yes. Q talked about their hatred for me, right? Yes. Q okay. Did you ever get the feeling that decisions were being made without you, without your involvement? Yes. Q were you told to do things that you were sort of unaware of how you got there? Yes. Q okay. Like what? Concerning the conversation of going about getting April and Anathea Clay and then how the interviews went. And then also the search warrant for the warehouse and some of the conversations we talked about. Q so Penny Phelps and Colleen Dunn are talking the whole time in the early stages of the investigation. Yes. Q Colleen Dunn is intimately involved in Penny Phelps talking to April Walker. Yes. Yes. Q Penny Phelps talking to Rory and talking to Travis, right? Yes. Q okay. So Penny Phelps is talking about everything she is doing in this case with Colleen Dunn? Yes. I believe so. Yes. Q you heard them on the phone, right? Yes. Q and you heard Colleen was involved in all of it, right? Yes. Q did you have an understanding that Colleen was directing Penny? Yes, I believe at times. Q telling Penny wouldn't it be nice if someone said this, that kind of stuff. That we need to get in or we need to go talk to this person. We need to find this. We need to know what happened. Q or we need to make it up. Not as far as I know. Q did you ever bring this to anyone else's attention? No. Q so Colleen Dunn before the prosecutor got this case she was doing all this while this was in the investigative stage, right? That is correct. Q so she is at the crime scene, yes? Yes. Q she is talking to Penny Phelps, yes? Yes. Q several times a day. I would be speculating. I assume so. I know they talked a lot. Q at least every day. Yes. Q and she is telling Penny Phelps what she should do, right? What she should get. Yes. She would put out things that she wanted done. Q things that she wanted. Yes. Q and she made the decision along with Captain Phelps, former Captain Phelps, against your advice to arrest Franklin Tucker? That is correct. Q you had the conversation with Colleen Dunn and you said wait, right? Yes. Q but then Penny Phelps and Colleen Dunn have a conversation and you are ordered to go and arrest Franklin Tucker? Correct. I shouldn't say I was ordered. It was Malone that was told to write an arrest report. Q Malone was told to write an arrest affidavit? Correct. Q did you ever review that arrest affidavit? I did when it first happened. Q are there inaccuracies in that arrest affidavit? From what I recall there were a couple. Yes. Q so Phelps tells Malone to write an arrest affidavit. Is that normal since you're the lead detective? You should have wrote it. Correct. Q but then you didn't think there was enough, right? Right. They also had her write the arrest affidavit for Rory Wilson as well. The only one I wrote was Travis Johnson. Q okay, but they knew at that time when they directed Malone to write the arrest affidavit they knew you weren't on board? Correct. Yes, they knew I thought we should wait to arrest him. Q right, so they got somebody who would write it, right? I am speculating but yes, that is who she directed to do it but I just know that she didn't come to me and tell me I am having her write it since you think we should wait. Q but she knew you didn't agree? Right. Q so instead of going to the lead detective in the case they go to now dispatch Danielle Malone. Correct. Q to write it? Yes. Q because they are all friends, right? Yes. Q they are all close personal friends outside of work? Yes. Q and I am saying them all, Colleen, Penny and Danielle. Except Danielle and Colleen I think they were friends now but I can't say at that time they were. Q okay. But Penny and Colleen and obviously Penny and Danielle were also. Q do you feel like the case got away from you early on in the investigation? Yes, so I had actually asked not to be the case agent twice. Q twice. I asked Detective Kellenberger the night of because I had training that I was leaving for in 2 weeks and I was going to be gone for a week and my house had been destroyed by the hurricane and we were kind of homeless at the moment. He said we work as a group, we work as a team. They are called the case agent even though we do everything as a team and he was gone. And then the following week I asked Captain Phelps again, first time for her, to not be the case agent. Same exact reasons and she had told me basically the exact same thing that Detective Kellenberger told me. It's going to be a team effort. You're the case agent just as a title but we are going to work together. Q and Colleen Dunn was on that team? Yes. Q do you feel like you lost control over this investigation with Colleen Dunn and Penny Phelps? Danielle Malone? Yes. The case was run by Captain Phelps and Colleen Dunn. Q Captain Phelps and Colleen Dunn. Yes. Q and you didn't feel that you were in a position as a detective to tell them you're wrong, right? Correct. Q or to tell them I don't like what you just did, right? Correct. I could give my opinion, but I didn't have a say as to whether we do something or not. Q did you feel like you were in a position to argue with them? No. Q why? A commanding officer. I do not think I should do that. Q how about Colleen Dunn? What is she? She is a prosecutor. Q and now a suspended attorney? Correct. Q for lying and hiding evidence, right? Actually I don't know what she was suspended for. I know she was suspended. I just don't know the specifics. Q is there anything else you want to tell us about the investigation? About Penny Phelps, Colleen Dunn? No. I can't think of anything. MS, Higgins, I have nothing further. Deposition adjourned. Certificate of oath. State of Deposition. Deposition taken before Lisa Roser, notary public in and for the state of Florida at large in the above cause. The court reporter, do you swear the testimony you are about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? The witness, I do. Examination, by Mr. LeVay, Q. All right. Good afternoon, Detective Pitcher. A good afternoon, sir. Q. My name is Seth LeVay and I represent John Travis Johnson. Thank you for appearing again to finish the deposition that we started on Monday. I know how hard this must be for you. It's obviously not a pleasant situation. This whole investigation, it seems that you were kind of thrown into it and not really given the tools and, I guess, the assistance that you should have been and not given, I guess, the autonomy that you should have had over it in the decision-making process. That being said, we still have to go through all the ins and outs of everything that happened and try to understand how it all went down. Historically, how long have you been with the Monroe County Sheriff's Department? With Monroe County Sheriff's Office I started in January of 2015. Q. Okay. So today 6 years? Yes. Q. Okay. At the time this was about 2 years into your tour with Monroe. Yes, that would be about correct. Q. Okay. What were you doing before then? Before coming to Monroe County? Q. Correct. I was a law enforcement officer in Charlotte, North Carolina. Q. All right. And how long were you doing that? Since 2000. Q. All right. So quite some time. 15 years. Yes. Q. What rank did you obtain there? I was a narcotics detective there. Q. It was, I guess, a lateral transfer down here, or was it a promotion transfer? It was a lateral. Q. All right. And what were you doing before that? Before 2000, I worked as a customer service representative at Sports Authority and college before that. Q. Okay. Got you. Where did you go to college? Wingate University. Q. Where is that? It's just outside of Charlotte. Q. That's a beautiful area. Yes. Q. I love Charlotte a lot. Okay. Now you came down here. What was your beginning, I guess, your introductory level coming into the Monroe County Sheriff's Office? As a patrol officer. Q. How long did it take you to make major crimes? I believe it was October of 2016. Q. All right. So about a year before? A little over a year before this particular incident took place. That is correct. Q. On how many major crime cases were you the lead agent on, or the case agent or lead detective? When you say major crimes, because, so we were tasked with at the beginning any death investigation. Basically naturals. If the doctor didn't sign off on it, we were in charge of handling it. Not necessarily homicides, suicides. It could even be decomposing body naturals, all of them. Q. I got you. How many murder cases had you investigated leading up to the Treehouse case? I was the lead investigator on 2 homicides. Q. Which cases were those? They were the Brian Wilder case in Duck Key and then a stabbing in Big Pine, and I apologize, I am drawing a blank on the suspect's name. Q. Okay. Did those cases go to trial? Did they end up into a plea? What happened with them? The first one was a plea and the second one is still pending. Q. Okay. Which ones are pending? The one that is still open pending is Brian Wilder, who is a suspect in the case. Q. All right. So the Treehouse case would have been your third murder case that you were assigned as the lead agent on? That is correct. Q. Okay. I understand from your earlier testimony that you had, I guess, personal issues going on at the time. We had just had a hurricane, plus you had family issues. Your father was in the hospital, I think you were saying. That kind of came a little bit later. It was my mother. Q. Oh, I'm sorry. That's all right. She's out now. It was kind of a multitude of issues going on at the time. Q. All right. So I mean, just so we can get a perspective of what the setting was like here, this is right after the hurricane hit, right? Correct. The hurricane hit the very end of August, beginning of September I believe it was, and this happened obviously November 17th. Q. 2 months later. Yes. Q. For all intents and purposes the Florida Keys was in shambles at that time. Is that fair to say? Oh, absolutely. Q. Massive destruction from the hurricane. Buildings had been collapsed. I mean, even the 2-cent bar had a tree down on it and is no longer open. Right. Q. And I understand that your house, you sustained damage to your house, which, did it leave you homeless? Yeah. So, we are foundation, we were at ground level in Marathon. Not to make a long story, I thought our house was okay. I got there 2 days after the hurricane because we had to stay down here for the hurricane and it was still standing, and I was naive and thought we were in good shape. And then I didn't get to go back for about a week I guess it was, and when I did get to go back again I noticed all the floors had buckled in that amount of time. Q. So you had significant water damage to your foundation and you weren't able to live in the house. Correct. Q. Where did you end up relocating at that point? So our neighbor has a vacation rental and they were down here and then kind of went back and forth for a while and we were able to end up staying next door at our neighbors. Q. It was still inconvenient for you at the time? Yes. Q. I am sure it was difficult for you and your family. Yeah, hard time. Q. And I guess, I don't know what you were doing with your belongings and the contents of your home. Did you have to put them in storage or? We did. We didn't have that many. We lost obviously quite a bit. Q. Sorry. All right. Then when did your mother fall ill in relation to when this investigation started? So that was much later. That would have been 2019 I believe. Q. Okay. But you were still dealing with your house and all that stuff I would imagine through 2018. The way my luck works out, it was spring before that we finally got into our new house. Q. So overall it was a tough stretch for you? Yes. Q. Okay. And it took your attention and your focus elsewhere other than your job. Is that fair to say? Yes. Q. All right. And I believe you told me when you first arrived on the scene you were actually asking Captain Phelps to please not make you the case agent because of the things that were going on in your personal life at the time. The night of the scene it was actually Sergeant Kellenberger. Q and you explained to him, hey, listen, I am not going to be able to give you 150% on this and I think it would be better off putting another case agent who is going to be able to stay on top of everything. MS. Paused. Objection. Leading. By Mr. LeVay. Q, is that kind of the way it went? Yes. Q, okay. And he said no? That is correct. I mean, he said, you know, obviously we always work every day as a team, so it's going to be a team effort. There will be people to help you. Q, okay, but having been the case agent in prior murder cases you knew how intensive it was to be in that position. Is that correct? Yes. Q, okay, you're literally the captain of the ship. Everything is supposed to go through you, whether it be evidence, witnesses, all of that is coming straight to you. Is that correct? Yes, it's supposed to. Q, it's supposed to. Okay, and that is the key word here. You started, I am sure, seeing along the way that things weren't all coming to you like they were supposed to, that some obviously just not missing evidence, but evidence that wasn't collected or destroyed, it just wasn't there. Is that correct? MS. Paused. Objection. Leading. That is correct. By Mr. LeVay. Q, now the night of the incident you were on scene and Penny Phelps is already there with Colleen Dunn, correct? Colleen was with Val, Penny wasn't actually with them when I got there. Q, but they were already on scene? Correct. Q, okay. Now was it common for them to be first on scene and you to arrive after, or as the case agent would you typically be first on scene in your prior experience as a lead case agent? This was, if I recall correctly, none of the state attorneys were at the Brian Walker case and I did not receive the Big Pine homicide until the next day. I thought it was going to go to CIU. I didn't think it was going to be a homicide and then the person passed away and then all of a sudden it got shifted. Q, understood completely. So after they passed the case to you and I guessed then you picked it up from there. Correct. Q, okay. Penny Phelps wasn't the first one on the scene in that case to your knowledge, was she? No. Q, now, the night of the incident I am sure, not only was it a big crime scene, is that correct? Yes. Q, okay, but there were a lot of moving parts, a lot of witnesses, potential evidence that was going to be collected, video coverage, all sorts of things that everybody tried to gather up and corral. Is that correct? MS. Paused. Objection. Leading. Yes. Mr. LeVay, if you want you can have a standing objection to leading. MS. Paused. Okay. By Mr. LeVay. Q, I am pretty much going to lead him. So you are on scene and you're starting to gather this information. You are told at some point that there is a 911 call made that there is a person getting into a dark sedan and taking off and they kind of give you the direction the dark sedan was taking off. That is correct. I believe I found that out later. I believe that was before I arrived at the scene. Q, that occurred but you are being told after you're arriving at the scene. Correct. Q, is anybody in charge of following up on that particular sedan? Not that I am aware of. Q, was anybody assigned at any time that you were there? Hey, listen, we need to get this sedan situated to find out whose it is, where we went. I want you to go check all the videos all up and down the street that we know it turned down. Did anybody do that? Not that I am aware of. Q, was there a Bolo put out for a dark sedan? I believe there was a Bolo put out prior to my arrival. Q, got you. And it's your understanding that a large dark figure jumped into this car and sped off. Is that what the story is? From the 911 call that is what it sounds like. Q, got you. And then as this car is speeding off there is apparently another white male who is later identified as Mr. O'Quinn coming towards the car kind of hailing it down and then saying call the police? I am sorry. Let me make sure I am clear. We are talking about the 911 call car, not the car that sped away. Q, correct. Yes. Q, well they are in the same direction, the same vicinity. The person who is calling 911 in the dark sedan that sped away, they were initially in the same vicinity. Is that correct? Yes, I believe so. The 911 calling car was up in the CVS parking lot and the other car would have been like down below. Q, in the same CVS parking lot? I don't think it's the same park. I think it's actually a road. Q, but they're right next to each other? Very close to each other. Q, all right. So this person comes running out according to the 911 call. She sees them running out getting in the dark sedan and the dark sedan peels out or takes off at a high rate of speed. That is correct. Q, so, then according to the 911 caller there is another white male that is approaching at the time that starts then hailing her down saying call the police. That is correct. Q, okay. That person turns out to be Todd O'Quinn. Yes. Q, all right. Now what was Todd O'Quinn's appearance at the time? Did anybody take photographs of him as he initially was? No, I don't believe any photographs were taken. Q, do you know if he had any blood on him? I believe on the one video it shows some blood on him. Q, okay. And where was the blood on him if you recall? I don't recall. Q, was it on his clothing? Is it on his hands? Clothing, I believe. Q, and you already have officers on scene. Was Todd O'Quinn on scene still when you got there or had he been released already? He was not on scene when I arrived. Q, all right. Do you know who allowed Todd O'Quinn to leave the crime scene that he just had to call 911 and had blood on his shirt? Do you know who allowed him to leave the crime scene without being questioned? I do not. Q, did you ever get that bloody shirt? I did not. Q, do you know if the bloody shirt was ever recovered? I do not believe that it was. Q, in the course of your investigation did you ever receive any information that would have given Todd O'Quinn a motive or a reason to involve himself in a robbery of Paula Belmonte? I am sorry. Can you repeat it one more time? Q, absolutely. During the course of your investigation did you ever receive any information from officers or any civilians who had information as to why Todd O'Quinn may have a motive to rob Paula Belmonte? I believe, and I could be missing something, but I believe he knew that she was supposed to have crack cocaine and or money on her. Q, okay. And that is the only thing I can recall as a motive. Q okay. Off the record, by Mr. LeVay. Q back on the record. Do you recall information coming to you that there was a witness, I guess, in custody at the time, Belinda Corrales, who had information about Todd O'Quinn? A. I don't recall having information on Todd O'Quinn. I do recall her being a witness at the time. Q okay. You're aware that she said that Todd O'Quinn had tried to buy crack cocaine from Paula Belmonte earlier that day and she refused to sell it to him. Yes, I believe I remember at least him trying to buy it from her. Q and her refusing to sell to him? Correct, or saying she was out. Something along those lines. Q okay. Would you agree with me that that is a motive for a drug addict to go rob another drug addict? Yes, absolutely. Q okay. And just so we're clear, Paula Belmonte was a drug addict at the time. Is that correct? That is correct. Q and Todd O'Quinn, he is another drug addict at the time. Yes, that is correct. Q is it fair to say that pretty much everybody on that treehouse property was a drug addict? I can't answer that because obviously you had separate trailers and I don't know. Like Mr. Hansen, I don't know his status. Q okay. Fair enough. Is it a fair statement then that the treehouse property was notorious for drug abuse, drug addiction and drug, I guess, trafficking or drug sales? Yes, it was. Q given this information, did anybody ever follow up on Todd O'Quinn being a suspect? No. The only follow-up with Todd O'Quinn would have been me interviewing him still as a witness. Q and you were interviewing him at Penny Phelps' direction, correct? I believe also at Colleen Dunn's direction as well. Q okay. So it would have been Colleen Dunn or Penny Phelps or both? I believe the last time it would have been Colleen Dunn. Q okay. So Colleen Dunn has been telling you I want you to go interview Todd O'Quinn. She is telling you that hey, we have information that he may be involved, or is she telling you I want you to go and get information about Ty Tucker? It would have been follow up on his story and try to clear up any gaps. Q and that is in relation to Tyrone Tucker? Correct. Q okay. Did Colleen Dunn ever tell you that he is a possible suspect in this case? No, she did not. Q did Captain Phelps ever tell you that Todd O'Quinn was a possible suspect in this case? No, she did not. Q what about Anathea Clay? I am not going to rehash all of the testimony that we have already gone through about Anathea Clay, but it seems pretty clear that Anathea Clay was high up there on the suspect list. Is that fair to say? That is correct. Q and have you ever seen the interview with Anathea Clay and Captain Penny Phelps? I have not. Q you know there was some issues about locating her and her, I guess, hiding from the police or disappearing, and it took almost 2 years if not more to finally locate her in this case? Yes. Q you know that Anathea Clay denies that she was hiding from the police. In fact, she told Captain Penny Phelps, in essence, where she would be, and Penny Phelps told her that she couldn't remain on the treehouse property? I apologize. That is correct. Q she denied she was ever hiding from the police. Is that correct? That is correct. Q and Captain Phelps tried to tell her, oh well, Charlie, I mean Chuck, the guy that served you, he said that you were hiding from the police, and she vehemently denies that. Correct. Q okay. So I mean in hindsight, based on your investigation, was Anathea Clay hiding herself from the police, or was it just that? MS. Paused. Objection. Calls for speculation. I looked for her and I couldn't find her. I can't say whether she was hiding or just not moving anywhere or what her situation was. By Mr. LeVay. Q okay. Now, I know that at the beginning of this investigation pretty much it was a mad scramble to try to make heads or tails out of everything. Is that correct? Yes. Q okay. There were a couple of videos that were ultimately, I guess, obtained or retrieved. One of them is from the Cosme Boat Marine Shop. Yes. Q okay. And you have reviewed that video? Yes, I have. Q I mean that video really doesn't show anything. It's a grainy video and just really shows, I guess, maybe taillights if anything. Taillights you can see. Obviously people going one direction to the left and people coming back the other way. Q but you can't tell who those people are. No. Q you can't tell their clothing, correct? Correct. Q you can't tell really their height or their weight or anything about them, correct? You could tell one is larger than the other, but as for weight, no, you can't. Q you can't tell weight, actual height or anything along those lines. Can you tell the color of the people? No. Q it's really just, it shows kind of figures going in one direction and figures going in another direction, correct? That is correct. Q okay. The date stamp and time stamp on that, were they correct? Were they verified? They weren't verified at the time and they are not correct. Q okay. So then how do we know that is even the right time and the right time slot of that video of the incident? I mean we don't even know if that is the actual footage of the incident, correct? In other words, let me rephrase the question. That video could show 2 random people going in one direction and then 2 random people coming in another direction at a completely different time on the same date? Correct. The behavior is consistent with like Mr. Johnson had stated, but as for the video in and of itself, that is correct. Q okay. There is another video from the electrical shop, I guess, Keys Electric? Yes. Q now that video kind of shows a truck go by, I guess, and then eventually 2 people come walking past under the street lamp. Did anybody blow up the stills on those videos to see if they could make out anything on those? I believe it was attempted, but it was too pixelated. You can't make it out well enough. Q okay. But I mean as far as when you did blow it up, could you see that at least the clothing one of them appeared to be wearing was black shorts and maybe a gray tank shirt? Yes. Q and the other person was wearing what seems to be green shorts and maybe, it's hard to say if it's a reddish color t-shirt or rust color t-shirt, but it's certainly not black. Correct. Q okay. I am not positive of the exact colors. Q understood. And then is there any reason who recovered that video from Keys Electric? I am not positive, but I believe it was Danielle Malone, but I am not positive on that. Q when was this video first reviewed by anybody? I am not positive when it was first reviewed. The first time I recall seeing it would have been the night of the search warrant, just prior to the search warrant. Q. Okay. A. I may have seen it before. I can't recall. Q. That was around, I guess, the 20th or 21st? 21st. Q. Okay. So you had that video and you saw that video. Did anybody say, hey, let's get the 10 minutes before the video starts? No. Q. Did anybody ask you, let's get a couple of minutes after the video starts? No. Q. Who made the determination to limit the video to that little section of time? A. I don't recall. Nobody said let's limit it to this. I think it's just what was had. Q. Okay. And was it verified whether that was the right time on that video? A. I don't recall. Q. Okay. Do you have any indication whether the date or time stamp was accurate on that video? A. I don't recall. Q. Okay. Now the CVS where this black sedan had fled from with what appears clearly to be one of the perpetrators of this crime had jumped in and fled. Who was responsible for collecting those CVS videos? A. I believe Danielle Malone was tasked with that. Q. And when is the first time that people actually looked at those CVS videos? A. I believe Sergeant Kellenberger did not get the videos themselves but looked at the screens that night, I believe. The actual videos I don't recall. Q. Okay. And do you recall getting an email from Colleen Dunn sent to you and Captain Phelps, Barney Sedgwick, Danielle Malone? It's been marked to the deposition as Exhibit 12. Yes. Q. All right. It says, can someone review the CVS recordings and see if there is anything of value? And it goes on blah, blah, blah. What is the date of this email? The date of this email is Tuesday, June 25th, 2019. Q. Is there any reason why it's taken almost 2 years for somebody to review the CVS videos to see if they are of evidentiary value? There is not. Q. Did you personally review the video? No, not prior to this. I did not review them at this time. Q. Okay. Now were those videos, did they have anything of evidentiary value? No. Q. And why is that? A. I believe the time was different. The wrong time was downloaded or wrong date and time. Q. So whoever went to get these videos got the wrong video? That is correct. Q. The video that very well may have had the actual getaway car was lost because whatever officer was responsible for getting that video failed at their job. Is that correct? That is correct because we had the wrong video, we didn't get the correct one. Yes. Q. All right. Now counsel had gone through a number of text messages with you. I am just going to go over a couple of them that I had some questions about. I will start with this one which it looks like it is too. Okay. All right. So I am going to ask you about what has been attached to the deposition as number 2, which are some text messages between Captain Phelps and, I guess, Colleen Dunn. And you were asked about some of those. If you can go to the second page, specifically the text message received from Colleen Dunn on 8:30-10 at 12 hours, 13 minutes, and 18 seconds. A. I apologize. I thought I had the right page and I do not. Can you give me the date one more time? Q. Sure. It's 8:30-19 at 12 hours, 13 minutes, and 18 seconds. A. I see it now. Q. Okay. It's a message, I guess, from Colleen Dunn to Captain Phelps saying, just talk to Rory. He is having trouble with inmate Terrell Allen. Allen was Tucker's roommate. Allen is constantly asking Rory about the case. Allen now has new accommodations. Colleen, can you let Anna know? And her response to Captain Phelps is yes, I will. Woohoo. Do you see that? Yes. Q. What happened to Mr. Allen? Do you know? Was he punished? Was he stuck in solitary confinement? A. I do not recall. Q. Were you ever made aware that Mr. Allen was asking questions to Rory about the case and then as a result was punished? A. I was not. I think I was on this text string so I should have but I missed it. Q. Okay. Going on to the next page, there apparently is a, with regard to all these redactions on here, are these related to open cases, do you know, or are they just comments that Colleen Dunn or Penny Phelps don't want people to find out about? Do you have any idea? A. I believe these are the ones I redacted. If so, they would have been probably related to the Ryan Walker case. Q. Okay. Did you pick up any murder cases after you were assigned the Treehouse murder case? No. I actually left Major Crimes, I believe it was the summer of 2018. Q. Okay. All right. Now you said that when you were going into the Arthur hearing on this case you identified a script that you were given by Colleen Dunn. MS. Paused. Objection to the mischaracterization of script. By Mr. LeVay. Q. Do you have that? Yes, I do. Q. Okay. You said that you had never really been given this type of document before prior to testifying. Is that correct? That is correct. Q. Okay. You didn't recall though if you had been provided a similar type of document at the grand jury indictment hearing. Was this the only time you have ever been given a document like this, or did Colleen Dunn give it more than once? No, I believe this was the only time I have been given one. I don't recall one for grand jury. Q. Some of the testimony that you have already acknowledged to counsel was the same testimony that you gave at the grand jury. Is that correct? Yes. Q. Okay. And that was with relation to Paula Belmonte. Is that correct? I'm sorry. Being a victim. Yes. Q. Okay. And the Cosme video also saying it was consistent with Mr. Travis Johnson's statement, correct? That is correct. Q. And that was played to the grand jury as well? If I remember correctly, yes. Q. Was the Cosme video shown to the grand jury? Yes, I believe so. Q. And what about was it explained to the grand jury that the timestamp was off on that video? A. I don't recall. Q. It was represented to the grand jury and, I guess, at the Arthur hearing that Travis Johnson identified Rory and Tyrone Tucker as the two individuals in the Cosme video? Yes, I believe that is correct, or that their actions were the same as theirs. Q. Okay. And then what about the Keys Electric video? Was that also shown to the grand jury? Yes, I believe it was. Q. Okay. And was it represented to the grand jury that John Johnson identified Rory and Tyrone Tucker in the Keys Electric video? A. I don't recall. I don't remember on that. Q. Okay. You were present during John Johnson's interview though, correct? That is correct. Q. You were present when he was shown the keys electric video. Yes. Q. Did you look at that video prior to coming in today? Yes, I did. I am drawing a blank. I am trying to remember what he said to that one and I don't recall. Q. When did you review that video? I believe not last week but the week before. Q. It's a long video, correct? Yes. Q. Did you review the whole thing from beginning to the end where you first picked up Mr. Johnson up to the time you were dropping him off at, I guess, to the jail? I tried to mostly fast forward to the statement. Q. I got you. All right. So we'll get there in a minute. I just want to try to get through a few questions that I had on some of the other items that you were speaking on. Nahim Jackson. The whole Nahim Jackson issue. When did you actually find out that Nahim Jackson was, in fact, a confidential informant for the Monroe County Sheriff's Office? I don't have the exact date. Looking from, it would have been very very close to my first payment with him and it would have been around the beginning of March I am going to say. Q. Okay. All right. And how long does it take to cut the payments for information like this? Someone provides you information. Don't you have to go through paperwork, submit it and it's reviewed and then they cut a check? No. Our system, if he gives me information I can actually pay him the same day. Q. All right. Do you write him a check? Do you give him cash? How does that work? It's cash. Q. Cash. Did you give him cash in the jail? Not that I am aware of. Q. So how were you paying him for this information? MS. Paused. Object to vague. Are you talking about what information? By Mr. LeVay. Q. The times that you're using Nahim Jackson and paying him for information, correct? How are you getting him that cash? He was out of jail. Q. He was out of custody during that entire time? Yes. Q. Okay. And then he goes back into custody. Correct. Q. Correct. Okay. And that is sometime in August? Yes, I believe so. Q. Okay. How long was he in custody in August? I don't recall the exact date. I want to say it was around a month or two. Q. Okay. And you are moving somebody to his bunk or his cell. Is that correct? I had thought about it at one point and then once I realized I had just put it on a jail phone call I realized I could get him hurt by doing that so I never did it. Q. Is this case closed? No, it's still an ongoing case. Q. All right. Is there any reason that you still need to protect the Nahim Jackson from this scenario if he never was actually, the person was never moved there and he, strike the question. Did Nahim Jackson ever get you anything in this case for you? Yes, he did. Q. How did he get information on this case for you? He had. When I talked about moving him he had already had and I don't know the jail setup. He had already had a conversation with him so he already had some information. And when he was out of jail from his history and everything else he had information from some people. Q. Okay. So it kind of seems that every time Nahim Jackson goes into custody he kind of targets and says hey, I can help myself by getting information on this person and giving it to the police. Seems kind of like his MOA so when I began to pay him and work with him on this it was me actually seeking him out at that point. Q. Okay. All right. How did you find out that he had information about this person? I am going to have. It's a federal investigation and to answer that question I am going to get myself in trouble. Q. I don't want you to do that. How about this? Did Nahim Jackson first reach out to you and say hey, I have got information about this Mr. X? Are you talking about the specific time in jail, the one where he was in jail? Q. In August, correct. Yes. Q. In 2019. So Nahim Jackson contacting you says, hey, I can get you information on Mr. X but I want out, correct? No, at that point it would have been money. Q. Okay. In the, I am not positive on that particular one but most of the time I just paid him. Q. Okay. Well, in the phone call with him you actually tell him, so I am meeting with the OSA federal prosecutor on Tuesday. He says yeah and you say to get pressure from the feds down on to get you out, right? May I see it? I think I have it. Q. It's Exhibit 6 and it's, I guess, the transcript of the jail call. On Exhibit 6 it's, I guess, the fourth line down. Yes. Q. Where apparently that is you saying, yeah, so I am meeting with the OSA federal prosecutor on Tuesday, and he says yeah, and you say, to get pressure from the feds down to get you out. All right, and he says, all right, and then you say, I have got a couple of big cards to play. I think we're going to be all right. Is that correct? Correct. Q. Okay. So he wanted out, right? Yes, he did. Q. Okay. And he was saying I'll give you information if you get me out, right? It wasn't to get information in jail, outside of jail, but that is correct. It was separate from the information that I wanted him to see if he could obtain in jail. Q. Okay. Fair enough. And then he is telling you at the very bottom, I am broke as fuck, man. I am like listen and then it's inaudible. It's not in my dorm. I could see if it was, it's not. I'm like and then it goes on to the next page and then you are like right and then he says all right. Hey, do you remember the person that I talked about getting you moved with that you know? Okay. So who is actually in the jail that you want to get moved to him? That is the one I was saying I cannot give that name. Q. Okay. Is that an open investigation? Yes, it is. Q. Is that a separate investigation from the federal investigation? No, it's a federal investigation. Q. So is the person for the federal investigation outside or inside? So the federal investigation isn't tied to just one person. Q. Okay. If none of the names were actually used on here why would it be dangerous to move that person into his bunk? Because of the recording on here if somebody were to be smart enough, not that they would, I can't take that chance if they go back and they pull this and they say hey, wait a second Nahim moved into my bunk the very next day. That would not be good. Q. Okay. And was it one person or two people that you were investigating that were in custody? The one in jail at the time was just one person. Q. Okay. And then a little bit under that though you say, he says are you talking about and you say don't say names. Don't say names. That is correct. Q. That indicates that there is more than one person? I meant it in a more general don't say names but in this case I am referring to one person. Q okay. And then as it goes down, alright, so I am probably going to pay you and have them move them, so it sounds like it's more than one person again, and I'll pay you under the fact that you're doing me a favor with him being in the same dorm. You got me. What does that mean? It's still the same person. I can answer your question, but in order to do it I am giving something away with the federal case. Q I don't want you to do that. Okay, now as we go down it talks about putting him on the bunk underneath him, and you say alright, I can handle that with no problem, and then you schedule that you will be talking to the prosecutor on Tuesday, and then it kind of ends the call. Correct? Correct. Q and so it's your testimony here today that you never actually had anybody move into that dorm that he was still in. No. Q do you know if Rory Wilson was still in custody at that point? I believe he would have been. Q and what about Tyrone Tucker? Do you know if Tyrone Tucker was still in custody at that time? I don't remember exactly when Tyrone got out, but I believe he was. Q in custody or out? In custody. Q okay. Do you know if at any time at or around or after August 17, 2019 that either Tyrone Tucker or Rory Wilson were moved into the same dorm as Nahim Jackson? Not that I recall. Q when is the last time that Nahim Jackson was moved to try to obtain information from either Rory Wilson or Tyrone Tucker? I don't recall. It would have been well before this. I believe at this point they also knew that he had provided information. Q why was Rory Wilson the subject of putting Nahim Jackson in the dorm to gather information, considering Rory Wilson had already given umpteen number of statements to the police that implicated himself in the murder? That I don't recall the exact reason behind it. Q at this point were you in need of information against Rory Wilson to make a case against Rory Wilson? At this time? Q yes. I mean you already had the FDLE report, right, with Rory Wilson that was back in December of 2018? Correct. Q so you knew Rory Wilson was the murderer at that time, correct? Correct. Q so you had DNA evidence on him. I apologize. Not that he was a murderer. That he was at the murder scene anyway. Q okay. Well, it looked like he was the murderer at that time, correct? All the evidence was pointing to Rory Wilson as being the actual murderer at that time? It definitely put him at the scene, correct? Q okay, but it more than put him at the scene. It put the knife in his hand. It put the knife that actually killed Mr. Bonnet in his hand. It put the mask that was worn by Rory Wilson at the scene with the blood of not only Paula Belmonte but also Mr. Bonnet. That is also correct, yes. Q okay. Is it fair to say that you had more evidence against anyone in this case? You had the most evidence of any of the defendants against Rory Wilson up until August 2019? That is correct. Q and was Nahim Jackson ever, so obviously Nahim Jackson, the purpose of putting Nahim Jackson in Rory Wilson's cell was to try to get additional information from him, correct, about the other co-defendants? Is that fair to say? That would be correct. The case in general. Q okay. And then also putting Nahim Jackson in Mr. Tucker's vicinity dorm, bunk, the purpose was to try to get information from him, correct? That would be correct, yes. Q okay. And even if somebody doesn't give information, you're creating a situation at that point where Mr. Nahim Jackson just simply by being in the same bunk can come back and lie and make up a story to you in the hopes of getting his benefit from that, correct? MS, paused, objection, speculation. I told Nahim there was no benefit. By Mr. LeVay, Q he was hoping for a benefit though, correct? He was asking to get out, right? Not to my knowledge. Q did he eventually get out? At some point, yes. Q now is there any reason why Nahim Jackson wasn't put in the same dorm or in the bunk with John Travis Johnson to try to get information from him? When Nahim approached us he had already had a relationship with both Rory and Tucker, and that is why he was put with them. There was no, he never said he knew or had ever talked to Johnson. Q okay. Is there any reason why you wouldn't send in a confidential informant to go try to gather information from John Travis Johnson? Even if it was just information about other co-defendants? That was never brought out or discussed. Never even thought about. Q okay. But who was the discussions amongst by putting Nahim Jackson in with either Tucker or Wilson? Who was involved in those? It was yourself, Captain Phelps, Colleen Dunn. That is correct. Q anybody else other than those other people and yourself? Not that I recall, other than I believe it would have been CC and someone else at the jail to help coordinate it. Q okay. And what was Colleen Dunn's position on all of this? Was she encouraging you to do this and asking you to report back to her with any information that Mr. Nahim Jackson can collect? Yes, that would be correct. Q okay. Did she ever tell you not to direct Mr. Nahim Jackson and what information to obtain or uncover, or did she tell you specifically to see if we can get some information on this? I don't remember specifics. I believe it would have been just either, hey, follow up on this, check on this part of it. Q okay. But in any event Colleen Dunn was fully aware that you were using an informant to gather information from Rory Wilson and Nahim Jackson while they were in custody? I don't know. I know I did not know he was a confidential source prior to. I don't know if she knew that as well. Q okay, but she knew you were using this person, Nahim Jackson, in order to gather specific information from both Tyrone Tucker and Rory Wilson, correct? That is correct. Q and did she ever tell you not to gather that information because they are represented by an attorney? Did Colleen Dunn ever tell you that? No. Q now the information that you were gathering from Nahim Jackson, it wasn't just I met with him once. I put him in a cell with Rory Wilson and I came back months later and he gave me a full report. This was something that happened over time and you would talk to him sporadically. Is that correct? Yes, I spoke to him 6 times. Q 6 times total. Okay. Were any of those recorded? Yes, they were. Q all of them were recorded? Yes. Q okay. Were any conversations with Nahim Jackson not recorded? I believe, and so far I am not positive, but I believe he called me from jail as well. The only thing I can't be positive, I don't know if he called me from jail those times or whether that was when he went back and at a later point. Q. When he would call you from jail, did he ever talk about you by name, Tyrone Tucker or Rory Wilson? If he would call me, he would just be, hey, we need to meet up. Q. That would be it. He wouldn't get into any of the statements that were made? No. Q. Okay. And did Nahim Jackson end up getting out after this August date? Yes, he was definitely out. Q. Okay. How did he get out? Do you know? No, I don't recall. Q. Did you have any assistance in getting him out or the assistant U.S. attorney to your knowledge? So the last time the OSA, no, to be perfectly honest, was kind of blowing smoke up Nahim to calm him down some, and I was not going to have the OSA get involved in that one. I believe I did speak to the state attorney's office. I don't remember who I talked to, just to see what it looked like and if there was a possibility for him to get out. We definitely wanted him out at that time. Q. Okay. Is it fair to say while you didn't know that Nahim Jackson was a signed up confidential informant, you were using him as a confidential informant, correct? MS. Paused. At what time? By Mr. LeVay. Q. The time period that you're moving him around to Tyrone Tucker and Rory Wilson's dorms. A. I was using him as a source of information, being that he was able to be in locations. Q. I understand that, but when somebody calls you on the phone and says, hey, listen, I have got A, B and C information about this, you take that as a source of information, correct? That is correct. Q. Okay. So if somebody comes to you and says, hey, I have got information about A, B and C, and you tell them, okay, I want you to actively go and find out X, Y and Z from them, you're now using them affirmatively as an informant, correct? That is not just a source of information anymore. Now you are using them as an informant. Yes, I believe you are correct. Q. So I mean, once you start actively using a source of information to go do things and to gather specific things and they are acting at your direction, they are not just a source of information. They are now becoming a confidential informant, correct? The only difference is confidential informants are obviously doing it for a reason. They want something out of it, and it was made clear to him that he wasn't getting anything out of this. Q. That is fair to say, but a confidential informant can be a confidential informant for no payment, no reduction of charges, because they are a great citizen, correct? I could become a confidential informant and you don't have to pay me, correct? A. I don't know. I would have to go back and look up and see what the specifics were. Q. Okay. In any event, he is acting at your direction at this point when he is going into the dorms. When you are moving him into the dorms of Tyrone Tucker and Rory Williams, he is acting at your direction, correct? That is correct. Q. Okay. And Colleen Dunn was aware of this, correct? That is correct. Q. And she never told you not to do it, correct? That is correct. Q. And when Colleen Dunn was asking you to go visit with Todd O'Quinn when he was in custody, and then she is asking you to let her know how your chat with Todd went, and then she is saying LOL, laugh out loud. Do you have any idea what that means? Like why the assistant state attorney who is handling this murder case would ask you to go speak with a witness in custody and then ask you for the version with a laugh out loud. MS. Paused. Objection. Calls for speculation. By Mr. LeVay. If you know. A. I do not know. Q. Did you think that was appropriate or professional? It doesn't appear. Q. Did you think there was anything funny about interviewing a witness to a murder case? No. Q. At that time Todd O'Quinn still couldn't say it was Tucker, correct? That is correct. Q. And Todd O'Quinn never said it was John Travis Johnson, correct? You are correct. Q. In fact, the only person that ever said that John Travis Johnson was involved, any witnesses, was Rory Wilson, correct? That is correct, and Mr. Johnson himself. Q. Okay. We'll get there. Okay. Q. Todd O'Quinn is still in custody, I believe? A. I do not know. Q. Okay. He had pending charges down here at the time, I guess, for grand theft auto, aggravated fleeing and eluding, and a habitual driving offender. A. I don't remember. Something like that, yes. Q. Okay. And he took a conviction and went to prison for a year and something, along with some other matters he had, I guess, up in North Central Florida. Is that your understanding? A. I believe. Q. So he is a multiple-time convicted felon? Correct. Q. When did you first find out that Vaughn O'Keefe had signed up Nahim Jackson as a confidential informant? A. I believe sometime in March. I am not sure of the exact date. Q. So just before the time that you started using him as a confidential informant? Vaughn O'Keefe may have been actually after the first time. I just found out that he was already registered as an informant. Q. Okay. Did Nahim Jackson ever tell you, hey, I am a confidential informant, I want to get paid? When I met with him then later on just before paying him, he said he had done work. Q. Okay. When you found out that Detective O'Keefe was the initial handler, did you ever reach out to Detective O'Keefe and say, hey, listen, I have been using what appears to have been one of your guys, do you mind if I continue to use him? A. I reached out. He was no longer in special ops at the time. Q. Okay. And I guess Detective Blanton had worked with him and I spoke to him. Q. Okay. Do you know in what capacity Detective Blanton had worked with him? A. I do not believe it was with O'Keefe. Q. Okay. What about a Detective Josh Brady? They were all in ops together. I don't know if he used, I don't recall. Q. Did you ever speak with a Detective Josh Brady with regards to Nahim Jackson? Not that I recall. Q. Okay. Now we heard some disturbing testimony yesterday from a corrections officer. Now he is a classifications officer carry at the jail detention center. With regard to Captain Penny Phelps, he says she actually fabricated what would be a crime against him for introducing contraband into the jail in an effort to get him prosecuted and fired. And after the investigation they realized it was a false claim. Do you know anything about that? No, I never heard that. Q. Okay. I mean, I understand that you got stuck with Penny Phelps for however many years you were stuck with her, but the order of ranking the captain gives an order, you follow it, correct? That is correct. Q. And is it fair to say that when Captain Phelps gave an order you better follow it or else? That is correct, yes. Q. And if you didn't follow an order from Captain Phelps, was there some type of punishment or retaliation by Captain Phelps for not following her orders or challenging her or questioning her? Yes. I mean, I think she was pretty clear if you didn't follow, she was in command, and if you didn't follow her orders that there were consequences. Q. And consequences like I'll fire you if you don't follow my orders? I don't think she has the ability to fire. She can move you from the unit and put you somewhere else. Q. Like ticketing or, like having you walk a beat or horseback or something you don't want to do. Okay. Do you know any officer that fell prey to Captain Penny Phelps' wrath of challenging her and getting reprimanded for it or punished for it? I know officers that were. I can't say. I know officers that were removed from her unit. Q. Okay. Do you know if they were moved from the unit because they disagreed with Captain Phelps or challenged her approach to things? I know it was over a disagreement. I don't know the specifics. Q. Okay. So I mean, as far as Captain Phelps' reputation would be amongst your fellow officers, is it fair to say that if you don't do what Captain Phelps tells you to, that she will transfer you out of her unit? Yes. Q. And that was known amongst the officers in her unit, correct? Correct, and I think that she was pretty clear about that. It wasn't something she tried to hide. I believe it was her way or the highway. Q. Okay. Was it fair to say that she ruled with an iron fist? In essence, no mercy. You made a mistake, you're out. I can't say that because I know people who made mistakes and that she took them back. Q. Okay. Was it common knowledge that Captain Penny Phelps and former Assistant State Attorney Colleen Dunn had a friendship outside of the workplace? Yes. Q. In all of your years as a deputy and detective at the Monroe County Sheriff's Office, how many searches have you conducted, do you think, pursuant through warrants? Before or after? Q. Altogether? Are you talking phones? Are you talking just houses? Q. Houses, cars, crime scenes. So not search warrants. Just searches altogether. Q. Searches altogether that you were responsible for. Not just that you helped on, but that you were responsible for. Over 20. Q. Okay. And how many more have you been involved with? I will say over 50. Q. And including the 20 or not including the 20? Not including. I'm sorry. Q. Okay. So you have been involved with maybe 70 and you have been in your case 20 of them, or you are the one actually doing the search? Yes. Q. Or it's your warrant, I guess. Okay. In all of those times, has CC Hoverson ever assisted you in doing a search? No. I heard she did do a search for us and I don't remember if it was related to this case or not. Q. Do you have any idea why CC Hoverson would be involved in a search? No, I do not. Q. Have you ever seen her in anybody else's crime scene assisting in a search or an execution of a search warrant? No. Like I said, all I did was hear about the one. Q. Fair enough. Are you aware if if Penny Phelps and CC Hoverson had a friendship outside of the work relationship? Yes, I believe so. Q. Okay. And do you know CSI Underwood? Yes. Q. Okay. And he is, I guess, keeps himself locked up in his cave downstairs and comes out to crime scenes when he is called there. Is that correct? That is correct. Q. Okay. I understand he apparently, I guess, had pneumonia right around the time that the treehouse incident took place. Do you recall that? I remember he was ill. Q. He was ill. Okay. He wasn't able to come out as far as the crime scene was concerned, but I understand there was another crime scene investigator. Askins, I believe. DB Askins. Q. Okay. Is there any reason that DB Askins wasn't called down from the Northern Keys to start taking care of the crime scene investigation while Detective Underwood was ill? I do not know. When I arrived at the scene, Sergeant Kellenberger just told me he was having Key West come to process. Q. Okay. Key West Police Department or Key West crime scene? Their crime scene. I'm sorry. Q. Got you. Okay. So he went to an outside agency. Is that correct? That is correct. Q. Okay. Any idea why he would go to an outside agency rather than keeping it in Monroe County Sheriff's Office? Besides Underwood being ill? Q. Yes. That is all I know. Q. Okay. Do you know if crime scene investigator Askins was ever involved in this case at all? Not that I can recall. Q. All right. There was a warrant that was served on the warehouse. I know counsel already talked with you about it, so I am not going to go over everything. I just want to know a couple of things. The interview with Captain Phelps and April Walker you were present for, correct? No, I was not. Q. You were not. You viewed it or reviewed it? Yes. Q. Okay. And in reviewing it and listening to it and listening to what was being said, you said you had concerns? Yes. It comes across like she may have been coaching some. Q. Your words were it seemed like she was coaching her what to say. Is that fair to say? Yes. Q. Okay. And so we're clear on the record. Coaching is someone literally tells you I know that A, B and C happened, so why don't you tell me that A, B and C happened, and the person tells them okay, A, B and C happened, correct? Correct. Let me make sure I make it clear. Q. To simplify, I'll rephrase. It would basically be saying like this is the way it went, correct, and then just having them say yes. Q. It's leading them down the path of what they want them to say. Correct. Q. All right. And that is with the entire interview with April Walker for the most part, and all these specific facts or the major important facts Captain Phelps literally told her before she ever said it, correct? I would have to go back and replay it, but yes. Q. For the most part, and then she allowed April Walker to fill in the blank here or fill in a blank there with facts that could never be verified or disputed or dispelled or not. Because only April Walker would know about it and maybe one other witness. MS. Paused. Objection. Argumentative. By Mr. LeVay. Q. You can answer. Correct. Q. Okay. This wasn't the first time that you have seen Captain Phelps interview somebody, correct? MS. Paused. I am going to object because he wasn't there. By Mr. LeVay. Q. Fair enough. You have either been present for or you have seen videos of Captain Phelps interviewing or interrogating people, correct? Prior to the treehouse, I don't recall seeing her. I can't remember for sure if she helped out in the interviews in the Ryan Walker case or not. I am not positive. Q. Based on what you saw in the treehouse case, is it fair to say that Penny Phelps' modus operandi or habit or routine was to tell a witness what the facts were and then ask them to tell them back to her? Yes, that is correct. Q. Now with regard to John Travis Johnson, strike that. Let's go back to the actual execution of the warrant. The execution of the warrant, John Travis Johnson, execution of the warrant on the warehouse. John Travis Johnson was not a suspect at that time, correct? That is correct. Q. Okay. When did John Travis Johnson first become a suspect in this case? I would say I guess both Rory and Tucker had brought him up in the interview and that is when he became a suspect. Q. Okay. What did Ty Tucker say about John Travis Johnson that led you to believe that he was a suspect? I guess I shouldn't say the word suspect. A person of interest. He was using him as an alibi that they had gone to get cigarettes. Q. Okay. So he didn't tell you that hey, John Travis Johnson is the guy that you want to talk to, not me? He just said they had gone to get cigarettes? That is correct. Q. Okay. And then he never said that John Travis did anything to commit the robbery or any murder, correct? That is correct. Q. Now so the only person who actually ever said anything would be Rory Wilson. Is that fair to say? Correct. Yes. Q. Okay. And you spoke to Rory Wilson on November 1st? Yes, I believe that is correct. Q. Okay. And after the interview with Rory Wilson he was taken into custody and charged with murder. Is that fair to say? Correct. Q. How many statements were you present for Mr. Rory Wilson that he had given? MS. Paused. At that point or overall? By Mr. LeVay. Q. Overall in the course of this investigation? I believe it was 3. Q. Do you know how many statements he has given in total from his initial interview to his last interview that he did? I guess, around the Arthur hearing time? As far as I know just 3. Q. Were any of those 3 statements identical to each other? No. Q. Okay. Did his story consistently change every time he gives a statement? Yes. Q. And is it fair to say that his story changes on material facts every time he gives his statement? Yes. Q. Now there was piles of evidence, I guess, on your desk at certain times where you would be coming into the office I would assume given this case. Good or bad I had a large office. It wasn't on my desk but yes. Q. Okay, but I mean it seems like the amount of evidence that was coming in with the amount of leads that were all out there, the amount of officers that were involved, it seems almost like a daily event of this file growing into a mammoth. Yeah, that is correct, yes. Q. Okay, was anybody assigned to help you catalog or categorize or keep track of all of this evidence considering the size and volume of this case? Malone was supposed to be in charge of that. Q. Okay, and we're talking about Detective Malone who is now Dispatcher Malone. Correct. Q. Okay, did Detective Malone have anything to do with the CVS videos? Obtaining the CVS videos from the time of the incident? I believe she is the one who obtained them, yes. Q. She was the one that obtained them at Sergeant Kellenberger's direction? Correct. I can't say. It was either Captain Phelps or Sergeant Kellenberger. Q. But she was the one who was supposed to obtain those CVS videos. Correct. Q. Okay, so she would be the one who I guess failed in her job of preserving that crucial piece of evidence? Correct. Q. Okay, was Penny Phelps ever made aware that Detective Malone retrieved the wrong videos? I believe so. I believe Colleen Dunn for one. Q. Okay, did anybody discipline Detective Malone or write her a reprimand or do anything negative to Detective Malone as far as you know? Not to my knowledge. Q. Okay, so she had no consequence or suffered any consequence for failing to preserve a crucial piece of evidence in a murder case? Correct. Q. She stayed on as a detective nonetheless? Yes. Q. Despite her failures? Yes, she was a detective after I left Major Crimes. Q. And you didn't have the authority to remove her from your case, correct? Correct. Q. Did anybody go to the CVS and see if those videos still existed? Not that I recall, no. Q. Okay, was there anything done to try to rectify the loss of this evidence? Not that I know of. Q. Okay, now there was also some questions about the Tom Thumb videos. What were the Tom Thumb videos? So and I had forgotten about them. The interview with Mr. Johnson of showing him a picture and from the reactions and the statements I would say it was from the Tom Thumb. I am assuming I got it in a text message. I do not recall. Q. Okay, do you know where the videos or still photographs are from the Tom Thumb? I do not. Q. Do you know who was responsible to collect the videos and still photos? I believe it was Danielle Malone. Q. Okay, Dispatcher Danielle Malone, right? Yes, sorry. Q. And what happened? She just never did it or did she get the wrong videos? What is the reason these don't exist anymore? I do not know. Q. Okay, when did you start to realize that Danielle Malone was causing evidence to be lost or destroyed? I don't recall exactly when it was. Q. Was it toward the end of the investigation when the CVS videos you started realizing, holy moly, we don't even have the CVS videos? Yes. Q. Okay, and then I guess it came out we don't even have the Tom Thumb videos or anything like else, right? Correct. Q. Okay, did Danielle Malone suffer any consequences for her failure in that scenario? In failing to get the Tom Thumb videos or stills? Not that I know of. Q. And to your knowledge Captain Phelps and Danielle Malone were personal friends outside of the work relationship. Is that correct? Yes, that is correct. Q. Okay, were you and Captain Phelps personal friends outside of work? I would like to say we're acquaintances but I wouldn't say we were friends. We didn't hang out or anything like that. The only time there were a couple of functions where Lieutenant Norman was in a band and he would play and we would go like the whole unit would go. Q. Got you. But you wouldn't go over to Captain Phelps' house and hang out for some drinks on a Saturday night and a lobster dinner or anything like that? No, I have never been to her house. Q. And you never vacationed with her at Disney World or anything like that? No, absolutely not. Brief recess took place, by Mr. LeVay. Q. All right. So now and I am just trying to streamline this the best I can. We covered most of it. All right. So now after you spoke with Rory Wilson, he is in custody. You spoke with Tyrone Tucker, he was released, correct? Correct. Q. Okay. And the search on the warehouse had been conducted and whatever evidence of value that you found there was already impounded in evidence. Is that fair to say? Yes. Q. All right. And there were certain items, I guess, found at the crime scene itself on the evening of the crime as far as the knife and whatnot that was purportedly found by, I guess, somebody that turned it into the police or notified the police. It's over here. I believe the knife was the next morning if I am not mistaken. Q. How long was the crime scene taped up and how long was this maintained as a crime scene? It was maintained until the next day. Q. So I mean did you wait until daybreak so you could walk around in the daylight and see if there was any additional evidence? Is that fair to say? Yes, it is. Q. Okay. So from the time it became a crime scene through the next day it remained a crime scene. Is that correct? That is correct. Q. Okay. And based on, I guess, Rory's statement that he told you, you go out and you now think that John Travis Johnson is a person of interest and you want to speak with him. Is that correct? Correct. Q. Did Captain Phelps say hey, go pick him up and bring him in here or was that your initiative to go do that? I don't recall exactly. I know I did want to talk to him, absolutely. I don't recall necessarily to go pick him up. Q. Okay. Now how did you know where he was at the time? I don't remember. Somebody knew he was working at a job in Big Pine Key. Q. And so you knew where he was in Big Pine? Yes. Q. Okay. And you drive out to Big Pine? Sergeant Fernandez and I went to Big Pine. Q. Got you. Who was in charge at that point? This was part of your investigation? Yes. Q. Detective Fernandez was assisting you in your investigation? Yes. Q. All right. So you drive out to Big Pine Key? Yes. Q. Okay. Do you find Mr. John Travis Johnson? Yes. Q. Is he at the residence in Big Pine that he was, I guess, staying at? Correct. I think he was doing some work there. Q. Okay. All right. And I guess you engage him in conversation? Yes. Q. Okay. Did you go there under a guise or subterfuge that we want to go take some pictures of your truck relating to some unrelated, I guess, case that Mr. Johnson was a victim of? That is correct. Yes. Q. So it's kind of like a way to get your foot in the door without tipping him off that he is a suspect in a murder case? Correct. Yes. Q. Okay. And was that your idea? Captain Phelps' idea? Who is the one that came up with the idea of hey, listen, I will go tell Travis Johnson that we want to talk to him about his case that he is a victim and yet we'll switch gears and try to question him about a murder. Whose idea was that? I don't recall whose idea it was for sure because I also know that then Detective Fernandez I think he was the one working that other case. He said, hey I had to get something back to him so it kind of came from all that. Q. In that case that Detective Fernandez was involved in and I will call him Detective Fernandez, even though he is a sergeant now. Detective Fernandez it involved tools from Mr. Johnson that had been stolen from the warehouse area and then his truck had been vandalized really badly, correct? Correct. Yes. Q. I mean if you had a key, like a big metal pipe and scraped it down the side of the truck and made a whole doodle on it looked like. Yes. Q. How did that all go down? Did you introduce yourselves to him? Did he know who you were at that point? He knew I was a detective. I don't recall whether I told him I was a major crimes detective or what exactly I said. Q. Okay. Did you tell him what your purpose was for there? No, I don't believe I did tell him right away that we wanted to talk about the murder. Q. Okay. And did Detective Fernandez speak with him about whatever he had to speak to him about his case? Yes. I believe it was used kind of to say hey, do you want to come down to the station and talk more about it? Q. I think he was told there was some property of his that had been recovered. An air mattress, a pump and whatnot and that he could come and get it so that he could sleep on a mattress because he hadn't slept on a mattress in quite a while. Is that correct? Yes, that is correct. That he could sign off on the property. Q. Okay. Were any photographs taken of his truck at that time? I don't recall for sure. Q. Did anybody document the damage that had been, the gouges in his paint or anything like that? I believe that was previously documented by Detective Fernandez. Q. Okay. All right. So how does that happen? Do you put him in handcuffs at that point? Is he going voluntarily with you? He thinks it's just going to be an identification of property and taking a statement from him. Is that correct? Yes, that is correct. Q. Okay. Was anybody else there at that time other than you, Detective Fernandez and Mr. John Travis Johnson? Not that I recall. Q. Do you know if anybody else was at the house that he was staying at? Not that I know of. Q. Okay. Did you get an opportunity to or did you ask, hey, listen can I search your truck or anything like that? Yes, I believe I asked him and he said go ahead. Q. Did you get a chance to search through the truck? Yes, I went through it. Q. You're a detective at that point so you're looking to see if there is any evidence out in the open, correct? Correct. Q. And you're actually, I think you get into the vehicle at one point and you're playing with his center gear shift. I think it's a turn knob or something that they were talking about. Yes. Q. Okay. So you're going in the passenger side door, correct? I believe so, correct. Q. All right. So you open the passenger side door. You literally the torso of your body was inside the cab. Is that fair to say? I have to go back to look to make sure, but I believe so. Q. And you're looking around at that time I am sure looking around to see if you can find any weapons, any masks, anything that might be linked to the murder. Is that correct? Correct. Q. Okay. And at that time the items that I guess you were missing was a mask, a knife and I guess some of Paula Belmonte's property was still missing at that point as far as evidence was concerned that you were looking for? That is correct. Yes. Q. Okay. In that search did you see anything? No, I did not. Q. And I mean do you wear glasses? Do you have any problem with your vision? Then, no. Q. Fair enough. Okay, so you're inside of his truck. You're looking around. You are looking at the floorboards. You are looking in the back area. You don't see anything that you think might be a mask or knife or anything of evidentiary value. Is that correct? That is correct. Q. Okay. And you lock the door of the truck, close it. You guys head off to the police station, correct? That is correct. Q. You get down to the station and you start talking to him about his property case that had been taken from him. Correct. Q. Okay. And this goes on for a little while, at least 40 minutes. For a considerable time you are talking about, tools that had been taken, his bed, all this other property, and he asks if you want to prosecute and he is like, no, I don't want to prosecute that. Is that correct? I believe that is correct. Q. I don't have to review all of this stuff if you have a recollection of it having reviewed it yourself. There comes a time that he says, well, I will prosecute if you can find the people that messed up my truck, so that is really his only concern there. Is that fair to say? Yes, it is. Q. All right. And then kind of abruptly you say, okay, we want to talk to you and I need you to go through your constitutional rights with you, and you present him with a Miranda form. Is that correct? Yes. Q. Okay. Was it Detective Fernandez that was reading it? Somebody was unable to read it upside down. I can't remember if it was Fernandez or me. Q. Either way. No worries. One of you read it to him and he nailed it, and then he ended up signing it and agreeing to speak with you. Is that correct? Yes, that is correct. Q. At any time prior to getting Mr. Johnson to execute this Miranda waiver, did anybody tell him what they wanted to talk to him about? Not that I recall. No. Q. Okay. So after Mr. Johnson executes a waiver, a Miranda waiver, it's the first time that he said, okay, we want to talk to you about a murder case. Is that correct? Correct. Q. Okay. After you told him okay, after he has executed this Miranda, and then after you tell him, hey, I am going to talk about a murder case, did you give him another opportunity to say, hey, are you sure you still want to talk to us, or do you want an attorney present? Not that I recall. Q. So you just proceed to start questioning him about the treehouse murders, correct? Correct. Yes. Q. Okay. And for a long period of time he is telling you no. Is that fair to say? Yes, it is. Q. Okay. 40 minutes maybe, half hour, 40 minutes at least. Sounds right. Q. Under the circumstances, is it fair to say that John Travis Johnson was tricked into signing this Miranda waiver to speak about a murder case? I wouldn't say tricked. I would say he was tricked to come down, but in terms of signing a Miranda waiver, I don't think he was tricked. No. Q. Okay. He was tricked to come down, correct? Yes. Q. And you got him to sign a Miranda waiver without ever telling him what you wanted to talk to him about, correct? Correct. Q. So how could Mr. Johnson have possibly waived his constitutional rights, knowingly and intelligently waiving his rights, if he didn't even know what he was waiving his rights for? Yes, I don't have an answer for that one. Q. Okay. You would agree with me that Mr. Johnson was not fully informed of why he was there and what you wanted to speak about prior to you having him sign this Miranda waiver? That is correct. Yes. Q. Now, he was a person of interest at the time. Why would you allow him to sit there and use his cell phone during the course of an interview if he was a person of interest? I don't have. Q. Aren't you afraid he might be communicating with other people, or it doesn't seem that. Strike that question. It seems if you are interviewing a person of interest that you would want to isolate them from having outside conversations with other people. That is correct. That wasn't done in this case. Q. Okay. Do you know why it wasn't done? No, I do not. Q. And he was not handcuffed, correct? That is correct. Q. And you showed him the pictures of Tom Thumb, correct? Yes. Q. Or what you believe. You are not sure if it was Tom Thumb, but you think it may have been. Correct. Q. Okay. And he is not really able to identify much of anything on any of these pictures. Is that fair to say? You are correct. Yes. Q. And take one step back. John Travis Johnson, he had just been arrested for possession of paraphernalia, correct? Yes, I believe so. Q. Okay. And in your conversations with him prior to even bringing him to the station, you're meeting him with his truck and he has a suspended license. Is that correct? That is correct. Q. And he is worried that you are going to arrest him for a suspended license, and he keeps saying, please, please don't arrest me, and you keep reassuring him, I am not going to arrest you for that. Don't worry. Is that correct? Yes, that is correct. Q. Did it appear that Mr. John Travis Johnson was having any type of withdrawal symptoms or anything along those lines as far as drug addiction or abuse? Not that I can recall. Q. Did he seem exceptionally dehydrated and asking for water routinely? Yes, if I recall correctly. Q. Okay. Is that an indication of somebody who is having withdrawals? It can be. Obviously it can be a multitude of things. Q. Fair enough. And in the middle of, he tells you, hey listen, I am a disabled veteran. I have post-traumatic stress disorder, correct? Yes. Q. And he seems jittery throughout pretty much the start of it, and he just progressively gets worse to the point that he actually had a panic attack in the middle of the interview. Is that correct? I don't think I am qualified to say whether he had a panic attack or not. Q. Did he say I am having a panic attack in the middle of the interview? He was having an episode. Q. He was having an episode or some type of mental episode. Is that fair enough? Yes. Q. Did you stop the interview and get him any medical attention at that time? No, we did not. Q. Did you offer to halt the interview to get him medical attention at that time? Not that I recall. Q. Why would you not halt the interview to allow somebody who is telling you that they are having a mental episode to get the mental help? I don't have an answer for that. Q. Okay. Now, Detective Fernandez starts telling him at a certain point early in the interview that his story is not adding up. They can't verify any of the facts, and he starts talking about we have tag readers and we have videos and all this other evidence, and starts trying to tell Mr. Johnson or insinuate to Mr. Johnson that they have a tag reader for his car, for identifying his car or videos of him. Is that fair to say? Yes. Q. Okay. Was that true? Was there any tag reader that had his license plate? Not that I am aware of. Q was Mr. Johnson, John Travis Johnson. Was his face on any videos that you had that showed him either committing the robbery or the murder? No. Q. So what Detective Fernandez told him was untruthful, correct? Correct. Q. Did you find that concerning that Detective Fernandez is literally lying to a suspect about evidence trying to get them to make a statement? I have seen that in the past with other interviews where detectives have done that to try to elicit some kind of response. Q. Okay. Do you employ that tactic? I do not. Q. Okay. You know that tactic is illegal in Europe, and in most European countries it is illegal to lie to a suspect in order to get a confession from them. Do you know that? Obviously I did not know that about Europe. Q. But I am sure it's the same reason why you don't employ that tactic. Why don't you employ that tactic? Why don't you employ the tactic of lying to a suspect in order to get a response or a statement back from them? From the schools I have gone to, that is last resort and something you should always try not to do. Q. Okay. And you should try not to do because it increases the probability or possibility of a false confession. Is that correct? MS. Paused. Objection. Leading. By Mr. LeVay. Q. You can answer. I don't recall exactly what the reason for not doing it. Q. Just don't do it. It's a last resort. Correct. Q. Okay. Typically in interrogation schools, though, things that aren't supposed to be done or things that are last resort are things that are increasing the possibilities of false confessions. Is that fair to say? Yes. Q. At one point you asked Mr. Johnson to take a look at his phone to scroll through it and to look at some of the texts and some of the times of some calls. Is that correct? Yes, sir. Q. Okay. Did you ever ask him to fill out a written consent, or did you ever explain to him that he doesn't have to give you consent to review his phone? No, I did not. Q. And you had talked about, I guess he had received a call from Rory at 4:14 a.m. I think that was one of the conversations that you had in the interview. Yes. Q. Okay. And you asked him why in the world would he be calling you at 4:14, correct? Correct. Q. At 4:14 there were still police cars in the area. Is that correct? The crime scene tape was around the treehouse and it was pretty much all of Stock Island was a crime scene. Not all of Stock Island. Q. A large portion of it. There was a section of it that was still sectioned off. Q. And his response to you is he is asking what the hell is going on. That was his response to you and it was a short conversation, correct? Correct. Q. Okay. Then there came a point in time that you're asking him, or he is asked, about prior contacts with the suspects, Mr. Johnson, and he is confronted there saying you have been convicted with assault with a deadly weapon in Texas, state of Texas? I vaguely recall that. Yes. That may have been Detective Phelps who asked that. I can't recall for sure. Q. Do you know who got that information or who said something like Mr. Johnson was convicted of assault with a deadly weapon in Texas? I do not know. Q. That was false information, correct? That I still don't know. Q. Okay. All right. And then, I guess, Detective Fernandez starts telling Mr. Johnson you wouldn't believe what Rory and Tyrone said about you. Things along those lines, correct? Yes, I believe so. Q. Okay. So by telling him this you are trying to alienate him against Rory and Tyrone Tucker. Is that correct? Yes, that would be correct. Q. And by insinuation you or Detective Fernandez by what he is saying is insinuating that both Rory and Tyrone Tucker had put him in this crime and now you are trying to get a statement from him? His version of it. Is that correct? Yes, that would be correct. Q. Okay. But in fact that was not true because Tyrone did not put him in the crime, correct? Correct. Q. Okay. And the only one who did say that was Rory Wilson, who we now know in hindsight was involved in this murder or at the scene of this murder for sure. That is correct. Q. So Mr. Johnson is in this interview room for an hour plus, okay, and he is now being told that Rory says he is involved in a robbery and murder and Tyrone says he is involved in a robbery and murder, and this is his opportunity to set the record straight. Is that fair to say? Yes. Q. And then there comes a time that Captain Phelps just barges in and inserts herself in this interview. Is that correct? Yes, that is correct. Q. Why did she inject herself in this interview if you know? MS. Paused. Objection. Calls for speculation. I don't know. By Mr. LeVay. Q. Is that customary? Is that usual when you are in charge and it's your interview for a superior officer to just charge in and take over the interview? No, it's not. Q. Did you have any knowledge beforehand that Captain Phelps was going to come rushing into the room and start taking over your interview? No, I did not. Q. And do you recall what the first thing that Captain Phelps tells Mr. John Travis Johnson? I do not. I am drawing a blank. Q. Is it something along the lines when she comes in there and says I am mad at you? Yes, that is correct. Q. Well, I don't want to speculate, but nobody likes to have someone say somebody is mad at them. It kind of puts them in a defensive posture, correct? MS. Paused. Objection. Calls for speculation. By Mr. LeVay. Q. You can answer. I would assume, correct. Q. Okay. And then Captain Phelps, the second thing out of her mouth is April Walker's life. Was pregnant April Walker and her baby's life were threatened by Tyrone Tucker, who said he was going to kill them. Right? That was the next thing out of Penny Phelps' mouth. The words. Correct. That is the general gist. Q. So she is mad at John Johnson, and then the next thing she leads to is that this guy Tyrone Tucker is threatening the lives of a pregnant woman and her baby? Correct. Q. And they are not safe. They had to be taken to a safe house to protect their lives, correct? Correct. Q. Okay. Now that information was stemming from the conversation that or the interview that Captain Phelps had with April Walker where she was leading her with her statement, correct? That is correct. Q. Okay. And those statements actually came from Captain Phelps' mouth and were just parroted back to her by April Walker, correct? Correct. Q. And other than Captain Phelps telling April Walker to say this and then April Walker saying it, do you have any other evidence that Ty Tucker threatened the life of April Walker and her baby? No, not to my knowledge. Q. And then throughout the whole entire episode Captain Phelps categorized two kinds of people, good guys and bad guys, correct? That is correct. Q and she gives Mr. Johnson an option. You can either be on the good guy side or you can be on the bad guy side, right? Correct. Q she doesn't give them an option of you can sit out of the game, correct? You don't have to be either one if you don't know anything. That wasn't an option, correct? Correct. Q and then saying what she did about Mr. Tucker and April Walker, she categorized Mr. Tucker as the villain, here, correct? The bad guy. She keeps saying repeatedly he is the bad guy. MS. Paused. Objection. Calls for speculation. By Mr. LeVay. Q do you recall that? Yes, I recall her saying that. Q okay. Now and she keeps telling Travis that he is one of the good guys. Is that correct? Yes. Q and Captain Phelps keeps saying that Rory Wilson is one of the good guys too. Do you recall that? Yes. Q I mean in hindsight you must be shaking your head how ridiculous Captain Phelps must have been. MS. Paused. Objection. Relevance. By Mr. LeVay. Q throughout the whole course of this in hindsight. Yes, the interview tactics were, Q terrible. Is that correct? MS. Paused. Objection. Calls for opinion. By Mr. LeVay. Q in your opinion. In my opinion, yes. I did not care for the tactics. Q and in your view sitting there in the room with Mr. Johnson, given all of the circumstances of the situation, is it fair to say that Captain Phelps' interrogation methods are increasing the possibilities of a false confession? MS. Paused. Objection. No special knowledge to render an opinion as to that. I am not a professional so I can't give you an expert opinion on that. From schools that I went to, yes. By Mr. LeVay. Q you would never interview someone like this, correct? That is correct. Q you would never come in there and tell somebody that you're personally mad at them, correct? That is correct. Q and you would never come in there and say oh well, this other suspect is threatening innocent little babies and we have to put a stop to him. He is a bad guy. You wouldn't start taking that approach with people would you? No. Q and when Captain Phelps says that she is mad at him she acknowledged that she talked to him several times in the days leading up to this interview, correct? Yes. Q were you present during any of those conversations that she had with John Travis Johnson prior to this reported interview? No. Q do you know if she recorded any of these conversations that she had with John Travis Johnson prior to giving this interview? Not to my knowledge. Q Captain Phelps starts saying, she starts talking about the interviews from the day before. Is that correct? Yes. Q okay. And she starts saying that Rory is all sad and sympathetic but he is one of the good guys. That he didn't kill anybody. That he didn't know what was going to happen. That Tyrone was the bad guy, correct? Correct. Q and she said that Tyrone was bragging about stabbing the person 7 times. I can't say I recall that exact line, but something like that. Q okay. Now Captain Phelps goes on to literally tell Mr. John Travis Johnson that you drove around the block and then you drove back and you dropped them off, correct? I believe that is correct. Yes. Q she told him that before he ever said that, correct? That is correct. Q and she starts telling Mr. Johnson that we know that you didn't mean for this to happen and she starts making guarantees that he will be safe and that he is a good guy and that he will be taken care of and protected, correct? Yes, I believe that is correct. Q I think even Detective Fernandez chimes in and reassures him yes, we promise that you will be safe. I can't recall that for sure. Q and then when Mr. John Travis Johnson finally says back to Captain Phelps which she had already told him, Captain Phelps says I am happy. Is that correct? That is correct. Q is that around the time that John Travis Johnson had his episode with the PTSD? I don't recall for sure. Q around that time? Yes. Q okay. And after that doesn't John Travis Johnson tell Captain Phelps to her face, I don't know what to say. I don't remember the exact words, but yes, it would be very close to that. Q and then Captain Phelps proceeds to feed him additional facts of the case which he, Mr. Johnson then says back to her. Is that correct? MS. Paused. Objection. Mischaracterization. Yes, she begins to lay things out. Right. By Mr. LeVay. Q she gives him the facts and then he literally says exactly what she told him. Is that correct? Correct. I don't think it was like verbatim, but yes. Q and the entire time Penny Phelps keeps reiterating to him more than one occasion that we know you didn't do it and we know that you didn't mean for it to happen and we know that you only drove there and things along those lines, correct? That is correct. Q okay. And she keeps reiterating that we know Tyrone Tucker is the murderer. We know that he is the bad guy and she needs Mr. John Travis Johnson to identify him as the robber and murderer, correct? That is correct. Q now as the story goes on the details or the facts that come out, whatever details John Travis Johnson is asked to fill in himself that Captain Phelps doesn't overtly say to him in particular. Those facts when you verify them down the road turn out to be false, correct? Yes. Q I'll give you an example. Would you like me to give you an example? John Travis Johnson says that both Tyrone and Rory put on black shorts and clothing and black shirts and got into his car to go commit a robbery, correct? Correct. Q clearly from the video you can see that not both individuals are wearing black shirt and black shorts. One of them is not wearing a black shirt and black shorts, correct? That is correct. Q John Travis Johnson says that he never saw Tyrone Tucker with a knife, correct? Not beforehand. Not afterward. Never. He never saw Tyrone Tucker with a knife, correct? That is correct. Q okay. And he said that he saw them right after the incident, correct? Mr. Tucker and Mr. Wilson and he said that they didn't have any blood on them. How would it be possible that Todd O'Quinn would have blood all over his shirt yet the murderers wouldn't have blood on them? MS. Paused. Objection. Calls for speculation. Mr. LeVay. Q sure. I don't know. Q did you find any clothes discarded on the roadway leading up to the warehouse or around the warehouse or around the crime scene? Black clothing? Black shirt? Black shorts? Anything with blood on it? No clothing or a mask? Q. Do you recall later, 2021 in the video, but Captain Penny Phelps keeps reiterating to kill a man over $250 and then she reiterates to Mr. Johnson that you're not at fault and you didn't do it and the plan wasn't to kill? Do you recall that? Yes. Q. So Penny Phelps is literally telling Mr. Johnson in this interview what to say and then telling him, well, you're not at fault. You were not to blame. You didn't mean for this to happen, but here is what happened. Correct? MS. Paused. Objection. Leading. Correct. By Mr. LeVay. Q. So I mean you understand principal law, correct? Yes. Q. And you understand felony murder doctrine, correct? Yes. Q. So you understand that the things that Captain Phelps got Mr. Johnson to say put him at fault, correct? Yes. Q. Despite the fact that Penny Phelps is telling him that he is not at fault, correct? That is correct. Q. So she is lying to him, correct? Yes, that is correct. Q. Is it fair to say it is no different than telling somebody that I promise you are not going to get in trouble if you confess to this murder and then as soon as they confess to the murder they arrest them? No. Q. No different? MS. Paused. I am going to object to that hypothetical. I can't say. The only thing I can say is I don't know what her thought process was, that you are not the bad guy or you are not in trouble. In terms of you didn't actually physically kill him. By Mr. LeVay. Q. Well, the principal theory in the felony murder doctrine says otherwise in the state of Florida, right? Yes. Q. And Captain Phelps knows what the felony murder doctrine, I would assume. Well, we can't assume anything with her, but you would think that she would know what the felony doctrine is in the principle, right? Correct. Q. Okay. And anybody saying what Penny Phelps asked, strike that question. Anybody who would say what Penny Phelps asked Travis Johnson to say would be culpable or at fault under the felony murder and coupled with the principal theory doctrine, correct? That is correct. Q. Okay. Given this whole background, and I mean you are the one who was there, it seems that she is misleading him to give this statement. She is telling him you are not going to be at fault. She is insinuating that you are not going to be in trouble if you say what these words are. If you tell me that you drove around the block twice and that you had nothing to do with it and you didn't mean for it to happen, that you are not at fault. That is what it is insinuating, correct? MS. Paused. Objection. Speculation. I could see how it would be looked at that way. By Mr. LeVay. Q. Okay. Now the knife that he was asked about, the knife had already been recovered, correct? Yes. Q. So it was already in evidence, correct? Yes. Q. And Captain Phelps already knew about the knife, correct? Correct. Q. And the mask that he was talking about, that had already been recovered, correct? That is correct. Yes. Q. Okay. Penny Phelps knew about that as well, correct? Correct. Q. Do you remember John Travis Johnson saying that I want to go home? I just want to go home. Yes. Q. He actually thought he was still going to go home at the end of this interview, correct? MS. Paused. Objection. Calls for state of mind of someone else. Speculation. By Mr. LeVay. Q. Do you recall Mr. Johnson saying on the video when Captain Phelps is telling him that he is going to get arrested and he says I am not going home? Yes. Q. Is it fair to say in your impression of what was occurring that night that John Travis Johnson believed he would be going home after making the statements that he made? Yes. Q. Were you watching any of these videos when you were out of the room? Did you ever go back to review it to see if anything was said or he was saying anything? Like what? During the interview? No, I did not. Q. Do you know at 20:45 that Travis is actually crying and saying I'm a good man? Yes, I have seen that. Q. Do you think it's odd that he is crying and he is calling himself the exact same characterization that Penny Phelps had come in and told him earlier in order to get him to make the statement that you're a good man? Yes. Q. Did you find it concerning at all? Yes. Q. I mean it seems like he took what she said and associated himself with that. MS. Paused. Objection. Speculation. By Mr. LeVay. Q. Based on your own observations. In my opinion, yes. Q. Okay. Now the boatyard videos, there were some issues. I think Mr. Johnson keeps saying, well, you are asking him does that look like the people or does that look consistent, and he kept telling you, well, they have white shirts on. I don't know, you know, what is going on here, and he is being told, oh, well, that is how the camera looks at nighttime. Do you know who was saying that to him? I don't recall for sure. I believe it may have been Fernandez. Q. Okay. Did anybody ever get any other boatyard footage and see if that camera, in fact, makes black shirts look white at night? No, we did not. And it also could have been me that told him that. One of the two of us. Q. Okay. Do you have any knowledge that these cameras actually record black clothing appearing white at nighttime? So I know some of the ones, if there is a light there and it shines and hits the shirt, it can make it look white. Q. Okay. Do you know if that was the case in this case? I do not. Q. Did you have any type of expert look at the video or make any kind of determination with regard to lighting or colors or the vantage points to see if the light was affecting the color of the clothing? I did not. Q. And, in fact, it gets to the point where he is being shown the General Electric video and he is so confused that he says that kind of looks like me. Yes. Q. Correct? Yes. Q. And he is like, well, that is not my shoes and these aren't my clothes, but that kind of looks like me. Correct. Q. He was saying it wasn't me though, correct? Correct. Q. And Captain Phelps keeps insisting that is Tyrone Tucker, correct? Yes, that is correct. Q. And at that point Mr. Johnson is not able to identify them. He says one of them looks kind of like Rory. He doesn't really know what the other person looks like. Is that fair to say? That is correct. Yes. Q. Okay. And then going back to the testimony at the Arthur hearing in the grand jury, would it be fair to say that it was not accurate to say that Mr. John Travis Johnson's statement was consistent with the Keys Electric video? Give me 1 second. Q sure. MS, paused. Do you have a line or, Mr. LeVay? No, I am just asking him. Can you ask it one more time? By Mr. LeVay, Q absolutely. It seems clear based on his interview that John Travis Johnson did not say that the images depicted on the Keys Electric video were consistent with Tyrone Tucker and Rory Wilson's actions on the night of the treehouse? That is correct, I believe. Q so they are not consistent, correct. According to Mr. Johnson's interview he was not able to say that is Rory and that is Tyrone? Correct. He was not able to say that was Rory or Tyrone. Q so it would be inaccurate to testify to a grand jury and inaccurate to testify at the Arthur hearing that the Keys Electric video according to Mr. Johnson depicted Mr. Tucker and Mr. Wilson. I am sorry, I am getting confused. Q no worries. I am not sure. Q that is fine. Okay, alright. I understand that you were kind of caught in the middle of all of this. Do you have any? Let me ask you this. In the course of the interview Mr. Johnson actually took out his keys to his truck, correct? And he shows you and he said I only have one pair of keys to my truck, correct? Yes. Q and you already left his truck back at the Big Pine Key lot in front of that house he was staying in, correct? Correct. Q okay. Now who else lives on Big Pine Key that you are aware of? Do you know where Captain Phelps lives? No, I don't know where she lives. I know she lives down south past Marathon. Q now I am going to ask you to play the video. I just want to show you one clip on the video before we're done. It's going to be at the very beginning, maybe 1 minute into it. And for the record this is the 11/22/2017 body-worn camera video footage from Detective Fernandez for when you encountered Mr. Johnson to take him down to the station, correct? Yes, playing video clip, by Mr. LeVay. Q that is his truck in the video, correct? Yes, I believe so. Q at 18:04 you open the passenger side door, correct? I am not sure if it was me opening. Q is that you who had just opened the door and gone in? Yes, I am going in. Q and your torso is inside the vehicle at this point and you are looking around searching, correct? Correct. Q do you recover anything or see anything of evidentiary value? No. Q you don't see anything on the floorboards or anywhere that you're looking? Not that I recall. Q and you're obviously looking at the passenger side floorboard, correct? Yes. Q isn't it fair to say that you had a relatively decent opportunity to get a visual of the interior of the car? Yes. Q and the interior lights were functioning so it lit it up inside? Correct. Q so there was no lighting issues, nothing, so you could perfectly see I guess everything around, right? The interior lights don't completely, Q of course, but you didn't see any mask or knives? No. Q and you were looking for those type of items, right? Yes. Q and then you all close the door, lock the door and you take him down to the station, correct? Correct. Q okay. He keeps all his valuables in that truck. He was actually living in that truck for a period of time, correct? I believe so. Q and all his clothes were in the truck? Everything, laundry, all that correct? Yes. Q alright. You can stop the video. Now he was arrested. I know that some of the items he had on his person, I guess, his keys. Do you know where his keys went? I don't know. Q you didn't take them though, right? No. Q now this is going to probably be even more concerning for you. Crime scene investigator Underwood. Okay, let me ask you is there any reason that you know of why there was not a search warrant authored and executed immediately following John Travis Johnson's arrest in order to search his truck? I do not know. Q do you know how much time lapsed from the time that Mr. Johnson was arrested, taken into custody to the time that the warrant was actually issued to search his truck? No, I was not in town so it would have been over a week. Q about 2 weeks? 2 weeks. Q now outside of the confession that we have been talking about which you have concerns about, I think we all have concerns about, the only two pieces of evidence that we have in this case other than Rory Wilson I will say, excluding Rory Wilson, the only two pieces of evidence that linked John Travis Johnson to this incident were ultimately found in his truck and ultimately found in the Big Pine Key house that he was staying at, correct? That is correct, yes. Q okay. With regard to the truck that was searched 2 weeks later, that was searched by CSI Underwood, and to your knowledge do you know who else was present at that search? I do not. Q that was the search with Captain Phelps, CC Hoverson and Malone. Malone apparently had gotten the warrant and Phelps specifically told CSI Underwood not to search that car until she and CC Hoverson got there first. Does that sound unusual to you? Yes, if Malone was already there. Q okay. Were you ever made aware that CSI Underwood opened the passenger side door of that truck and it was unlocked by the way, and he immediately saw sitting on the floorboard right in front of the passenger seat of the floorboard a mask with a bandana? I was not aware of that. No. Q did you see the mask with the bandana the night you put your torso in there and were looking around, looking to see if there was any evidence readily visible? No, I did not. Q are you aware that Captain Phelps, when she arrived on scene, asked CSI Underwood to search this vehicle looking for two particular items? A mask and a black t-shirt. Are you aware of that? No, I was not. Q okay. Do you know what two items just coincidentally were found in this truck pursuant to that search? There was a mask and a black shirt. Q and a black shirt. Now it seems to me that somebody involved in between CC Hoverson and Captain Phelps and Detective Malone somebody planted that evidence there. Is that fair to say? MS. Paused. Objection. Calls for speculation. By Mr. LeVay. Q is that fair? Based on your observations of that truck prior to and Captain Phelps' insistence that we're searching his truck for a mask and a black t-shirt. I cannot say that. I can say that I did not see the mask when I went in there. Q. Does that give you any concerns that the mask was found on the floorboard of the truck that you had already searched? MS. Paused. I am going to object to characterization of mask. Yes, it concerned me. By Mr. LeVay. Q. Did you know if any of the materials were tested? Was that mask tested? A. I do not know. Q. Now, the only other item of evidence that linked Mr. Johnson was found just 2 days earlier, also over a week, almost 2 weeks to the day that Mr. Johnson was taken into custody. He was taken into custody on the 22nd of November and it's December 6th. There is apparently, I guess, a cleaning lady who found a bag in the Big Pine Key house. Is that correct? Yes. Q. And Mr. Martin Ochos was interviewed and he said, well, yes, he stayed there with me, we worked together. He never saw the bag though, correct, Mr. Ochos? A. I believe that is correct. Q. He said he never saw Travis Johnson ever carrying that bag, correct? Correct. Q. Now, you don't know if Captain Phelps lives on Big Pine Key, but I can tell you she does. Okay. Q. Do you know any other officers that live on Big Pine Key? A. I know of at least one other officer who lives on Big Pine Key. Q. Okay. Does Detective Malone by chance? Yes, Detective Malone does live on Big Pine Key. Q. I am not surprised. Now the cleaning lady that found this, do you know if that cleaning lady also works for Captain Phelps? A. I have no knowledge of that. Q. Do you know if that lady has any interaction with Captain Phelps? Not to my knowledge. Q. Does she have any criminal history? Did anybody run any background checks on her to see if she had any active cases or anything like that? Not to my knowledge. Q. How about the bag itself? Was it turned in for DNA testing to see if Mr. John Travis Johnson's DNA was on it? No, not my knowledge. Q. What about the items that were recovered? There were several items recovered from it. Were any of those given over to crime scene to see if they could lift any fingerprints or any DNA evidence from it? Not to my knowledge. Q. Do you know what happened to that backpack that was? A. I believe it was returned to Paula Belmonte. Q. So it was given back. Whose decision was it to give this crucial piece of evidence back to Paula Belmonte without testing it for DNA or fingerprints? MS. Paused. I am going to object to this because there was discussion by the attorneys that we could return the backpack to her involving the attorneys that were present. MS. Higgins. Upon the state's request. By Mr. LeVay. Q. Okay. Did we ever prevent you from doing any type of testing? No. Q. Okay. Do you know when this bag was returned to Paula Belmonte? A. I don't recall the exact date. No. Q. Any idea how long it was in the state's custody? A. I am not positive. No. A significant amount of time. Q. Years, correct? At least a year, yes. Q. Are you aware of any backlogs in the DNA lab or FDLE that would have prevented the state from testing this item for DNA or fingerprints for over a year, 2 years? Not that I am aware of. Q. Would you have expected it to be tested for DNA and fingerprints before given back to the victim? A. I don't know about fingerprints because I don't know what the material in the bag was. DNA I would have thought we would have at least held onto it in case we needed to run DNA. Q. I believe there were some identifications and stuff that could have held fingerprints. Who knows how long the oil would have lasted on them, but that is a question for crime scene. But you are not aware of anything that prevented the state from giving this bag to its crime scene investigator Underwood to check it for fingerprints, to swab it for DNA swabs for the years that it was in the state's possession. A. I don't know of any issue why not. Q. And you don't have any witness that says they actually saw John Travis Johnson put that backpack in the air conditioning closet, correct? Not that I am aware of. Q. That is all for now. Thank you for your honesty. Brief recess took place. Examination. By Mr. Ballarado. Q. All right. So detective, bear with me. I am going to try to hit a couple of things that were raised. The night of the homicide, November 17th, you responded to the scene. Correct. Q. And you guys didn't have a crime scene detective available, so you asked for Mitchell and Del Valle to assist you. A. I believe Sergeant Kellenberger asked for him to come assist. Q. Okay. You were there when they arrived? Yes. Q. Okay. We were informed that Detective Del Valle was told that he should look for evidence of a dark Chevy truck that was somehow involved, and that is how it led him to find the tire tracks. How did he get that information? How did you know at that early time that the dark Chevy truck was involved? A. I do not recall. I do not remember. I don't know if it was me who told him or not. Q. Were you there when he tried to make a plaster cast of the tracks? A. I don't remember it being associated to a truck. Q. You don't have any way of knowing why someone would have said that to him? No, not that I can recall. Q. Do you know, was anybody like obtaining any information from a confidential source or somebody else who may have been involved in this? Not that I am aware of. Q. Was there anybody there that night that you were aware of that was speaking to Anathea Clay? A. I believe Detective Fernandez, now Sergeant Fernandez. Q. Detective Fernandez is the one that had her cell phone number in his phone? A. I believe so. I do not know that. Q. And do you know that he spoke to her that night? A. I was informed that he spoke to her, yes. Q. Do you know when he spoke to her? No. Q. Have you learned since that night anything about this information that the truck, this dark Chevy pickup truck, was involved? A. I am sorry. Q. Right now, are you saying you didn't know that anyone said anything to Del Valle or Mitchell about this truck, right, that night? Not that I recall. Q. Right. And you never learned anything about that occurrence later, that somebody had told them that night to look for this truck? That I recall. No. Q. So they had no idea why they were looking for this truck? No. Q. You didn't ask? Not that I recall. I don't remember asking. I don't remember receiving information about a truck that night. Q. You were asked a lot of questions about the interrogation techniques of Captain Phelps. Have you? What is your training? You have been a police officer in a couple of different jurisdictions, right? 2. Yes. Q. Did you ever go to the National Academy? No, I did not. Q. Were you ever trained by anyone who did go to the FBI Academy? A. I can't name a specific, but I am sure I have. Q. Okay. So were you trained on how to conduct effective fair just interview techniques? Yes, I have gone to multiple interview schools. Q. You have. Have you ever been instructed on the read technique? Yes. Q. What did they tell you about the read technique? It's pretty much basically what I do is the read technique, which is just open-ended questions. Now I know it's changed a little bit, but basically Q. Well, there are some aspects. For example, one of the aspects of the read technique is minimize the involvement. Give your suspect two choices, one really good and one really bad, but they both implicate them in the crime. And I could be mistaken, but I believe it kind of developed in that even more so over the years, where you just give them an open canvas and let them start to paint the picture. Q. That is right, because some of these techniques followed by read and technique have proven to produce less than credible confessions. Confessions by people that are not real smart or have, other psychological issues, or they just want to confess to things they didn't do, right? That is my understanding as to why it's developed over the years. Q. That's right. So did you ever see the video of the interview that Captain Phelps conducted with April Walker? I have seen a small amount, yes. Q. And she uses the technique of informing the person that she is speaking to, that the person she wants to implicate is a bad person. Bad guy. Okay. Do you recall in that video she says Rory is a really good man? He cares about your baby. Ty, on the other hand, is a real SOB. He is no good. He is up there blaming it all on Rory. Again, verbatim, I don't know the exact words, but yes, there is a definite good and bad guy. Q. That is her technique, right? Correct. Q. And also in that video, if you recall, she says, well, I think that, Rory didn't mean to do this. He went out to get some money for the baby and, he didn't mean to hurt anybody, but it just went sideways and he didn't mean to do it. And if I had a choice between doing it accidentally, not really meaning to do it, and going out and intending to hurt somebody, it's a lot better that you do it not intending to do it. Do you remember that? Yes. Q. Okay, but she is leading the person to believe that, oh yeah, I am going to tell you that Rory didn't mean to do it, but in fact he is still implicated in a homicide, right? That is correct, yes. Q. So do you recognize that is a technique that Captain Phelps evidently employs across the board? She has done it several times in this case, right? That is correct, yes. Q. And she was an instructor at the Monroe County Sheriff's Department Training School, is that right? That is correct. For the training department, yes. Q. So is this what she trains your detectives to do? I have never gone to any interview schools with her where she has taught interviews, so I can't answer. Q. Are you familiar that? Are you aware that other detectives that have been trained follow that same technique in your office? As I said, there is very few that I have done interviews with, so I never seen them do it directly. Q. Let me ask you this. These tapes, videos and the interrogations are reviewed by superiors in your department, correct? I would think so. Q. Sheriff, under sheriff, majors, whatever you have over there. People that are responsible for the conduct of investigations in an overall sense, right? I can't say for sure. I have no knowledge of that. Q. Well, you guys operate under supervision. You guys just don't run around unsupervised, right? Correct. Q. Even Captain Phelps, she is subject to the sheriff, under sheriff over there, right? Yes. Q. Have you ever heard any directives or any guidance from the supervision at the sheriff's office that these kind of interviews should not be conducted? No, I have not. Q. As you sit here today, okay, and you are confronted with these techniques and you are a well-trained police officer, I make the assumption that you try to do the fair thing, said that you didn't like those techniques, right? That is correct. Q. You don't approve of those techniques, right? Correct. Q. Used by Captain Phelps, correct. Q. Okay, and I assume you don't approve of those techniques because you are not confident in the results that they produce, correct. Q. Okay, so why don't you have any reason why haven't you received any guidance from the higher echelon of the sheriff's department, who may also not agree with these techniques and should give you guys down in the streets some guidance? All I can say is we haven't received any interviewing technique. Q. And you haven't received any guidance or any memos or anything from anybody higher up in the sheriff's office that these type of read techniques should not be used? Not that I am aware of. Q. Okay, you're kind of on your own, huh? Were you aware that Colleen Dunn, the ASA, was listening to all of the telephone calls from the jail? Yes, I was. Q. When did she tell you she was listening? I couldn't tell you the first time she told me she was listening to them. Q. But you are aware. I mean it was consistent. Q. Okay, there was. You were asked about this before. That on April 4th, 2018 there was a text to you in which she asked you to unrestrict. Yes, I remember the text message you are talking about. Q. So she asked you to unrestrict. What does that mean? It gives her access to be able to read anything in the record. I do not know. As far as I know, it was read only. I shouldn't even say that. Q. Say that again. I don't know if it's read only or if she can make changes to it or not. Unrestricted gives her access to look at it. Q. That is something that the ASA generally doesn't have access to unless it's specifically authorized by the case agent. I honestly do not know. Q. Why did she need to ask you to unrestrict it? So I am the one that has access to the report. I can go in and give her access. I can make that change. Q. She couldn't go in unless you unrestricted her. That is correct. Q. And that is all the information in the case? All the reports in the case? That is correct. Q. All the videos in the case? Yes, I believe so. Q. Okay. The only thing that would be different is the bodycams are under a different system. The state attorney has access to the bodycams. Q. Okay. She has access to the bodycams. Yes. Q. She doesn't need to have unrestricted for her to have access to the bodycams? Correct. Q. Was it in June, late June, the first time that you spoke to Nahim Jackson? Yes, I believe so. Towards the end of June? Q. Towards the end of June in 2018? Correct. Q, is that right? Yes. Q, how did you get them? Bernard Barrios, who is a major crimes detective in Key West, told me that he wanted to talk to me about the Treehouse murder. Q, Barrios, correct me if I am wrong. Barrios was connected by an officer in the jail and was told that Nahim Jackson wanted to speak to him sometime in early April, correct? No. Q, June. In June 2018, correct? Yes, I believe so. Q, it was April 15th that Nahim reached out for Detective O'Keefe? That I am not positive. Q, you weren't aware of that? No. Q, okay. So on June 22nd of 2018, Detective Barrios meets with Nahim Jackson, right? Yes. Sometime in the beginning or middle of June. Somewhere in there. Q, and before he goes to meet with him, he calls you on the telephone and says that this guy has some information on the homicide. And you were home and you said, well, I can't go. You go ahead and talk to him, correct? I believe something like that. I think I was actually out of town. Q, you were out of town and you told him to go ahead and talk to him. Yes. Q, and according to Barrios, he did go and speak to him and he made a video of it, right? You have seen that video. I have not watched that video. Q, you never seen that video? No, I have not watched it. Q, well, after he saw Nahim Jackson, he called you back and told you that he had seen him. I don't know if he called me or if I saw him in person. Q, and then he, Jackson, kept calling Barrios, right? And Barrios told you that he is calling and he wants you to come see him, right? I don't remember all the specifics. Something like that. Q, then you went out to go see Barrios? You mean, Q, excuse me, Nahim Jackson at the jail? Yes. Q, you made a recording of it? Yes. Q, and that was the first time you went was in June? Correct. Q, later in June, a couple of weeks after Barrios went. Again, I don't remember the exact time, but yes. Q, when you went to see Nahim Jackson and Jackson told you whatever he told you about this homicide, you knew that he had given a previous statement to Barrios and that it was recorded, and you never went to see that statement. You never looked at that statement? From what I remember from what Barrios told me is that they did not really want to talk to him. They said basically, we'll get you in contact with the lead detective. I did not realize there was a whole statement attached to it. Q, so you never looked at it? No, I never looked at it. Q, Barrios never told you what Jackson said? The only thing he said was that he needs to talk to the lead detective, that he knows something about the Treehouse murder. Q, and it's your testimony that Barrios never told you that Jackson wanted something in return? I do not recall Barrios ever telling me that. Q, you know, here is what is problematic. Give me a second. You testified at the Arthur hearing and you testified that, and I am sure you recall this. You were asked this question. Tell the court what Mr. Jackson told you with respect to Mr. Tucker, and you said Mr. Jackson told me that he had conversations with Mr. Tucker where Tucker stated to him that he killed Matthew Bonnet and that things had gone all bad, and that they had to kill him. This is what you testified to, and then you were specifically asked by Dunn, ASA Dunn. Didn't Mr. Jackson tell you why he came forward to give this statement to you in law enforcement? Mr. Jackson told me he wanted to talk to me because it very badly upset him the way Mr. Tucker talked about the murder. That he had zero remorse, feeling or guilt, and that it was just part of business. Okay. And then he went on to say that he asked you for nothing and you gave him nothing, correct? That is correct. Q, that is what you testified to. This is what you said under oath, right? But there is a video out there that is exactly the opposite, in which Jackson says to another officer, Barrios, that he expects something for this, that he wants a payoff in this. Do you know that now? From what you have told me, I have not seen it. Q, you have still never listened to that video? No. Q, okay. So here is what happens. You have got the ASA standing up in front of the judge saying, Judge, we also have the statements of Nahim Jackson, an individual who has no incentive, at least no identifiable incentive, to not be credible with respect to his statements to the detectives. Mr. Jackson having not received any cooperating agreement. Not true, and there is a whole host of detectives working for the sheriff's department that know as of March 27, 2018 he was a confidential informant by contract. So you have got the ASA telling something that is not true to the judge. MS, paused, objection, argumentative. Mr. Ballarado, I'm sorry. MS, paused, I said objection, argumentative. By Mr. Ballarado. Q, okay. Do you agree? You know now that as of March 27, 2018, that he had a contract with O'Keefe and the sheriff's office to be a confidential informant? You know that now, right? Yes, I do know that. Q, so this is a statement made by the ASA that is not true to a judge who is making the determination to determine the freedom of a defendant. You understand that, right? This is an Arthur hearing. He is taking what this ASA is saying to determine whether or not he is going to let this man out of jail. You knew that is what the hearing is for, right? Yes. Q, so she says, no favorable treatment from the state or the Monroe County Sheriff's Office and has continued to willfully cooperate. Okay. And let's not forget that he indicated that he was I believe the word was disgusted by how Tucker was describing this incident and having killed someone over just a matter of cocaine and money. This is what the ASA said to the judge. Okay. Okay. Q, you don't dispute that. I am reading from the transcript. No. Q, here is the problem. Here is your problem. The ASA says I didn't lie to the judge. I told the judge what Pitcher told me. So if there is a breakdown in the truth, it's not Colleen Dunn. It's Pitcher, unless, of course, that's not the way it went. For example, Colleen Dunn asked to be unrestricted April 4, 2018, right? I don't know when she asked for it. I am sure you're right. Q, April 4, 2018. Okay. As of April 4, 2018 she had access to all the information in the case. On June 22, Barrios took that video. Are you telling me you didn't look at it and Dunn didn't look at it either? Nobody looked at it? MS, paused, objection. He can't speak as to Dunn. He can only speak as to himself. I did not know. Dunn never told me she looked at it. By Mr. Ballarado. Q. Did Dunn ever tell you that she looked at it? She did not. Q. Did Dunn ever tell you that she knew anything about what the situation was with Nahim Jackson? No. Q. She referred to him as your boy. Did she ever refer to him that way to you? I don't recall for sure, but she may have. Q. Let me ask you this. Let's just set aside for a minute whether he had a formal agreement. Let's set that aside. When you talked to him in late June, right, you told him, you sent him back in, right? Yes. Q. Now, you went through police school here. You went through police school. Where were you an officer before? Charlotte, North Carolina. Q. Has anybody ever discussed with you the case of Messiah versus the United States? Have you ever heard that before? Not that I recall. Q. You're not a lawyer, right? No, I am not. Q. So nobody expects you to be a lawyer. You are the cop. You do the work. Who do you rely on for your instructions as to the legality of your conduct when you are here in the Monroe County Sheriff's Office? Who do you rely on? My chain of command. Q. Your chain of command in the state attorney's office? Sure. Q. If you are not sure about something, that is who you go to, right? Yes. Q. I am going to tell you there is a seminal case decided in 1964 in which it says that once a defendant has been charged, pled not guilty, and has a lawyer, you can't talk to him without him knowingly waiving his attorney's presence. You know that, right? Yes. Q. But the United States Supreme Court says that someone acting as your agent is the same as you talking to the defendant, and that is what Nahim Jackson was doing when you sent him back in there. You gave him instructions. You told him what to do. You knew he was going to go in there and speak to a represented defendant, and he wasn't going to tell him that he was acting on behalf of the Monroe County Sheriff's Department. You knew that, right? Right. Q. And Colleen knew it. She knew you were sending him back in there, right? That is correct. Q. And she never one time said to you, whoops, excuse me, in 1964 the United States Supreme Court in a 6-3 decision said you can't do that. Never said that to you? No, she did not. Q. So you relied on what Colleen Dunn said or didn't say, and you continued to send Nahim Jackson back to talk to Tucker to develop evidence against him. Is that right? That is correct. Yes. Q. So we have established that Colleen Dunn knew that this was happening from when? From June? It would have definitely been the first time. I don't know if she knew a few days ahead of time. Q. Okay. Did you ever speak to Nahim Jackson's lawyer? No, I have not. Q. Did he ever ask you to speak to his lawyer? I take that back. I have talked to his lawyer. Q. When is that? 2019. Q. 2019. Okay. Did there ever come a time when you knew? Did there come a time when Nahim Jackson said to you, what do I get out of this? For the Q. For the cooperation. No. Q. Never? No. Q. And it's your testimony he never said to you that I know this drill. I have done this before. He never said that to you? No. Q. Did you ever ask him if he had ever done this before? Not that I recall. No. Q. Are you familiar with the Monroe County Sheriff's Office Procedural Manual? Yes. Q. Okay. Well, are you aware that the Procedural Manual says that it talks about informants? Okay. You have read it, right? Yes. Q. It's part of your training? Yes. Q. And it says the member's responsibility. That is you? Correct. Q. Okay. And it talks specifically with regards to informants on page 34 hours and 12 minutes. Member's responsibility, B1. Right at the very top it says prior, which means before. Prior to you utilizing the informant, a check will need to determine the following. And it talks about 4 things. Okay. Number 4 is present or past informant for any agency or the office. The office meaning Monroe County Sheriff's Office in any capacity. Would you like to see that? No, I believe you. Actually, I was wrong at the time. I looked at him as a witness. Q. I'm sorry. Whether I was right or wrong, I looked at him as a witness. Major crimes we worked informants. I was with major crimes. That was narcotics side of things. Q. So, I understand that and I accept that answer. And the answer to that is that what you did really because nobody told you to do it any other way. Isn't that right? That is correct. Q. Colleen Dunn never said to you he is not a witness. He is your agent when you sent him back into the jail, and because nobody gave you that guidance you went ahead and did it the way you did it. Is that fair? That is fair. Yes. Q. Are you aware that Anathea Clay told Captain Penny Phelps that Colleen Dunn threatened her and tried to intimidate her in a domestic violence case where she was a defendant? Were you aware of that? I was not. I don't recall if I was. Q. And that Anathea Clay said that this resulted in her pleading guilty to something she didn't do? I was not aware of that. Q. Did you ever look at Anathea Clay as a suspect in this? As a suspect, yes. Not a strong suspect, but a suspect, yes. I did ask at one point, ask Colleen if she thought we had enough to get a warrant, and at the time we felt that we did not. Q. So you discussed Anathea Clay with Colleen and Colleen said you didn't have enough to get a warrant? Correct. Q. You discussed Franklin Tyrone Tucker with Colleen Dunn and you said I don't think we have enough to arrest him, and she said arrest him. Well, when I spoke with Colleen Dunn in reference to Franklin Tucker, she said the same as me at that point. Q. Okay. And then the conversations right after that between Q. her and Phelps? Yes. Q. Okay. So when you talked to her she agreed with you when you said you had enough, but when she talked to Captain Phelps now all of a sudden it's go arrest him? Correct. Q. Okay. Were you told by Colleen Dunn not to charge Anathea? I don't know if I was told not to. I was told we didn't have probable cause. Q. Okay. Did she discourage from you spending any more of your time investigating Anathea? Did she do anything like that? Did she say you were wasting your time looking at her? Go look at something else or anything like that? I don't remember her exact words. It was just did you do what you could to find her and then move on? Q. Okay. All right. So basically that is the only conversations you had with Colleen about Anathea? Yes, as far as I recall. Q. How about Captain Phelps? Did you see the interview of Anathea? I read her report. I didn't actually watch it. Q. You didn't see it. Okay, did you have any conversations with Captain Phelps about anaphia? Prior to and I think one right afterwards, right after the interview. That is when I was in the hospital at that time. Not for me, no. Q okay. Yeah, two things. One is that you testified yesterday that when you went to HIDTA is when you learned Nahim Jackson was a CI. Correct. After several months into HIDTA, yes. Q you said today you went into HIDTA in the summer of 2018. No, I am sorry. That is when I was out of major crimes. I originally was going to training and it was supposed to be November. I was going to HIDTA and then it became December, then January. Q when you testified in the Arthur hearing where were you working? A I had just started in HIDTA at that point. Q you had been in HIDTA at that point? Yes. Q and it's your testimony you still did not know that he had been a confidential informant? That is correct. Q and nobody told you? No. Q and nobody looked at the records? Right. Q by the way does the state attorney have access to those confidential records? A I believe they would have to contact the sergeant over in narcotics to get access to it. Q what about Captain Phelps? A I can't say for sure. I would assume she has access being the captain over the unit. Q okay. You also said that you think that the first time you had a taped interview with Nahim Jackson was in late June. Late June? Yeah. Q you said in reference to a question in response to some question that you may have talked to him before that? So when I was on patrol and the only reason I saw it was because you know he has a warrant for his address right now so I went to his Facebook page. Q you mean back then? He has a warrant. Q okay. Of course, sure. Not too long back I went to his Facebook page and there is a picture on his Facebook page and I remember on patrol that picture was being passed around because he had a warrant and I don't know if I ever came in contact with him. During that time he had a warrant. Q do you have any recollection that you may have spoke to him about this case before you actually went out to see him? No. Q do you think that even though you were the case agent that there were things that were happening about this case, that there were decisions that were made without your input? Yes. Q and do you think that those decisions were being made by Colleen Dunn and Captain Phelps? MS. Paused. Objection. Calls for speculation. By Mr. Ballarado. Q you can answer. Yes. Q and you know it was objected to because it's speculation but you're a police officer. You spend your life deducing things. You look at A, you look at B, you look at C and you say you know what D is what it is. That is how you spend your life, correct? Yes. Q that is what you are trained to do like a heart surgeon and this is what you do. It's true, right? Yes. Q so you felt that, you know, there was information they may have had that you didn't know that they didn't share with you? That is correct. Q that they didn't share with you. That is correct. Q and they very well could have known what the status of Nahim Jackson was when you testified in that Arthur hearing but they didn't tell you. MS. Paused. Objection. Argumentative. They didn't tell me if they did. Mr. Ballarado, I have nothing further. Mr. LeVay, just briefly. Examination. By Mr. LeVay. Q detective picture. The video of Nahim Jackson that was taken by Detective Barrios. Yes. Q that recording was provided to Colleen Dunn, correct? As far as I know, yes. Q okay. So she had it at the time of the Arthur hearing, correct? So again I am assuming it's on the BWC. If that is the case she has access to it as soon as it's downloaded. Q so that would have been well before the Arthur hearing, correct? Yes. Q I am going to hand you what has been marked for identification as Exhibit 19 that will be attached to the deposition. It is pursuant to a public records request that was done. It is a compilation of text messages between yourself and Captain Phelps. I want to go over a couple of things with you. Go to the third page. It's an entry from the date is 12/27/2018 at 12:56 p.m. and it's a message received. That you received from Captain Phelps saying when you and Colleen talked to Travis I would like to be there, and your response to her is that can happen, correct? Correct. Q okay. So Captain Phelps was intending to talk with Travis, correct? That is correct. Q again, correct? Correct. Q after the initial interview, correct? Yes. Q okay. Now are you aware that Captain Phelps had interviews with Rory Wilson in the jail without his attorney present? Not that I recall. Q okay. Were you ever present at any interviews with Captain Phelps and Rory Wilson without an attorney present? Not that I recall. Q okay. Do you know of any other inmates that Captain Phelps had interviewed at the jail without their attorneys present who were represented by attorneys? Not that I recall. I don't recall this one. Q okay. Now in a message the next following page, it's a text message from the date of 1/23/2019, 1:05 p.m., and it says hey Captain, Colleen asked me to double check. We're good to interview the two knuckleheads after their cases at court at the courthouse and I know you set it up for me but I don't remember with whom you set it up to be able to double check. Thanks. And she responds Sergeant Fisher and I'll check with him now, correct? Yes. Q okay. So the plan was at least in January there was a plan to speak with Travis in the courthouse at that point, correct? Correct. Yes. Q okay. So this was just prior to this Arthur hearing that was coming up, correct? Correct. Q okay. Now was there a judge in the courtroom when you all got to the courtroom to speak with John Travis Johnson? For the interview I don't believe so. Q so it was an empty courtroom, is that correct? Yes. Q there was no judge presiding, just the staff was there, correct? Correct. Q is that usual to use the courthouse courtroom for interview rooms with, I guess, inmates for factual proffers? Not any that I have done it before. Q okay. Now you referred to them as two knuckleheads. At the end of the day, your impression. I mean obviously you had limited amount of time with John Travis Johnson but your impression is he is not a rocket scientist, correct? Right. I shouldn't have used the words. Q listen, it is what it is. He is not the brightest bulb on the tree, correct? Based on your interactions with him, and your conversations with him, correct? I am not saying he was stupid, but he is not. Listen, he's not a brain surgeon, correct? It doesn't seem that he's been to graduate schools, and just based on a conversation with him you can tell that. He is a veteran. He is a soldier who has been disabled, correct? Correct. Q. Okay. Do you know his educational level? A. I do not. Q. But he didn't strike you as overtly, like he is a genius, or oh, my god, this man is the smartest man I have ever met, correct? Correct. Q. Okay. All right. Now that interview that took place at the courthouse, what time did everybody meet at that courtroom? A. I don't recall exact time. I believe it was in the morning sometime. Q. Okay. In the courtroom they have the videos and all that are in them, I am assuming? A. I assume so. Q. All right. As I understand it, it was Captain Phelps, Colleen Dunn and yourself. Is that correct? Correct. Q. Okay. I understand that you all were the first ones to the courtroom that day early in the morning. Yes, I believe so. Q. And maybe somewhere around 10 minutes later Mr. John Travis Johnson's public defender arrived and you all were able to then do the proffer. Is that correct? A. I believe so. That is correct. Yes. Q. Okay. You don't know of any conversations that Captain Phelps had with John Travis Johnson leading up to that interview, correct? You weren't present during any conversations that you had, correct? Not that I recall, correct? Q. Okay. And you don't know what, if anything, was said by Captain Phelps to John Travis Johnson in that courtroom prior to his attorney arriving because you weren't standing on top of him, correct? Correct. I was in the vicinity but I don't remember any conversation or if there was anything. Q. But I mean there was chit-chat going back and forth and, A. I wasn't paying attention. Q. You weren't paying attention but Captain Phelps was engaging Mr. John Travis Johnson, correct? Correct. Q. Okay. And then 10 minutes later or so his attorney arrives and they do a taped interview. Is that fair to say? Correct. Yes. Q. All right. And this is supposed to be a proffer? A. I believe so. Yes. Q. Is there any reason why Colleen Dunn didn't do this proffer as the ASA assigned to the case? Not that I am aware of. Q. Is there any reason why you didn't do the proffer since you were the case agent to this case? No, not that I am aware of. Q. Customarily it would have been you doing the proffer or the assistant state attorney, or I guess I should say customarily it would be the assistant state attorney doing the proffer, and if not it would have been you as the case agent. In the past it has always been either the ASA or the assistant state attorney. Q. Okay. Now, do you have any reason why Penny Phelps hijacked this interview and took control and did the interview herself? A. I don't know. I do know she wanted to do the interview. Q. Okay. She insisted on it, correct? Correct. Q. At this interview she employed the exact same interrogation tactics that she had at the initial interview with John Travis Johnson, as far as telling him what to say or telling him what she wanted him to say and then him parroting it back to her. Is that correct? Correct. It was the same style interview. Q. Okay. Same style that she was interviewing. Yes. Q. And that gave you concerns as well this second interview, correct? Correct. Q. Okay. There came a part about Captain Phelps trying to fit Rory's story in with what she had told Travis to initially say with regard to knives being thrown at a dartboard or something along these lines, and John Travis Johnson saying I have never seen anything like that, correct? That is correct. Q. And then Penny Phelps quickly jumps in and says, oh, maybe you weren't there during that time, correct? That is correct. Q. Is that also one of Captain Phelps' interrogation techniques, that when a witness does not give her back the answer that she just told them, that she immediately excuses it by saying, oh, well, you must not have seen it or you must not have been there? That is correct. I believe it falls into the same kind of technique. Q. Okay. So it's the exact same type of technique that she has been using that you have concerns and that you do not use. That is correct. Mr. Ballarado. Okay. No further questions. Examination, by MS, paused. Q. So talking about Jackson, when he first contacted you and you spoke to him, at that point in time had he been given any directives by you or anyone from the sheriff's office that you are aware of as far as gathering information from either Rory Wilson or Franklin Tucker? No. Q. And what exactly did you instruct him to do? Go back into the jail and listen to anything they had to say, and if they talked more about it try to clarify some of the details about it. Q. Now there is an email and I don't know what exhibit it is. It was about Hoverson reaching out to, I believe it was Mr. Carey, about a move, and yes, the move was done or something to that effect. Maybe it was a text, and I think the date was July 12th. Is that the first time in this case that you requested a move be made in reference to either Mr. Jackson, Mr. Tucker or Mr. Wilson? MS, Higgins, objection, leading. What was the date on it? I'm sorry. By MS, paused. Q. July 12th. A. I believe it was then. Yes. Q. And do you remember what the move was that you made? A. I believe he had been put back with Wilson and he was put back with Tucker, but I am not positive. Q. When you went to speak with Johnson on the 22nd and you were near the truck, with what degree of certainty are you sure that the truck was locked when you left? A. I don't recall. Q. Standing here today, can you say for sure that the door was locked when you left? No, I can't say that. Q. When you explained your rights or the rights to Mr. Johnson, did he appear to understand those rights? Yes. Q. With regards to Ms. Walker, did she report that Mr. Tucker had threatened her in the initial interview with Ms. Phelps, or was it during a follow-up phone call? It was during a follow-up phone call, I believe. Q. And did Mr. O'Quinn receive any injuries as a result of his interaction with the suspects? Yes, he did. Q. What was that injury? He had a cut on his pinky. Q. Now let's talk about the case management system. What is in the case management system? The case management has all submitted reports, the original incident report, and then any evidence sheets, videos, not BWC videos, any paperwork that a detective would put in under the attachments in case management. Q. Is every single case the sheriff's office investigates in that system? Yes. Q. So it's not used specific to this case? That is correct. Q. Does the state, if you know, need unrestricted access in order to see any case? As far as I know they need to be added onto the OC case. MS. Paused. I have no other questions. Examination, by MS. Higgins. Q. Just one. You never watched the Barrios video with Nahim Jackson? That is correct. Q. Are you aware that in that video Barrios did, in fact, give Nahim Jackson direction in getting information? A. I am not aware of that. Q. Okay. Barrios in his deposition taken in July of 2020 and he made some statements at that deposition about what he told you about that interview. We asked him, did you tell Detective Pitcher that Nahim Jackson wants to get out of jail, and this is on page 17 of his deposition transcript, and he said, I probably did. I probably did. I don't know who said it, whether it was the sergeant or Pitcher, that he was arrested for a domestic or something, so Detective Barrios said he probably told you that? A. I don't remember. Q. Barrios attended some of the subsequent interviews with you and Nahim Jackson, right? A. I believe he attended at least one. I don't know if he attended more. I can't recall. Q. So you know he was at least at one? That is correct. Q. Okay. All these little bits of conversations that you're having with Nahim Jackson and or Barrios before and after the recording, it's your testimony that Nahim Jackson never said, can you get me out? That is correct. Q. What is going on with my request? That is correct. Q. Were you aware? I know we talked about a text message the other day between you and Colleen Dunn where Colleen Dunn reaches out to you and says, hey, you may want to talk to Nahim again because he is getting out on probation. Yes, I remember that. Q. You remember that? Colleen Dunn didn't tell you to your supplement report until well into September, right? That is correct. Q. So was it your understanding that through her text messages that the information had not been turned over to the defense? Yes. From the one text message it definitely sounded like it was not. Q. So the defense at this point is unaware that any of the Nahim Jackson stuff even exists? That is correct. Q. And are you aware that Nahim Jackson was out and on probation and out of jail and on probation before Colleen Dunn talks to you about getting a report together? A. I can't recall. I am not positive on that. Q. Okay. She made you aware that he was getting out the end of August? That is correct. Q. So she knew what the deal for Nahim Jackson was, right? MS. Paused. Objection. Calls for speculation. By MS. Higgins. Q. She told you probation, right? As she told me, I think the text message said he is getting out. Q. He is getting out on probation. All right. Do you know what it means when the state attorney's office files a request for, what is it called? A request for dismissal of prosecution. Do you know what that means? A. I think it means a case gets dismissed. Q. But is that also done when you have a defendant that has cooperated? If there is something filed with the court to let the court know that this defendant has cooperated and that is why we are going to go lower than what we need to go? A. I don't know if it's the same thing. I don't know exactly how that is done. Q. Did you ever go to any of Nahim Jackson's court hearings on the domestic violence charge and on the violation of probation charge that he was jailed for in 2018? Not that I recall. Q. Never went to Marathon and went into any of the hearings? Not that I recall. No. Q. Never went to any of the status conferences? Not that I recall. Q. Did you ever learn that the public defender's office was going to need to withdraw from his case? A. I think I remember Nahim told me something about that, but I don't remember for sure. Q. And you thought maybe you talked to his attorney at one point? Yes. Q. Was that after he got out? Yes, I believe so. Q. Okay. So you didn't speak to his attorney the entire time he was incarcerated in 2018? 2018. Q. Yes. No. Q. While he was in jail? No. 2019. Q. So do you recall any conversations with Colleen Dunn about how the state attorney's office was going to have to get rid of his case? No. Q. She never talked to you about the case, the pleas? No, that I don't recall. Q. Other than that text messages about probation? Sorry, I am getting a little confused. Q. Did Colleen Dunn ever have any other conversations with you about Nahim Jackson's plea or sentence in 2018? No, not that I recall. Q. All right. Examination, by Mr. LeVay. Q. Detective Pitcher, you testified that John Travis Johnson appeared to understand his Miranda rights when he signed that waiver form, correct? Yes. Q. But just to put on the record, he was never informed as to any topic that you wished to speak to him about until after that form was executed, correct? That is correct. Q. So John Travis Johnson had absolutely no idea that you wished to question him on the murder case prior to him signing that Miranda waiver form, correct? That is correct. Q. And when you said that you told Nahim Jackson to go in and to listen for conversations and then to clarify anything that he heard, correct? Correct. Q. So that would involve Nahim Jackson speaking with either Mr. Tucker or Mr. Wilson, correct? That is correct. Q. And if he hears any information to then further speak with them and to gather as much information as he can to elaborate or clarify whatever he might overhear, correct? Correct. Q. So those were his marching orders, correct? Yes. Q. Okay. To listen for information and then if he hears anything to then engage them and try to get more information from them, correct? Correct. If they are talking to him I wouldn't want him to engage outside, but yes. Q. Well, when you are putting them in the dorm together you are putting them in the same dorm together so he is going to be talking to him, correct? Correct. Q. And for Mr. Nahim Jackson to maintain his, I guess, identity or conceal his identity as an informant or whatever he was acting as, he certainly would engage Mr. Wilson or Mr. Tucker on his own accord. Otherwise if he is not talking to them unless they come to him, that is going to send up red flags, I would assume. Correct. Mr. LeVay. Okay. No further questions. Examination, by MS. Higgins. Q. Just to clarify the record because I asked you a very confusing question and I asked you if you were aware of a dismissal prosecution, but the actual title of the document is a request for discontinuation of prosecution. Have you ever heard that term before? No. MS. Higgins. All right. Nothing further. Deposition was concluded. Certificate of oath. Certificate of
All right, guys. So I hope you enjoyed that little presentation there. So I wanted to talk with everybody before I left alive, and we ended this thing. So that was the testimony of Matthew Pitcher. He was the lead detective that you don't know about in the Treehouse trial. He was hidden by the prosecutors, and you understand why now he was hidden. So if you didn't get a chance to see that deposition, we've got a more consumable version of it that was aired earlier today. We've got this version that was just aired. You can go back in time on it, as long as we're going to be ending this live here in a few minutes. But to hit a couple highlights that were unveiled in that live, it's incredibly important. Oh, you can. Okay, you can adjust the wheel. I didn't think you could on the. I didn't think you could on the verticals. I know you can on the regular ones. But you know, a couple of things that were significant pieces of information that came out in this deposition. One, we learned that the prosecutors got access to all the videos. He discusses for the first time ever that anyone was asked these questions. What happened to the videos? What does he say? Danielle Malone. If you watched the trial, Danielle Malone says she didn't know, that it was Pitcher, that it was other people, that it was other people that collected these videos, that she didn't know. So everybody's passing the buck. But this is the reason why, and as you could see there, with a well-seasoned attorney asking the questions, things got pretty good there. And you can see why I have said if you had a halfway competent attorney take this case, they're going to know what questions to ask. They're going to know how to introduce things that need to be introduced. They're going to know how to get things in that need to be in. And one of the things that they brought out in this deposition, again, by having someone like Pitcher on the stand, is all the people that were there. Remember, all Ty's defense needs to do is raise doubt. So by them saying, okay, we have this Cosme video, it's grainy, you can't tell who's on it. We see a truck pull up, you can't really tell what's going on with that. You've got other people that were present that again, if someone like Detective Pitcher can say, yeah, he was told there was up to as many as 6 to 7 white guys there. There's supposed to be a white guy that comes out. He doesn't fit the description of Ty Tucker. Ty Tucker's attorney can call Todd O'Quinn to the stand and question him. And even if, the jury, doesn't believe that Todd O'Quinn, or Todd O'Quinn doesn't go before the jury and say, hey, I saw somebody jump in a truck, and maybe they don't let that tape come in and be played, although they should, because it would be able to be brought in to refresh his memory. He's at least at a minimum going to say he got to look at the individual and the person didn't look like Ty. You're going to, the defense attorney is going to be able to create the idea here that there is this scene. It is not what the prosecution's theory says it is, that there was a lot of people there. In fact, as you saw in this deposition, and that was John Travis Johnson's attorney who was raising that doubt, Todd was raised as even a potential suspect. Again, before the jury, all these people become suspects. Everybody that was there. Todd had tried to make a drug purchase. So you put Todd on the stand and you say, hey, you're down there. You show up. You're running around. You've got a wound. Do we know if you're a victim or were you the other guy? We know you're the only person there that says he saw somebody pull a mask off is Todd. Now, we also know that Todd says, again, one of the other important fact that Todd should be brought in for is, again, if you look at his Officer Brady testimony or statement, he says clearly it was 2 Skeletor masks. There is no mention of a Jägermeister, of anything with Jägermeister on it. And that's significant. Because if Todd's saying, hey, I saw two Skeletor masks, that they were both wearing similar masks, that, again, is reasonable doubt. So by the time the jury were to get these pictures, they would say, wait a minute, we've got this chaotic scene. There's no DNA evidence that links Ty Tucker. There's no eyewitness that says Ty Tucker was there. What is there? And as you could see, straight out of the lead detective's mouth, he said he agreed. Until John Travis Johnson turned state's evidence, there was no other evidence that Ty Tucker was guilty of anything. Nahim Jackson was, as you heard him mentioned, and we're going to go hopefully be able to get deeper into the Nahim Jackson story, but Nahim Jackson was the piece they were trying to bring in to link Ty Tucker to the case before John Travis Johnson rolled over and became their snitch. So, and of course, you heard all the problems that Nahim Jackson brought to the table. So, again, hugely problematic case. There's no reason why this case is being brought, and we need to get a voice going on. You need to pick up the phone. You need to call down to Judge Morgan's office and let them know you're upset. Let them know, call down to the MCO, demand that you want answers. You want to know why are you prosecuting a man with no evidence? How is this fair? And let Judge Morgan know people are aware. Now, we can't make Ty Tucker bring an attorney in there with him. He had an attorney. He no longer has an attorney, to my knowledge. That is a shame because he desperately needs an attorney to do this, to get this done right. Now, that doesn't mean he can't win, but it just means it's much more difficult. It means he's taken a very winnable case and made it difficult. It means he went from he made the state, who was a huge underdog, with a proper, well-knowledged attorney. Now he's the underdog, simply because they're going to do things like before. They're going to try to suggest that the knife, which we all know he found out what was on the knife because that's what Phelps told him. They're going to try to use that in the last motions to defend they're going to try to use the idea that Paula, who changed her story, they're going to try to make it look like, again, the judge is allowing it in according to the motions in limine. They denied Ty's motion in limine to keep the Facebook photos out. Even though there's no basis for them, they should be kept out. But he's allowing them to come in. They're not going to let Ty mention about any of the evidence that was mishandled. Although Malone should absolutely be accountable for it. But like in the first trial, it was brought up that she was subject of an IA investigation. That's not coming out this time. So this is going to be a much more difficult situation for Ty Tucker, because remember, what they're doing is these jurors are not going to know any of this stuff. They're not going to know what we know. They're not going to know the truth. They're going to be put in that box, and they're going to be told that this case is real simple. It's about three guys who went out to go hold up some druggies, and two got dropped off. One drove back, or John Travis Johnson was supposed to hang there. He drives off. Ty Tucker runs back. Rory ends up running back on his own. And again, it's going to all center around John Travis Johnson, and they're going to try to make Ty Tucker look bad. And people are going to be sitting there going, okay, again, why would he be charged? And again, without Ty Tucker being allowed to explain it, because when he testifies, he's not going to be able to get into that. The motion in limine is going to allow him to pull him to sidebar every time he tries to bring it up. It's going to be a well sanitized case, and I'm very fearful it's going to be a walk to the guillotine for Ty Tucker. But anyways, I just wanted to kind of come in there with that little aside here. Now that we've ended, play it back. This is the most important piece of testimony that right now. This is what, if somebody wants to understand the case, this is what you need to watch. This is what you need to watch. So please share this, watch this. I know it's long. It's 4 hours. I have it sped up. You can slow it down if it's going too fast for you. But it is so important that at least the first 2 hours that you watch, because that is where a lot of the meat and potatoes is. But the entirety of that entire deposition, there's a lot to get into. There's a lot that's uncovered. You hear about all the players, Anthea Clay. You hear how this thing was set up and all the different various things that were going on. This is everything you've ever heard Ty Tucker talk about in any of his lives. Go back to his channel, watch his lives. You will now understand what he's talking about. You will have heard it, not from Ty Tucker, but from the lead detective on the case. Anyways, I'll leave you with that, guys. I appreciate you watching. Please hit the like button on your way out. Try to help this thing get into the algorithm as much as we can. We need as many eyes on it as we can because literally, I'm not exaggerating, a man's life down in Florida, sitting in Monroe County Detention Center, his life depends on it. And if you go to his Facebook site, which is Franklin, just look up Franklin Tyrone Tucker, you can see all the information there, how you can get in contact with him to show your support. You can, the state attorney's office monitors his Facebook. So leave him words of support, let them know. And we've got to rally around Ty here because he's going to be going on trial. I believe it starts either September 6th or September 7th. I have to go back and look, but it's the first week in September. He's going to be going on trial. It's not going to be a long trial, and we've all got to be watching. So please, do all we can. Anyways, with that said, guys, thank you for watching today. We've had a couple of long ones. We've got long form. We've got short form. We've got all of it. Share these videos. And until we talk again, guys, let justice prevail.